Stand by for 10, almost there. All right, here we go. We're about to go live, so any walking is highly frowned upon. And I'm the opening shot, so. Quiet. Hey, Alan, are you on this channel? Quick question. You set up 41 and 42. You want to try 5 on shot? Stevie, how long of a push do you want? About like 5 seconds? You want to see me type or you just want to see the...
Greetings and salutations, everyone. Welcome to a crisp Thursday morning here in the Rocky Mountains. It is another installment of the Dew Tour here in 2018. We are coming to you from the Breckenridge Ski Village and Resort here in beautiful Breckenridge, Colorado for Winter Dew Tour 2018. Welcome, everyone. My name is Jimmy Coleman. Sitting alongside me in this journey, talking all things ski today, is none other than Luke Van Valen. Luke, it is a pleasure to be in the booth with you. Once again, we have Tina Dixon out there in the field, and today we get to start this party off talking about women's ski slopestyle, sir.
Which is an exciting thing. I mean, we're coming off an Olympic year, which has just taken place. We've got a lot of new names that are swinging into the mix over here, and really, we got a ton of different big changes that are taking place in the general temperature that we're experiencing within women's slopestyle. I mean, girls like Maggie Voisin coming in hot. She's been here for a while. She's starting to bring bigger tricks. We've got Kelly Silderu, who was injured during the Olympics and was unable to compete. She's won Dew Tour twice. She's back in the scene. Johanna Kili won last year. There's potentially some doubles, and we've got a great format as well here at Dew Tour, which is really, in my opinion, the trailblazing power that's starting to change skiing.
Well, progression and evolution are two keywords that we throw out a lot. And evolution, not just in the skiing itself, but also in the way that we do these competitions. And we're going to change this up a little bit today. It's not going to be your typical slopestyle competition like you've seen in years past. We've divided this course up into 2 different sections. Now, there's 8 women in the field out here today, and they're going to have to ski in each section individually. They're going to get 3 attempts per section, and it's your best score out of each section, then total together, which is hopefully going to get you the honor of being the 2018 Slopestyle Dew Tour champ here in Breck.
Which is going to be a hot item. I mean, we got Sarah Hulflin as well, who's coming off having just won the Olympic Games in Pyeongchang. Mathilde Grimaud, who was in that silver medal position. I mean, this is a stacked field. And the fact that they don't have to focus all their attention on jumps and rails, they kind of get to break those up. That's a pretty exciting situation, and certainly a cool prospect for a lot of these athletes to be able to dump maybe a little bit more energy and technically difficult maneuvers into each individual aspect of the overall course.
Well, as you mentioned, Kelly Silderu looking for some redemption after that injury took her out. But we have 8 women in the field. We started off with Mathilde Grimaud, and then we worked down the line. You've got last year's champ, Johanna Kili. Let's talk about some of the standouts. We've got some heavy hitters in here, as you have alluded to already, and some of the accolades from some of the women in this field. I mean, it's going to be a battle here today.
It certainly is. And I mean, I've named some of those big names, like Kelly Silderu. She's 16 years old. When she came in at age 13, she set records at places like Winter X Games in Aspen, and then she won that competition. Also won Dew Tour back-to-back, and then won X Games back-to-back. She's really such an incredibly massive force, but she's only 16 years old. She's coming into her own. She's also begun to do superpipe, and we've got this extraordinary new superpipe take that's being explained and kind of developed and really skied upon here at Breckenridge that I'm excited about. But I mean, overall, we've got an incredibly stacked field. Not to be forgotten, Julia Tano out of Switzerland. She's been winning big air competitions with huge double flips. I mean, some of these ladies have an extraordinary big doubles. They're pushing the envelope of free skiing in a big way, and whether or not we're going to see those today is just going to be probably dependent on speed. We've got a lot of new snow that's fallen on the ground, but the sun's coming out, it's peeking through, temperatures are cool. I think that it's going to be like the perfect environment to see a lot of really big things happen.
Yeah, the weather is supposed to be absolutely beautiful out here this weekend. We're going to experience some temperatures up in as high as the 40s, which is rather uncharacteristic this time of year. There was a little bit of snowfall last night, had a couple inches come down overnight. Snow started creeping in about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, but it's supposed to be bluebird conditions the rest of the weekend. With that snowfall, I'll ask you this, what's that going to do to the speeds out there running these two different courses on slopestyle?
Well, anytime that you have a lot of new snow, they're going to do the best they can from a park crew perspective to keep everything smooth, to keep a lot of that fresh snow from accumulating on the takeoffs of the jumps. So they're going to keep that really prime, but sometimes what it can do is slow you down a little bit. It's just a little more snow that's contacting the bases of your skis.
So looking at the schedule for today, as I mentioned at the top of the show, we're going to start it off here with women's ski slopestyle, but then we have the return of the Ski Team Challenge. We've done that the last 2 years out here in Breckenridge at the winter installment of the Dew Tour, but it's the return of the adaptive finals presented by Toyota coming up later on this afternoon. I believe that is an 11:15 start time, and that is just day one, Luke. We get to do this 4 days in a row out here. We've got slopestyle going on for men and women in ski. It's snowboard. We've got that modified superpipe that you talked about. 2 team challenges going on out here this weekend. Of course, ski today. We've got snowboard later on the week. So it is a stacked schedule, and if you're watching this, we'll be talking about it a lot, but you can also check it out over there at dewtour.com if you're going to follow us along on this journey out here this weekend. Right now, we're going to take a look back. We're going to rewind the clock 2 years ago and see how this all went down with our slopestyle champ for 2016. It was none other than Kelly Silderu 2 years ago. Here comes Kelly Silderu.
No way. That is unbelievable. Wow. She is so young and still dominating. Oh my gracious. Huge. One of the most breathtaking performances that I've ever seen in women's slopestyle competition.
Years ago, Kelly Silderu getting the win there, and what a big win that was there in 2016.
And I was just thinking, I mean, name another sport where a 13-year-old comes in many ways a child, just coming into junior high school and wins the world's largest competitions anywhere for a sport that requires an incredible amount of strength.
You know, she comes into this one as the youngest competitor in the field. She's 16 years old. We do have some young talent in the field out here today. She comes in at 16. We have 2 17-year-olds, that being Elena Gaskell and Tess Ledoux, and then 18, Mathilde Grimaud. I mean, it's a younger field, but then you've got Sarah Hoffman up there at 27. So it's got some young and some old talent thrown in the mix. I dare I say old at 27, but it definitely an influx of young talent here in the women's ski slopestyle field. You are looking at mats, some practice going on right now. Beautiful day out here, day 1 of 4 for Dew Tour Breckenridge 2018 as we get set to kick off our women's ski slope style event out here today to kick off the weekend here. 4 days of nonstop madness in the ski and snowboard world out here on the mountain in beautiful Colorado.
You know, it's to kind of flash back a little bit to what we were talking about in regards to the different competitive approaches that you might see between the jump sections and the jib sections in a split up slope style like this. It's very cool for the athletes to be able to focus the entirety of their attention on a particular aspect, whereas your average slope style has jumps and rails. This is split up into 2, and I would say that the athletes that are up top hitting the jumps are really focusing right now on maintaining the speed. I mean, the athletes at this level have such an extraordinary ability to land their tricks. The tricks are literally in their back pocket ready to go. They just need to make sure that they have the speed necessary, so that's really going to be a huge focus. Whereas when the athletes are pursuing and getting involved into, you know, the rails and the jib sections, there's a lot of attention probably being paid to the other athletes. What is this particular person doing on that rail? Do I have what it takes in my run to be able to do that? So there's a different strategic and technical factor that's happening in the rails. It's also happening in the jumps. I mean, they're definitely considering what their opposition is performing, but in the rails, there's really an intense focus. Okay, can I do a 270 on front swap back 2 out on that particular rail, or can I bring it back a little bit and still potentially benefit from someone else not maybe being as technical in that particular zone? So there's a lot of strategic approaches that are taking place from the athletes, and I think it's really cool that these 2 aspects are split up.
Well, we're getting close. Practice is about to wrap up, and we're going to get this thing kicked off here. It's the first of many events to go out here this weekend. Stick around, everybody. When we come back, we'll get this started. It's women's ski slopestyle from Breckenridge, set to kick off. Welcome back, everyone, to Breckenridge, Colorado. Day 1 of 4 out here for Dew Tour 2018. Jimmy Coleman here in the booth alongside Luke Van Valen as we await the start of women's ski slopestyle. 2 different sections, of course, to run out here today. You've got jibs, you've got jumps, you've got 8 athletes in the field out here today. They're going to get 3 runs per section. We take the best of each section, your best score, I should say, total them together, and hopefully that's going to put you on the Breckenridge podium out here this weekend, Luke.
Yeah, it's going to be beautiful, truly. And the one thing we're excited about is to kick things off with the jump section. And are you wondering what it might take to win?
I was going to ask you. I was going to get you to
What
walk
do you
that
think?
plank. We have not
Do you want
talked
me to-
about what the judges are going to be looking for out here today. I was going to ask you a strategy question about dividing that up, because typically in slopestyle courses we've had in years past, you got a rail section up top, then you've got some jumps, then you've got a middle rail section, then you've got more jumps. Let's talk about the mindset of that, of slowing down and speeding up, coming off of those rails, trying to perpetuate that speed to get into the next set of jumps.
Yeah, well, you know, there's definitely a lot that goes into that. I mean, you can't mess up a rail and then hope to get speed for a jump in your traditional slope style. But the fact that we've split this up, I mean, it's just nothing but fueled power to dive straight into the jumps, and everything's been manicured gloriously by the most phenomenal park crew maybe in the world right here front and center, and it's ready to go. The speed's right. There's rollers in particular areas for the athletes to garner a little bit more speed. I watched some practice today. Kelly Silderu was just looking phenomenal, kind of leading a pack of athletes ripping down the hill, and I think today that what we're going to see is, I mean, I'd love to see some big doubles from the ladies. I mean, we haven't really seen that moment where in a slopestyle competition, like, there's just a ton of big double flips going on. I mean, the Olympics, X Games last year, there was some of those moments, but I think that everything is primed today for really the experimental side of some of these athletes, with maybe some tricks that they've been working on that are slightly larger than what we've seen in the past, to really bring themselves into the sunlight of Breckenridge, Colorado. Come on into the picture. Come in stage right and perform yourself.
I like it with the format. I like dividing it up because you can focus on the jump section of things. Then you can wrap your head around the technicality side of it. When you get over the rails, you're focused purely on the tech. You're not so much worried about the speed. If you have a slip up getting onto or off of a rail feature that's out there, you're not so worried about it. It's not going to be so catastrophic to the rest of your run, because then you can pick up the speed and resume or regroup to get down into that next feature. Again, it's the two best scores. So it's your best jump score out of your three, your best jib score out of the three. Total those two together, the best possible run score, or the best possible total score, I should say, you can get out here today would be 200 points.
And the judges have requested that they would like to score both of those on a 100-point scale. So the total potential points that you could ever get would be about 200 points.
Your thoughts on that? I like that, to be honest with you,
too.
because in years past we've done it at 50, so then you get a possible max score of 100. I think with that 100-point scale for both sections, it gives them more breathing room to kind of separate the pack. Because sometimes when you have a shorter number scale, it gets tight trying to fit people into that certain window, you know, and like where do you draw the line? I mean, it literally comes down. These guys are looking at the minutia of these runs when it comes down to these competitions.
Totally. It's going to be an absolutely beautiful weekend. The sun's supposed to come out. Like you said, we just got a ton of fresh snow. This modified super pipe, I don't know if any of you out there have seen this thing.
There's all sorts of pictures and video out there on Instagram and Facebook. It's crazy.
But you know what? You know what's really beautiful that's being done here that you and I can really personally enjoy is there's a tremendous amount of excitement for the fun aspect. Sometimes athletes show up at an environment, if you've ever skied in a competition, snowboarded for yourself, you show up and you're like, dude, I don't want to hit that stuff. Like, that looks frightening to me. I'm not completely interested in risking my life this Saturday. But
I like that you put a day on it. It's Saturday. It's all risk Saturday.
Yeah, but at this event, I mean, everything is so glorious, so beautiful, so pure, like the driven snow right around Peak 8 Lodge, that you can truly delight from an athlete perspective.
Well, let's take a look at this lovely course that the crew has carved out of the mountainside here with an onboard cam right here. You've got some monstrous jumps here, Luke, and look at the speed going through here on hit number 2.
Look at these. They're just perfect. And just a cab 7 switch 5 and then a nice 9. I mean, there's just beautiful things happening. And have a look at this jib section. So creative, so fun. Getting on that box slide. Elbow rail transfers over to the flat down. There's 4 jibs in this section. It's absolutely beautiful to see. This one, whoa. Check it out. There's a barrel there for potentially a little sniper tap from the fellas and the ladies. We'll see if they throw that down. Of course, many opportunities to get creative.
And well, it's all about how you put it all together. As you look at that shot right there, you can see on your left-hand side, that is just a teaser, a little snippet of that modified super pipe that we keep talking about out here. We'll see that later on in the weekend. But from that angle right there, you can really see the size and scale, the enormity, if you will, of the landings here on the jump portion. Remember, it's 2 different slope style sections out here today. You got jibs and jumps, and I believe we're going to start it off with jumps first once we get up and running. And look at that monstrosity as you're looking up. Now you can see all that modified super pipe has to offer. That thing, it's just crazy looking.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
it's like a video game.
It really is. And the gut of that section in the foreground is actually a step up from a shorter wall to a higher wall. It's going to be absolutely wild.
Taking a look at your start list here. 8 women in the field out here today. Again, per section, they're going to get 3 runs. Take your best run out of each section, combine them together. We started off with Mathilde Gramau, Julia Tano, Elena Gaskell, Maggie Boyson out of Whitefish, Montana, Kelly Silderu. We look back to 2016, your DO champion there 2 years ago, Sarah Hoffman, Tess Ledoux, and Johanna Keeley comes in, your defending champ from last year in this very event, Luke.
It's a stacked pile. I mean, this is the who's who of women's slopestyle.
So we've broken the course up into 2 different sections, if you will. Our 5 scoring judges and 1 head judge. So the head judge doesn't actually score, the 5 other judges do. Highest and low are dropped. 3 runs, best run from each section counts. Total them together, it's your best jump score, your best jib score, and hopefully you're walking out of here with the title of 2018 Breckenridge Women's Slopestyle Champion. And again, best possible total score you're looking at is 200 points. Best possible section score, 100 points. That is how we're doing it out here in 2018. And again, looking down the mountain right there towards the village. Still a little bit of residual snowfall, not bad. You've got great visibility out here today. That's key, especially in the jump portion of things. As we've mentioned a couple of times, a little bit of snowfall last night. From what we've seen in practice today, doesn't seem to be affecting the speed or the lines from what I've seen in practice out here today, Luke.
No, it's all looking really fast out there, which is great news for the women who are approaching this environment. And being able to see the shadows, having the sun peeking through is massive.
So looking up top there, we started off with a Swiss rider right there, Mathilde Gramau. X Games Norway 2017 Big Air gold medal. X Games Norway 2017 slopestyle silver as well. 2018 Olympic silver medalist in slopestyle, just to give you an example of some of her accolades. Oh, by the way, she did the first ever women's switch double cork 1080. Got her that gold medal in Norway in Big Air at X Games Oslo last year. She gets to start this party, Luke.
So you're going to want to really take a look at what these athletes are doing from a difficulty standpoint, an execution standpoint, and if there's anything kind of progressive going on, and that's what we're here for, to help steer you in that direction. Going to be a hot one.
Well, we're about ready to uncork this thing and let her rip, but before we do that, let's check in with the 3rd member of our crew, Tina Dixon, who's going to give us a little report on the conditions out here on the mountain today. Tina?
Hey everyone. Well, it is a nice and brisk morning here at Breckenridge. In fact, my water bottle, it's completely frozen over, just to show you. I don't even need to have a lid on this. That's how cold it is this morning, but it should be warming up. Now, I was up top and I spent some time with the women. They're fired up, very focused this morning, but the course is looking great. Even though it's cold, the speeds are fantastic. There is no wind. The visibility is great, and everyone's really fired up for a good Big Air competition. And then we move from the 3 jumps to the rails. So this is where we all get started, guys.
Thank you, Tina. So it's a little brisk, but that'll warm up as we go through the day. But good to hear that the speed is not an issue out here today with that new snowfall that we had on mountain last night. And one thing interesting that I read about Mathilde, her approach to how she prepares for a comp, it's pretty simple, Luke. It's eat a nice breakfast, listen to good music, and mix nerves with a sense of fun. I like it. Very laid back for the Swiss competitor.
Indeed. And both on the men's and women's side, Swiss competitors in Big Air competitions and in jumps in general have showcased just an absolutely phenomenal general directive toward victory.
Coming into this second hit right here, switch.
Oh, boom, going for the switch right double rodeo right there. Excuse me, switch left double rodeo. And wow, Matilda just coming up a little bit short right there. Nearly had it, just not quite enough hang time.
Just kind of ended up coming in a little bit on the knuckle there, bounces out, loses both the skis right there. She did pop right back up as she hikes back up to reclaim the skis there. So looking like she's okay from that one. Hopefully we'll be able to take run 2 and 3 here in the jump section as we take another look.
So reaches back and locks in the tail grab on that left side cork 5, and then comes into the switch left double, just going for it right off the bat. And I mean, I'd love to see that. I was really hoping that we were going to have some big doubles of, you know, a forward and switch nature coming out of the women here today, and it's already kicked off that way.
You want to go a little deeper than that to the sweet spot, what we call it. She's going to end up with a 16.67 for that first score. That one's definitely going to be a throwaway. Again, you get 3 runs per section. It's the better of your 3 runs that count. So obviously with that low score, that one is going to be a throwaway. As we look back up top, we're in the Swiss portion of the lineup here. This is Julia Tano, competes in slopestyle and big air. She is your X Games Aspen 2017 big air bronze medalist. Got a silver medal X Games Oslo in big air earlier this year. See, she's getting ready to get the thumbs up to send it down for her first out of 3 attempts. Missed the 2018 Olympics due to a broken arm she suffered at X Games earlier this year, so she's another one who's looking for some redemption out here today, Luke.
It's going to be awesome to see what she brings. Any athlete's basic dream is a sunny day with a 3 stack of beautiful jumps right in a row. And she's got the course to herself. She can just sort of enter that beautiful flow. She's going to have a fabulous time.
So going into the mindset of that, talking strategy like we did earlier, go out there, maybe, dare I use the term safety run, just try to get one under the belt, or you just uncork it and let it all fly the first go around?
You know, I think it kind of depends on the athlete. I mean, any athlete who wants to get something down and understands the averaging that's taking place out there between the jumps and the rails knows that it's important to get a run to your feet. Or there's the athlete who says, you know what, I'm just going to take 3 opportunities to put down my very best run that I know is going to win this thing.
Coming into this third and final hit, and oh, she hangs on no and ends up dumping over at the end. I thought she was going to save that one. Ends up sliding under the barrier line there.
And Tano going down right there. That will be a throwaway run for sure after that third one goes down, but a really solid run. I mean, it definitely showcases probably the former of the 2 strategies you were talking about, getting a run to her feet. We know she can do double flips this time around, just dropping in a series of 900s. First is the right side 900 lead tail, and coming into a switch left 9. Beautiful landing, no issues right there. And then right here, she drops into that hard left side 900, and oh, just turning around at the last second. There's a little bit extra snow in the landing. Snow snakes abundant. Those things will bite.
She was a little heavy on that right ski as she came in backwards there on that landing. And again, as I said, I thought she was going to save it. It was a good save at the end, though. She was coming in hot there at the end of that one there. So as you mentioned, that one will be a throwaway run for her. So we have yet to see anyone complete a complete run. She's going to get a 25 right there. So two non-complete runs to get it going here, but we are in the opening round out of 3 here. If you're just joining us, this is Canada's Elena Gaskell out of Vernon, BC, up there in British Columbia, coming down for her first of 3 attempts.
Vernon, British Columbia, a hotbed of free skiing talent, home to TJ Schiller, Josh Bibby, Joe Schuster, all slopestyle and in some cases superpipe competitors there. Nice looking right side 900 tail grab, lead tail looking good, coming in backwards this final jump. There's a switch left side 9, locks in the landing and the first full pull of the day.
There you go. We've got our first complete run. Our third athlete in, 3 down, 5 to go here in this opening round. Our top score as of right now is a 25. We know that that is about to get nixed off the board as we have our first complete run, courtesy of Elena here. Started skiing at age 4, started freestyle skiing at age 7 with her older brother, and she actually credits him as one of the reasons why she is where she is today. As we take a look back to the top of the run, or middle of the run, I should say.
And just a beautiful blunted tail right there on the right side, slightly corked 900 right on the tip of the tail. Here's the switch left 9, reaching down, getting the grab, mute, right hand to left ski, carrying that grab throughout. Very, very well done. Remember, grabs are a huge part of the execution out there, and she did great to lock those in.
She gonna slide in there with a 79 for Elena Gaskell right there. So that'll put her in the top spot as of right now. But again, it's round 1. There are 3 rounds to go. We still have 5 women left to go here in this opening round. As we look back up top at Whitefish, Montana, this is Maggie Voisin. She missed the podium in slopestyle in Pyeongchang, Korea at the Olympics by 1 spot. She had to settle for 4th place. She was the youngest skier to medal at 2014 X Games Aspen. She does have an X Games Aspen slopestyle silver and a slopestyle gold from earlier this year. 2014 was her slopestyle silver. She got a gold earlier this year at X Games Aspen, and well, she is very impressive to watch on the jumps. She also has some technical prowess on the rails. Don't count her out on that section, but she definitely shines in this jump portion of things.
No question, the lone American in this field. Coming in, she took second in 2016 at Dew Tour, but much like her Olympic finish, was in 4th place last year. And kicking things off with a huge right side 900 coming in just a little too much in the back seat, which translates into landing backwards and being way over your tips. So couldn't hold on to that landing. Went a little bit bigger than might have been ideal on jump 1.
Looking like a case of the yips for several of our competitors here in this opening round. Sometimes that'll happen though, but when you've got a best run format, you get a chance to get, sometimes that trend will continue, but you've got a chance to shake that off and shine in the later rounds.
So here's that right side 900. She's sucking the knees up, trying to put it down and way out on the tips right there. And I think that this is probably just a result of some of the speed issues. The course has changed a little bit since practice. Obviously, there's been some course maintenance that has taken place out there, which changes kind of the feel of the lip of the jump. So getting one run in and one underneath them is definitely the way to go right now. Hopefully second and third rounds will be a little more successful.
Yeah, you got to get into a rhythm right there. It's tough starting off a competition right there. We'll see how that plays out in the second round. Looking at Kelly Sildaroo right here out of Tallinn, Estonia. If you're wondering just where that is for the geographically challenged out there, just the other side of the Baltic from Scandinavia, just south of Helsinki, Finland.
2.5-hour ferry ride is what I've heard.
Beautiful place if you ever get the chance to go check it out. Right now, let's check out Kelly's first run.
Now, all eyes certainly on Kelly Sildaroo. Came onto the scene as a 13-year-old, set records, winning most of the big competitions. Bam, big switch, 1080 right there. Now looking over the left shoulder for another switch trick, this time a 900. Sildaroo bringing it out. Absolutely beautiful, seemingly unaffected by the speed issues that maybe some of the athletes are experiencing out there, and just a beautiful run, locking in the grabs. The rotations were very clean, different axes of spinning, and wow, really solid stuff.
Looking very confident in that run as we take a slow-mo look here.
Oh man, the grab right there, way out on the tip of the tail, just a beautiful blunted tail grab on that right side, corked 9 lead tail. Coming in backwards, a switch right side 1080. So being able to spin both directions, super important from the perspective of the judges. She spins 2 huge spins, backwards left and backwards right. Here's the switch left 900, beautiful grab right there, locking in the mute, drawn around with such comfort. Her execution, spectacular.
Our best run score that we've seen thus far is a 79 as we await Kelly's first score here. Coming off of a second place finish last week at the Capri Grand Prix, by the way, in pipe. She was out there stomping some runs. She was feeling very confident out there. Got her a second place finish out there. And an 87.33 from the young woman from Estonia right there. Kelly Sildaroo here in round number 1 puts herself in the top spot with 3 skiers left to go here in this round. So nicely done by her. She gets one in the books, and she's got room to grow in the next 2 rounds. Sarah Hofflin, another Swiss skier in the mix. 2018 X Games Aspen Big Air gold medalist you're looking at right here, and also your Pyeongchang gold medalist in slopestyle from earlier this year as well. Sending her down the chute here for attempt 1 out of 3.
And Hoeflin coming in, just nice, slow, dumped out right side 540 mute. Coming in, looking over that right shoulder switch. Big switch, cork 7 mute, locked in well, plenty of speed down into the bottom. Switch left 540. Not exactly pedal to the metal in terms of difficulty there, but great execution, a solid first run. And, we talk more about that strategy. Do you just send it all in 3 runs and hope to stomp one of them? Well, or do you get a safety run down? I think that's what she did.
After you've seen some of the other competitors having some problems there, just get through it and try to see what's going on, manage that speed. She had a good clip of speed coming into that last hit right there.
Oh, yeah, she was flying. Big mute. Gets that right arm up in the air just to showcase the comfort she's experiencing in the midst of it all. And another mute grab there on the switch right side 7. Beautifully done.
Watch the landing right here.
Just locks it in and picks up a ton of speed. I think we've located the sweet spot of jump number 2, and that's right where she landed. Just a big safety grab, very, very basic trick right there. The switch left side 5 safety. Not typically something that you'll see in competition. It's just not often scored. very high because of the difficulty factor being relatively low.
Well, we saw Kelly Silderud put up an 87.33. What is it going to be here for Sarah for this first outing? We still have Tess Ledoux and Johanna Keeley yet to go here in this opening round out of 3. Then we go back up to the top and do it all over again. If you're just joining us, there's 2 sections of the course to contend with out here today. We're in the jumps portion. Once this wraps up, we get these scores in the books. We'll take a quick break and then go into the jib section and then combine those 2 things together to determine our ski women's slopestyle podium out here today. That was a look up top at Tess Ledoux. So a 76.67 for Sarah. That should slide her. I believe that'll put her in 3rd place as of right now. As you mentioned, that so being dinged a little bit there on the score for not so much in the difficulty factor there on the tricks.
Yeah, totally. I mean, she put it down. She knows the speed. She had great speed throughout, but she just needs to up the difficulty, which she certainly can do.
All right, so Tess Ledoux on deck here, coming from France. She's got a big air bronze medal from X Games Aspen earlier this year, a slopestyle silver from X Games Aspen last year. You saw by that stat, and finish out in 15th at the Olympics in Pyeongchang earlier this year in slopestyle. And here we go, bib number 317 is on course.
And Tess snaps the switch up top. Rolling in plenty of speed, not carving on her way in. Should be plenty of speed here. Big switch, Misty style, 900 mute grab. Beautifully done. Now hard over the right shoulder. Good decisions being made. She does open up a bit in the rotation there, and that is not going to be ideal. But whoa! How about it? Tess Ledoux of La Planque, France, whipping the dub cork 12 down at the bottom, if I'm not mistaken. A little glare on the monitor here, but whoa, that was a hot run.
I loved your decision, or your comment. Good decisions being made in the middle of that run.
I think so. I definitely think her strategy was quite righteous. Switch bio or Misty style 900 mute grab right there, beautifully done. And here's another look at it. Locks in 4 fingers around that ski, grabbing so well. And then as we get a look, right here is where she had a little bit of an issue. Reaches back on the right side 7, opens the leg. Not a huge situation there in terms of the deductions from the judges, but down into the bottom, hucks hard over that left shoulder. Here's the first rotation of the double cork 1260. There's the second. Probably just wanted the double cork 1080 right here. She wanted to stop right there, but over rotates and has to swing it to 12. Due to a little too much speed, which isn't a bad thing.
Good save right there. You're almost taking a snow sample at that point, but she reverts that one around and ends up skiing down to the bottom of the corral area there. We'll have to see what happens with the score here for Tess, a 49.33, so that's going to put her right about the middle of the pack. Remember, we had a lot of slip-ups here to start off the competition. However, this is round 1 out of 3. It is the best run per section that will count. And you were looking at last year's Dew Tour champ in this event, Johanna Keeley from one of my favorite places, Norway, 21 years old. Your defending champ coming into this thing. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, your highest score right now, still that 87.33 being held on to by Kelly Silderud.
And Keeley's just clean. She's a great jumper. She locks in the grabs. Nice looking right side, cork 900 tail. Big switch 9, nicely done, slightly off axis, finding a little bit different axis on which to spin, and then the left side 900. Just bread and butter right there. She caught the knuckle of the jump on that last one, which is going to hurt her score a little bit. Judges are always going to take away from you when you hit the knuckle. You got to catch that landing.
That's one of those things we were talking about earlier with those guys really looking at the minutia. I mean, they want to see perfection out there, and they are going to be critical for little things just like that.
Absolutely. I love the look of this right side cork 900. She reaches back, locks in, same tail, and puts the landing gear down right there. Still probably going to want to really try and run number 2 to lock in a little bit more speed, to just push the pedal down a little bit harder. But beautiful tricks overall, locking in the grabs, well done. Just needs to get down that landing a little bit more.
Well, I think the way that this competition unfolded, I think everybody just wanted to get through one round here. So a 72 flat for her, so that should slide her into 4th or 5th place as of right now. But as of going back to what I was saying, I think everybody just kind of wanted to get through this, seeing that there were some issues possibly with the speed, people coming up short on some of the landings there. So round 1 is in the books. Your 2016 champ, Kelly Silderud, sits in that top spot right now with an 87.33. It is Elena Gaskell sitting in 2nd and Sarah Hoffman sitting in 3rd place. However, there are still 2 more rounds to go here in the jump section, so stick around. We'll have more women's ski slopestyle when we come back to Breckenridge. Welcome back, everyone, to a beautiful Thursday morning here at Breckenridge Ski Resort here in the heart of the Rockies in Colorado. We have completed round 1 out of 3 in the jump portion of women's ski slopestyle. As of right now, it's Silderud, Gaskell, Hoffman, your 1, 2, 3 with 2 more rounds still to go. Remember, it is the best run that counts out here today in this section. Before we get into round 2, let's check in one more time with Tina Dixon.
Thanks, Jimmy. Yeah, and you guys were talking about just how important it was for these women to just land that first run. Now, for Sarah Hoffman, that was more important than ever. I talked to her after that first run, and she said, practice was horrible for me. I spent more time in physio. She had hurt her right knee, so she spent all of practice pretty much icing that knee. So for her, just to get that one run landed was very critical, and you guys said it was very conservative. So look for Sarah to step things up, and I'm thinking for the rest of the field, they're going to do the same, guys.
So there you go. We talked about that strategy. We talked about that mindset. So she was obviously having a rough go in practice, looking into coming into this contest. That was Mathilde Gramau that we saw on that crash right there. As we go back up to the top, I believe Mathilde, we're being told possibly out after that crash. So Julia Tano, we will move along in the run order here. So that'll be Julia Tano sporting bib number 320 out of Switzerland, the 20-year-old. I would try to pronounce her hometown for you, but I would probably butcher that terribly.
Lenzerheide.
Oh, look at that. There you go. Thank you, Luke, for bailing me out of that one there on the hometown pronunciation.
Das ist nicht kein Problem. Kein Problem. Nice looking right side 900 right there from Julia Tano. Remember, she's got a big forward switch double. We've seen it in the past. Will it come out here today? Nice big switch left side 900 down into the bottom. Trucking hard. And another 9, so go. Just cleaning up what we saw from her in that first run. She crashed. She wanted to just basically improve, get that score back up to where it needs to be, and then make adjustments based upon that.
Yeah, she ended up getting augered in on that final landing there, and it sent her into the snow fencing down there. However, the speed looked a lot better. She looked a lot more crisp and clean in this round compared to what we saw on the first 2 jumps out of her in round number 1.
And early this morning during practice, the sun hadn't completely come out yet. It was very cold, still snowing a bit. It snowed all night long. And so some of these athletes might not have had the most ideal practice and potentially joined Sarah Hofflin in that reality. But beautiful right side 9, reaching back, locking in the tail grab, gets to the sweet spot of that landing. You could see there's some accumulation of snow, that packed powder getting upset and moved around. Here's the switch, left side 9, reaching back for the tail. Looks like she got the grab just for a moment there, reaching for it a little bit more as she came around. You can see locks it in,
holds on to that grab.
Pretty clean, solid landing, both hands kind of out in front, now drops into this final jump. And here's where she had trouble in run number 1. This time she comes out of the flip portion of that trick a little bit early, spotting her landing very well. Knew she needed to lock in the gear and get that landing to the point that it needed to be.
This is definitely going to be an improvement for her on that first run score. The question will be how much. Again, Mathilde Grimau out of the lineup here in round number 2. Not sure if she'll be back for round number 3. Either way, we'll get you an update if we get it on her. Keep those positive vibes and well wishes going Mathilde's way as we await the score here for Julia Tano. If you're just joining us, this is round 2 out of 3. We're in the jumps portion. She's going to jump way up there from that first run score. Forget about that 25. Julia Tano checks in with a 70 here in run number 2. So nicely done by the Swiss skier here in round 2. Elena Gaskell out of Vernon, British Columbia, to our Canadian neighbors to the north, 17 years old. See what Elena's got in store for us here in round number 2. Remember, it's the best of your 3 attempts that will count for this section. After jumps, we still have the jib or the rail section yet to go.
Nice looking stomp right there. She's sitting on a 79 from run number 1. Beautiful right side 900, locking in the grab. Tons of speed coming down into the bottom. And a big old switch 9, but goes down almost into the fencing there. And no opportunity taken to improve upon that first run score. But that first run score is certainly ample.
It's got her in second place as of right now. She was in the top spot till we saw Kelly Silderu, who we'll see 2 skiers for now. But it's, I mean, still with that 79, it's got her in second place as of right now.
Let's take a look. Here's the right side 900 and just extraordinary execution. Kind of lets her legs hang behind her a little bit so she can reach back and lock in the tail grab with that right arm. Beautiful landing backwards or switch. Nicely executed, had a lot of speed coming into this switch 900. Kind of a little bit corked, almost rodeo style, and it seems like she over-rotated the flip portion and kind of landed on her heels there, which is the reason, in my opinion, that she fell.
Yeah, just came in a little too deep, right-hand side, ended up sliding out, wasn't able to improve on the score, so forget about that 26. She's going to stick with that 79. Still, 79's got her in second place as of right now. We are at the halfway point here of round number 2 with our next skier in, 19 years old, Maggie Voisin. And by the way, it was Elena Gaskell in that last round of competition that was the first complete run that we had seen on this course up until that point. But here comes Maggie Voisin out of Whitefish, Montana, 19 years young. Currently sitting in 8th place.
There's where she went down on run number 1. No issue this time. Beautiful big right side 9 now over the left shoulder. Switch left side 9. Gets the grab just for a minute. Halfway through, and rodeo 900, beautifully done. What a stomp for Voisin. Beautiful run, and nobody else doing that trick that we saw from her on that last jump. I think that's going to score really well.
Now, if you're looking at that score and you're wondering, why did she have a 7? She had a fall on that first jump, so she didn't even make it past the first feature here in round number 1. Again, best of your 3 attempts that count, so she's definitely going to toss away that 7 as we take a look back to round 2 attempt for her.
Beautiful now far tail right there on the right side, 900. Great looking landing. Bends at the waist, but did not touch the ground with her hands. Well done. Just kind of a slap grab on the switch left side 9. Judges want the athletes to really lock those in, but check this out. Flat spin 900. Big old Japan as she drops in and
she go a little deep on that last landing to you?
Yeah, she did. She lets go and just uncorks some big spins, goes quite deep there. And
keeps her hands off forward a little bit, but she keeps, like you said, she keeps her hands off the snow. It's either way, it's getting rid of the 7. Let's look. The glass is half full here.
Gone.
Oh, she's into the 80s and 82.67. So that will leapfrog her all the way from the bottom of the pack into second place. So nicely done there for Maggie Voisin here in round number 2 with 4 skiers left to go in this round. So taking a look at our current standings, it is Silderoo still in that top spot. Maggie Voisin now holds on to second place with an 82.67. Our only 2 scores in the 80s. Elena Gaskell now slides up there with that 79, and Sarah Hoffland gets bumped out of the top 3 as of right now and sits in that 4th place position. However, we are at the exact halfway point of this jump portion of this competition as we look up top at your current leader. As we mentioned before, we took a look back to 2 years ago at this event. She was the reigning 2016 champ. She sits in the top spot as of right now. What can she do to improve that score here in round number 2?
Wow, gorgeous right side 900. Locking in the lead tail means she grabs with the arm that's leading the spin in many ways. Here's a switch. Left side 1080.
Wow.
Boom. What a run right there. Back-to-back switch 10s.
Two great runs out of her.
And one great thing right there is that it's a substantial increase what she did in the eyes of the judges. I mean, she just did an additional 180. That's just a half turn from what we saw in run number 1. But the fact that she did it back-to-back with a huge 1080 in the opposite direction, that combination in itself is going to contribute to a higher score. I think she'll break into the 90s. Beautiful right side 900. Here's the switch right side. Big old nose mute 1080. Letting go of that about halfway through, but really exalting that grab. Just blasting through this deep down the landing. Great amplitude. And here's the hot. Yeah, and the switch left 10. Back-to-back switch 1080s. One spun to the right, one spun to the left. And the one spun to the left was also grabbed high mute, so she mirrored the tricks precisely, which is super difficult to do. It just takes so much practice, the difficulty level firing way up. I think that that's going to be a very difficult run to beat.
Yeah, and you can see she's definitely feeling it right now. She seems to have definitely figured out that speed situation for sure, so the rest of the field going to be keeping an eye on her.
And she is 92.
92, so you called it. You said that score was going to creep into the 90s, so she will retain that number 1 position and give herself some breathing room here. She's definitely making her case on the jump portion of things. Sarah Hoffland out of Switzerland. She was in the top 3. She got bumped down to 4th. Let's see if she can crack back up into that top 3 here in round number 2.
Yeah, Maggie Voisin upsetting things a bit. We'll see if Hoffland adds some difficulty to her run. Grabs way up on the nose of her skis on that 540. And it goes switch double right side 1080. Are you kidding me? To the bottom of the landing. I would say she definitely wanted to increase the level of difficulty. But holy cow, that was giant. She almost didn't have any landing left, meaning that she fell essentially the distance of a 3-story building coming out of that trick.
Going deep and you're not getting any of that landing whatsoever. And you can see how far she slid off course, and it's a little bit of a drop off right there. She is moving around. That's a good sign, as you can see some of the ski staff over there checking on her, but trying to step it up and send it right here. She was in that top 3. She got bumped down to 4th after Maggie Voisin shook things up as we take another look.
Oh my gosh, just a huge switch double 10, and she just went gigantic, massive. I mean, she probably had under 10 feet of landing left, and that feels so flat. That's
generous right there at a 10-foot estimate. I mean, this angle will really tell the story right here. When you see, look at how deep she goes to this, almost to flat.
Oh, wow. And she took it so well. I mean, she didn't blow up. Her ski equipment didn't fly ever, but look how deep down she goes. I mean, that was just...
She got pitched back. She rolls into her back. She brings her knees up and just kind of slides in and just... The tuck and roll, if you will, for lack of a better term. And I mean, you're flirting with disaster over there because that drops down. You're sliding off course. If you go too hot, you're into the trees over there. Totally. But she's up and she's okay. Hey, nicely done on the slam execution right there. Sarah Hoffland, she'll have to throw that one out and stick with that first run score. It's got her in 4th place as of right now with 2 skiers left to go here. Round number 2. So we've seen things start to settle down a little bit compared to what we saw in round 1. People are starting to work on their speed lines. They're figuring it out. We're seeing those scores creep up here in round number 2.
Yes, indeed. And I think that that's exactly what happened. I mean, it's just the speed, as we talked about in the run-up to the show, is probably the most important thing. These athletes have their tricks dialed. They just need to have confidence that they're going the right velocity into these jumps to hit the landing where they want to be. Hoffman, in that situation, obviously sent it to the parking lot, and that was way too much speed.
Hey, and y'all, you know what else has improved? The heat situation up here. We've got a heater under the desk right now. That is fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Kevin.
So here's our standings as of right now. Kelly Silderoo still in that top spot, but the big story here in round 2, she jumps out of the high 80s and into the 90s with a 92 flat. Maggie Voisin getting work done here in this second round with an 82.67 to jump up into that number 2 position. So that is the tale of what has happened here in round number 2. Speaking of number 2, we have 2 skiers left to go here in this round. You're looking at Tess Ledoux, all the way from France, 17 years old, looking to crack up into that top 3 here in the second round. And keep in mind, as we roll through this, we still have one more round to go. Then we have another entire section to go for this women's ski slopestyle event. We still have the jibs. But here comes Tess Ledoux, second attempt.
Oh, beautiful switch. Bio 900 mute grab. Super clean, very solid. There's the right side 720, and that was kind of the thing that threw her off a little bit in run number 1. But this time, run number 2, she got a little bit of attention from, Kevin Roland, who's down there helping her out in terms of like coaching and giving her that extra little guidebook to competition, which a great guy to talk to about that sort of stuff. It's just this right side 720 gets away from her. She looks like she was going back for a tail grab right there. She opens wide and comes down on her heels and a little bit short. That was a speed thing right there. Otherwise, she would have had that, and we might have yet again seen that big forward double cork 1080. She has one more chance to do that.
Yeah, the pressure's on now. She's put herself in that pressure cooker situation. That first run score, 49.33. It's got her down there in the basement of the standings. She's in 7th place as of right now, so the pressure is on there for that third and final round. Johanna Keeley takes us out of the run order here. The lady from Norway, your defending champ in this event. She had a 72 that first time around. Managed to have some good speed. A little bit down on the points as far as the trick difficulty and variety. Got her with a 72. It's got her in 5th place as of right now.
Little right side 900 right there. Locking in the tail grab. Switch right side 9. Safety. And this young lady out of Norway has made a career with the 900. That has been her trick for the longest time. The judges know that. They know that it's, in terms of difficulty, those are very easy tricks for her. She's been able to do 900s in every direction as long as we've ever seen her in competition. So she's still kind of lacking a little bit of the difficulty, but her execution is phenomenal. Beautiful right side 900. Hanging over, but keeps her gloves out of the snow. Nicely done, beautiful tail grab, and here's the switch right side 900. Reaching down, difficult to say whether that was a boot grab or she actually locked in the ski. Touching the tail right there on the left side 9. Her rotations and her axes of spinning are very, very nice. I mean, it's textbook cork tricks, but some of the grabs right there weren't exactly locked in on the last 2 jumps.
All right, so the first round attempt was a 72 flat, had her in 5th pre-run. As we mentioned, she was coming down the hill, so no, a 68 here this go around, so she will have to stay in 5th place as of right now. So at the end of 2 rounds, your defending champ from last year sits in the middle of the pack, sitting in that 5th place position. However, it's Kelly Silderoo still sitting in that top spot with a 92 flat now here from this round. We've got the 3rd and final round from the jump section when we come back. And the big question is, can anyone take down Kelly Silderoo here in the jumps portion? It's Silderoo, Boyson, Gaskell. One more run to go here in jumps. Well, the action just starting to heat up here on day 1 of 4 Breckenridge Dew Tour 2018. We are here at women's ski slopestyle. We are in the jumps portion of this competition. 2 courses to contend with out here today. We've completed 2 rounds out of 3, and it is Kelly Sildaroo in the top spot as of right now in the 2nd round. She jumps up into the 90s with a score of 92 flat. She was your leader out of round 1 with an 87.33. She came out dropping some hammers in round number 2, creeps up into the 90s and charging hard here in this competition. However, there is 1 more round to go. It is your best run that counts out here in the jumps portion of things, so the rest of the field's still going to have something to say about that. Mathilde Gramau is out of the mix. She went down hard in her first run. We did not see her in round 2, and it looks like she is going to sit out of round number 3, and that means we will bring in Julia Tano right now out of Switzerland, trying to jump back up and make a case here in round number 3, Luke.
So she went down on her first run, locked in what she wanted in run number 2. So the question remains, is she going to pump it up a little bit, maybe add a different trick now? That is the question lingering in my mind. No chance remains for a potential double flip, which we've seen in big air competitions in the past. She goes down in 2.
Jump number 2 does her in. That 70 flat that she got in that 2nd round is only good enough for 6th as of right now. Don't forget, we still have the jib or the rails portion of the course to work with, but that's a tough break right there for her in the jump score. That's because it's your jumps and your rails score section totaled together.
She's going to have to do big things in the rails.
Yeah.
She's got a 70 from the jumps.
She's going to have to really put some work in over on the technical side when we get into the rails. Elena Gaskell zipping up the jacket here, getting ready to send it down for her 3rd and final attempt. 17 years young, out of British Columbia, Canada. So Mathilde is out due to injury from that first run. Julia has a crash to start off round number 3. What does Elena Gaskell bring to the party as she goes into hit number 1?
Nice looking left side 720 tail grab, little corked, meaning sort of laid back on the axis. Right side 900 now coming in, switch to this final jump. Does she have something real big? Looking for the 10, but gets buffed off the knuckle and sent sprawling down the landing into the fence.
She took a bounce right there, and when you look at it, we see it on the replay, when she took off, she was drifting quite a bit to rider's right off that lip, drifting to the side of that landing there. By the way, she was in 3rd place by virtue of her 2nd run score. Not a bad place to be. Tough ending here for round 3, however, not a bad spot to be.
Yeah, Gaskell's got that 79, which will sit pretty, taking her into the rail section. Her day in the jumps is done, and hopes are high that she feels okay after that slam.
Yeah, that was a double bounce. She did the old tuck and roll, as you'll see when we get to the replay. She hits this last landing.
That speed check killed her. Here's this switch, tenor, and bam, just full-on double bounce, as you mentioned.
Yeah, that was the skip
said.
And then the tuck and roll, for lack of a better term.
Oh, takes the hip to the right to the
hip and the elbow. Almost like that one, like that's when you get the whiplash elbow into the side and sometimes knocks the wind out of you. Well, she's up and skiing away. That's good. Hopefully she can shake that off and look for big things to happen for her on the technical side when we get into the rail section. But Maggie Voisin up next. She had a big 2nd run that jumped her up the standings that put her into 2nd place.
Yeah, she really stepped up to the plate and smacked one right in the middle of the bat. Well played on run number 2. Let's see if she can add a little bit of cleanliness perhaps to that. And no. Her hopes of doing so go out the window in jump number 1.
Well, she's got that 82.67. It's got her in 2nd place. So going back to what I said about Elena, you're in that top 3.
Yeah.
Not a bad spot. You know what? Forget about this one. Short-term memory loss is your friend right here. Forget about this. Focus on rails.
And Maggie's got some incredible rail skills, so it's going to be delightful to behold the goodness that she brings to that little park.
Well, we're getting ready to flash back here and see where it all went wrong here off of this hit.
So the right side 900 comes around, and she's just figuring out, I think, how to get that spin, those 2.5 full rotations into that corked axis right there, because she's landing toe heavy quite a bit. Maybe she needs to fall into that axis a little bit later in her rotation.
We saw some of that toe heavy landing going on in her 2nd run that put her up into 2nd place. So some room to improve on that. However, it's all about rails for her now. She's going to stick with that second run score that's got her in the number 2 position. Round number 2 jumped her up. She was in 8th place prior to that, by the way, and that jumped her from 8th all the way up into 2nd. Remember, it's your jump score, it's your rail score combined together. There are your current standings. Silderoo, Voisin, Gaskell. Kelly Silderoo, by the way, is due up next. She's your current leader. She came out with an 87.33 in round number 1. Was good enough for the top spot at the end of that round. Then she comes out in round number 2, gets a 92 flat. What do you think's going through her mind right now? Send another one, or do you think she's focusing on the rails at this point?
I think she's just probably thinking about how much fun she's getting to have.
2nd place last week in the Copper Grand Prix in pipe, by the way.
And a substantial lead being held right now over her opponents.
That'll give you that warm, fuzzy feeling going into the next section for sure.
Most girls her age are in a classroom right now. And here's switch right side 10, super clean, held the grab for even longer, down into the bottom. Switch left side 9er, puts that to her feet beautifully.
She is 3 for 3 out here today. 3 great runs there.
So consistent.
Young lady from Estonia.
You know, I was speaking to one of our resident announcers here, DC, and he had mentioned last week at Copper Mountain when she dropped into that super pipe, which isn't necessarily a course that she's known for skiing in.
Exactly.
Maddie Bowman and Britta Sigourney were watching her run, and when it was complete, they looked at each other and said, okay. It's seemingly unending, her ability to step up in any aspect of free skiing and bring home some truly hot items. Big, beautiful right side.
Another
switch.
Big score for her, an 89. So that was her second best score. However, that 92 from round number 2 is going to be the one that she sticks with because we take your best score. So that is definitely going to set her up for the rail section of things. So Sarah Hoffland is not going to take her 3rd and final run. So we move down to our final 2 competitors. Tess Ledoux getting ready to get the thumbs up, the green light, if you will, to take her 3rd and final attempt here. Last minute word that we got that Sarah is not going to take that 3rd run, but Tess is going to have to get some work done here to try to creep up into those standings. Remember, Elena Gaskell sitting in that podium bubble spot as of right now. She sits in 3rd place. Maggie Voisin sitting in 2nd. Kelly Silderoo sitting in 1st.
Tess Ledoux definitely got a 90s worthy run if she can put this all together. Big switch bio style 900 mute. Here's where she's struggled, needs good speed here in this right side cork 7, gets it down into the bottom. Will we see this big left side double cork 1080? Does she have it? Yes!
She hangs on and puts it down. She had a 49.33, was her best of the 2 thus far. Had her in 7th place. How far up the food chain is this going to move her? You talk about a pressure situation, needing to put one down in your 3rd and final attempt. She has done just that.
Wow, and definitely throwing caution to the wind with that big double down at the bottom. She over-rotated it in run number 1 this time around, slightly under-rotated, so she had a little bit of a mistake on the landing, but love this switch bio style 900. That one was a little more flat, meaning not super corked, not sideways in the air, as we've seen on her first 2. But here's where she struggled in run number 2 this time around. She puts it down, probably her cleanest right 7 of the day, and hard in. Everything happens off the takeoff on this left side double cork 1080. Gets her right foot down before her left foot. She almost under-rotated a little bit. That
landing was not the greatest. However, she did ski away from that. Watch that right foot.
Look at that right foot.
I mean, how did she do that?
I don't know. It's like a yoga position that she lands in, but stomps.
See her there staring at the video wall at the corral area, nervously awaiting that score. As you saw before, she was in 7th pre-run right there. So you need an 82 flat for 2nd place. Might be a 79, I'm mistaken. What is it going? Oh, an 85. That'll jump her ahead of Maggie Voisin. That put her in 2nd place. So now it's Silderoo, Ledoux, and Voisin. That bumps Elena Gaskell out of the top 3. Nicely done by Tess Ledoux there in that 3rd and final round. Boy, when she needed one, she made it happen. And again, going back to that last landing, great save, Tess. That was an interesting one to watch right there.
Indeed. So Sarah Hoffland opting not to take her 3rd run, probably a little shaken up by landing 2 feet from certain death.
Yeah, that was a gnarly slide out there. Johanna Keeley, your last competitor to ski here in the jumps portion before we send it over to the jibs or the rails section of the course. Here she goes, third and final attempt, last skier to go in this part of the competition. Currently sitting in 6th place with a 72 flat.
Nice right side 9, very clean. Similar so far to what we've seen. Will she upgrade any portion of this run? Hard to say, and negative eventually.
That landing has been the undoing of several of the skiers in this competition here. That second landing has just given some people some fits, and that trend continues here at the end of round number 3. But how about the performance by Kelly Silderoo out here today? And let's not forget about what we just saw out of Tesla do in that third and final round.
Yes, definitely very progressive piece of skiing. That big double cork 1080 down at the bottom, so clean. The switch, kind of misty style 9 that we saw on jump number 1. Those things contribute to a really solid 2nd place position. And of course, Maggie Voisin doing it on run number 2.
Yep.
Kind of tossing it away on run number 3 and 1. But into the rails, this is going to be very interesting because each of the women who are in the top 3 definitely have some serious rail skills.
Yeah, so we switch gears to the technical portion of things. So you definitely want to get the work in, be one of those top 3 spots, but now we're going to see a completely different variety of skiing. Taking another look up the mountain right there at this course, but this is how we stand when it's all said and done here in the jumps. Kelly Silderoo has been on fire all day long. 3 solid runs, but it was round number 2 in that 92 flat that gets her the top spot. Tesla do put it down in the pressure cooker situation at the end of round number 3, gets an 85 flat, and she sits in 2nd. And it was Maggie Voisin, as you said, in that 2nd run for her, 82.67 to put her in that number 3 position. You got Elena Gaskell in 4th, Sarah Hoffman, who did not take her 3rd and final run, in 5th. Johanna Keeley, your champ from last year, in 6th. Julia Tano in 7th, and Mathilde Grimau in 8th. The question is, will Mathilde come back and ride in the the jib section of things? She elected to not take her 2nd and 3rd run. Will we see her in the jib portion of things? We will have to wait and see, but that is how we stand for now. Let's take a look at some highlights here from what went down in the jump portion of things as the clouds part way and give way to bluebird skies out here in beautiful Breckenridge, Colorado.
And here's Maggie Voisin coming in hot. Big carves on the way in, as you can see, and opts for the right side 900, a trick which gave her some issues in run 1 and 3, but 2nd time around, crushing it, and then blasting that Rodeo 9 Japan down to the bottom of the landing. Beautifully executed, great amplitude, difficulty, it was all there.
It was Tesla do in that 3rd and final round. She was all the way down in 7th place, but comes out swinging in that 3rd round to put her up in 2nd place.
Love that switch, Misty 900, the right side 720 clean, locking that down, and then down at the bottom, double cork 10, getting the right ski down first, and the landing gear overall for that 85.
And it was Kelly Silderoo. Either one of her 3 scores would have been good enough to be top honors out here today, but it was round number 2 that got her into the 90s.
Absolute domination. 7 points ahead of the rest of the field. Beautiful switch 1080s down at the bottom, 1 to the left, 1 to the right, and the judges smiled affectionately at what she performed.
So that is your 3, 2, 1 here. Jump section is in the books. We still have the jibs left to go. Let's check in one more time with Tina Dixon.
Yeah, thanks guys, with Maggie Voisin, who currently is sitting in 3rd place with that 82.67. The jumps are done. What do you think of the score, and how do you build on that?
Yeah, no, I'm really, really excited to just put one run down. Definitely wanted to clean it up, but like I said, it felt good to put one down and be in that 3rd spot going into the rail section. And as long as I can, put down my run and keep it clean, hopefully it'll still keep me in that spot.
How do you like this format, having the 2 separate, having the jumps a separate, section, and then the jibs a separate section? It's different than what you normally do.
Oh, totally. I mean, I think, for free, it's called free skiing for a reason, and it's fun that we get to change it up. And, we do so many slope contests in a year, and to do something different and unique, it's really fun to see. Yeah.
So what can we expect moving on into the rails?
You know, I definitely have some tricky rails and combos that I'd like to throw together, and hopefully I can put it down. So.
Thanks so much. All right, so Maggie Voisin again, finishing up the jumps down here in 82.67. She currently is in third as she heads to the rails, guys.
Thank you very much, Tina, and congratulations to Maggie staying in the top 3 there when the jump section is all said and done. And as you heard her say, she's got some combos. We will see lots of technical things going on. There is a lovely look in right there, a little sneak preview to some of the things that you're going to see on that jib section right there. So the technical variety will be aplenty when we get into that portion of the competition. Your standouts before we say goodbye for this portion in this jump section.
Well, you know, you got to just talk about Kelly Silderoo. Every time she shows up to a competition, she is astoundingly progressive and exceptionally well-minded and comfortable in competition. So I would imagine when we get to that rail section, we're going to continue seeing some domination from her. But as Maggie Voisin said, she's got some tricky rails, some sweet combos. I'm looking forward to checking that out myself. And also, we might see a little bit of a shake-up going on out there. I'm looking forward to, honestly, seeing Julian Tano, Mathilde Grimaud. Hopefully she's okay after a wreck. And Tess Leduc. I know that she's got some extraordinary skills as well. So it's not over yet.
Far from over. Half of the competition is in the books. We've still got the jib section to go. It is still up for grabs. We've got Chris Cote jumping in the booth here in just a couple of minutes to take over for a little while. But stick around. When we come back, we'll have more from right here, Dew Tour Breckenridge 2018, and we will have the conclusion of women's ski slopestyle.
Big bar has to beat it. I need a hand with this camera. Official tool sponsor of Dew Tour.
Just cannot begin to understand. The path is off the map, uncharted and undone, where only the strong endure. The test is internal. The test is vital. The test is a quest for something new and meaningful. There's gold in them there hills, and it will take innovation and creativity to strike it. Believe the rush. Never give up. Grasp the glory. Trailblazing is the labor. Discovery is the prize.
Welcome, snow fans, to Breckenridge, Colorado. This is Dew Tour Live, and you are watching the 2018 Dew Tour. Ladies first this morning. We're halfway through women's slopestyle. We went from jumps and we're going to jibs. But before we get there, let's go to Dew Tour Live. I am your host for the entire weekend, Chris Cote, and I'm here with Paralympic former Team USA coach Travis McLean, and we're here to get you guys fired up for, I would say, one of the favorite events of the entire weekend. I'm talking about the adaptive slalom, and it's going to be ladies first again there today.
Yeah, adaptive bank slalom coming up. It's going to be awesome. We have some great athletes with disabilities out there. I mean, Amy Purdy is out here. She killed it last year, so pretty excited to see her coming up on the bank slalom. A great course this year. There's about 20 banks and a hip jump in there, a double. It's a really cool course, and the athletes are pretty excited. I was up there getting the vibe this morning, and people are stoked.
Well, we're loving the conditions we have. It's about 10 a.m. here in Breckenridge, Colorado. We're hovering around 6 degrees, so it's cold, but it's beautiful. And I know with the conditions we have, that means one thing. We are going to see some fast riding. Let's talk about some of these adaptive athletes we have here today. There's a couple different classes within the field. You have 2A, you have single A. Tell me about some of the adaptive athletes we're going to see racing today.
Yeah, that's right. We have like upper limb and lower limb are the two main categories they're divided into. And you'll see lower limb 2 and 1. Some people are missing both legs below the knee. Tyler Burdick and Amy Purdy are two to speak about that. And then we have upper limb guys that, you know, are missing an arm or a upper body disability. And they'll all be ripping as well, so it's going to be pretty cool.
Now, what I love, we just saw an overview of the course there. What I love about this course is there's nothing different that you'd see in this course than any other bank slalom course. And like I said, these riders are absolutely built for speed. Whatever disability and they've had to overcome and adapt to, you would never be able to notice the difference between any of the riders we see in this event to any bank slalom you'll see around the world.
No, you can hardly tell. If you didn't know that they were adaptive, you wouldn't even notice. They are ripping, hitting the jumps, railing those turns. I mean, they're going to be riding this course just like an able-bodied person would. It's unbelievable.
And it's pretty cool. Behind the scenes is what would be happening right now as we'd see actual, physical adjustments being made. Some of the technology that is at play here in the adaptive elements that we see throughout the day here and throughout this race are truly incredible. We're talking some of the most high-tech equipment being used to allow these riders to go this fast.
It's unbelievable. They're actually, some of these guys have shocks built into their feet, built into their legs. They have like functioning knees with suspension. And it's a pretty cool format here this year. 3 runs, best run counts. So you get 3 chances to throw down your fastest run. So that's going to give everybody, first run you kind of get up to speed and then you go for it for 2 after that.
The guinea pig run is always the fun one to watch. That's where we see, these riders being able to kind of check their speed, gauge the course. They have been able to practice all morning long. Of course, we've closed off the bank slalom to everybody except our adaptive athletes. So again, super excited to watch these riders go. This has been a tradition that we've seen here at Dew Tour for the past few years. Last year, we saw some incredible riding. The conditions were a little bit more challenging last year. So do you think this year we're going to see higher speeds and just a tighter top 3?
Yeah, the winter is firing in Colorado right now. Fresh snow out there on the hill today. It is cold. The course couldn't be in better shape. We have, I believe, 12 bank turns up there, a big hip jump, doubles at the bottom. I mean, people are going to be pushing it for sure.
Now, Travis, I know you're a big part of the Paralympics. Tell me about some of the standouts that you expect to see today, potentially your podium top 3.
Well, I would say on the women's side of things, Brenna Huckabee, you can never count her out. She's a Paralympian. And then, Amy Purdy. And there's Cecile Hernandez coming out of France. She's very fast. She's actually won gold at the Paralympics. So, and then on the upper body, Brittany Corey's always a ripper. And then we also have, Michelle Salt coming out of Canada. She's fast as well. So, and then on the men's side of things, we have some Keith Gable. He's multi-time Paralympic medalist. So John Leslie from Canada, Alex Massey coming out of Canada, Matti Surhamari out of Finland, one of the favorites at any event he enters.
So yeah, you basically just named off everybody there. Yeah. Everybody is in contention. One cool element we have on the men's side, we were talking about it earlier, we have multiple military veterans competing today.
That's right, Tyler Burdick, he was a member of the military, along with Owen Pick. He's coming out of Great Britain. He's in the Special Forces over there. And then we have Daniel Strasberg, along with, I believe there's one other guy. Dustin Fleming. How could I forget Dustin Fleming? He's always a pretty funny guy out there. He's a member of the military as well.
Yeah, an incredible field, both men's and women's. As you see right now, practice runs happening over on that banked slalom. So this, of course, is presented by Toyota. We want to thank Toyota for, really backing the adaptive athletes and helping put this event on. As you see right now, we're just kind of getting things set. When this event starts, it's going to be all out speed. So tell me about the boards that these riders are going to be on. Is there any difference between the boards that they're riding and what we'd see in a standard bank slalom?
These guys are on, a lot of them are on custom boards they've had built just specifically for racing bank slalom, super fast bases. Wax is going to be a factor today for sure, with a little bit of static, this cold weather and the snow. So I know the flying Hawaiian, Evan Strong, was up there, got a full kit from Swix. He was up there throwing some wax on early, so I think that'll be a factor for sure.
The factor, of course, coming from the pit crew for a lot of the riders today. We just mentioned it a little bit earlier, but I want to talk a little bit more about some of the prosthetics that have actually been custom designed specifically for racing. You mentioned you've seen shocks. You've mentioned you've seen different technologies come into play, and we're looking at really the highest end of technology going into the racing we'll see today.
Yeah, this guy, Mike Schultz, who competed here last year, actually, he lost his leg snowmobiling, and then he got back into snowboarding, got back into snowmobiling, and they weren't really nobody was making a prosthetic that spoke to him. So he went out, he had, a lot of experience dealing with suspension on snowmobiles, and he custom built a leg with an ankle, a functioning ankle with a Fox shock, and a functioning knee with a Fox shock. And a majority of these guys out here are using his the monster Mike Schultz knee.
Well, maybe during one of these runs we'll get a chance to go under the hood and check out some of this technology. And we're going to take a quick break here. This is Dew Tour Live. We're going to be back with more action. This is day one. We've only just begun. It was ladies first, but we'll have so much more action for you today. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more. We're live from Breckenridge, Colorado. You're watching Dew Tour. Stay tuned.
Yeah, because there was one last year. It was like a chicken Caesar wrap, but it was frozen. So it was terrible. So I'm like, yeah, we'll see. It's just a veggie sandwich. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, thank you. Yep. Little tater salad. Tater salad. Oh, the brownie. Sweet. Not bad. You gotta be careful eating brownies in this state, man. You never know what you're gonna get. Never know. Yeah, get your Instagram on, dude.
Welcome back to Breckenridge, Colorado. You're watching Dew Tour 2018. Chris Cote, and I'm here with former USA Paralympic snowboard team coach Travis McLean. We are excited, of course, to watch more women snowboarding. The jibs are coming up next, and it's been incredible. Before we talk a little bit more about adaptive, let's just talk about what we've seen this morning. Of course, conditions are epic. It was ladies first, and the slopestyle event with the broken up courses so far has been amazing.
1080s, 1440s, unbelievable. They were throwing
a lot of math
down.
Happening there.
Yeah, I mean, and they got the jumps done, and now we're going to see the jibs. What a cool format it is this year.
Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights we've already seen bright and early this morning from Breckenridge, Colorado. Well, we started with women's ski, and I think the women got the best of it. Maggie Boisson started off. She got third place. And just like you said, a lot of high numbers being thrown out by our announcers.
Yeah, throwing down there. I mean, unbelievable. Goes all the way around land. Switch. God. That's third place right there. And then in second place,
yeah, our judges definitely have their work cut out for them. Tesla do. And I'm seeing, we're seeing switch, of course, coming into play. But I feel like the word that I heard a lot this morning was just amplitude, big air. All the ladies this morning were going huge.
Launching. Tesla dude throwing down that big 900 there at the end. I believe maybe even a 1080. Wow. I can't even count. There's so many rotations.
Gilly Silderu getting the win so far this morning. She's 16 years old, so she is going to be going into the jib section in first place. And I mean, this is just speed, power, flow. You look at the epic style, trick selection coming into play. So already a huge start for our women as they, we opened the mountain. It was, of course, ladies first on the day for Dew Tour.
Back-to-back switch 1080s, both left and right there. Unbelievable. Kelly Silderu sitting in first place with a 92, 7 points ahead of Tess there, going into the jibs.
And I'm loving what I'm seeing here with the international field. And, of course, that is going to be a trend that's going to continue into adaptive slopestyle. We have mentioned, you know, we got snowboarders coming in from, of course, Colorado. You got Amy Purdy from Silverthorne, the local legend. But let's talk about this international field we have coming through. Some big names competing today.
That's right. Canada has a strong field. Alex Massey coming down from Canada. John Leslie out of Canada, along with Michelle Salt coming out of Alberta, Canada. Pretty excited to see her out there. And Sandrine Hamill coming from Quebec, Canada. So that'll be exciting. Matti Surhamari coming all the way from Finland. And he is always a favorite at any event that he enters. So it's going to be strong. And then a full Great Britain team is out here. Owen Pick. And I believe that James Barnes-Miller.
Great Britain always seems to come correct when it comes to these slopestyle events.
They're solid for sure. I mean, bank slalom, they're going to be ripping. It's going to be awesome. So full international field here. Finland, France. Cecile Hernandez-Sevion coming out of France. She's always a favorite when she enters these events, so we'll see. It's pretty sweet.
Well, it's pretty cool, too, because, of course, on the snowboarding and skiing side, for the rest of Dew Tour, this is a non-Olympic year. Last year, this was an Olympic qualifier, so there was kind of a different level of, you know, seriousness and focus happening. Of course, this year, the focus is on creativity. We have modified all of these courses, but for our courses right now, for the adaptive snowboard races, I mean, this is going to be straight up bank slalom racing at its finest. You know the level here. They're laughing, they're having fun at the top of the course, but when these things start to fire off, I noticed a different kind of serious game face happening when these riders go.
Dew Tour medals are on hand, so they're putting a little bit of pressure on themselves for sure. I mean, 12 bank turns, big double at the top, hip jump. This is going to be an awesome course.
Well, of course, the adaptive slopestyle, the adaptive bank slalom racing will be coming up very soon. But before we get there, we're going back to the women. We got Jimmy Colin and Luke Van Valen going to fill these seats right here. We'll be back with more from Dew Tour Live throughout today and throughout the entire weekend. And, of course, we'll be back more with Travis with the adaptive bank slalom. That's coming up after you see women's jib. We'll be right back. More action to come. Dew Tour all day from Breckenridge, California. Stay tuned.
So we're down here, Main Street in Breck. We have a rail jam going on, and what this really does is screws up the flow of traffic. Geez, I think I moved to Breck in '93. I mean, Breck is second home. Hi! Hello, thank you. I still have fans, isn't that cool? I spent a long time here in Breckenridge.
You peaked here.
I peaked in Breck. There's Clint's. Every single day. Breck staple. Breck's always had the best early season pipe, best grooming for half pipe, best park, so it's like, it's just really convenient. The airport's only like 2 hours away now. This happens to be one of the best ski areas on the planet if you want to compete in snowboarding.
It's a big enough town where they can host events like this and award shows. I mean, you're winning an award tonight, right?
I am winning, yeah, Trans World Legend Award.
Boom!
I just think it's really cool that I'm getting it here. I think it's pretty rad.
As you should. This is your hometown. I mean, you were kind of at the peak of your career here. You were known as the champ. That's what they all called him back in the day.
Glory days.
Glory days.
Glory days.
Back of lens. Okay, I'm fine. Copy, so. I'm fighting the rail on here on the tilt down.
All right, we are back here on day 1 of 4, Dew Tour Breckenridge 2018. The clouds have parted ways with us. It is bluebird skies out here on the mountain at Breckenridge Ski Resort here in beautiful Colorado. Some snowfall in the area last night. The last flurries tapered off this morning as we got competition underway. You can see the remnants of a few clouds right there. We have already had one half of our women's ski slopestyle competition go down here this morning. We have taken care of the jump portion of things. You're looking at a shot right now of the technical side of this competition. It is the jibs, or the rail section of things. We have 7 women in the field out here today. We started off with 8, but Mathilde Grimau is out now due to injury after suffering a crash in round number 1 of the jump section. So we're down to our final 7. This is where we stand after the jump section. It was Kelly Sildaru from Estonia who was extremely dominant. She had 3 great runs. All 3 of her scores in the jump portion would have been good enough to hold up for that top spot, but it was a 92 in round number 2 that got her in that top position. Tess Ledoux coming up in round number 3 to get that number 2 position, and it was Maggie Boyson in round number 2 that got her in that number 3 position. But here the women are each going to get 3 runs as well. That's how we do it here. If you didn't join us for the jump section, it's 3 runs. The best possible single run score you can get is a 100. We take your best jib section score and then combine that with your best jump section score, and hopefully that is what's going to put you on the podium out here for women's ski slopestyle Dew Tour Breckenridge. Jimmy Coleman here in the booth alongside Luke Van Valen. We've got Tina Dixon out there in the field. Start list once again, Mathilde Grimau, who you see there at the start. She will not be in this competition. We will start with Julia Tano. Again, Mathilde went down in round number 1 of the jump section. She elected to remove herself from competition, Luke, so we will get you an update on her if we get it in this competition. Either way, send those positive vibes and well wishes Mathilde's way. Julia Tano is going to start this party. So let's talk a little bit about the features. What's available for the women in the field here to use on this jib course, Luke?
Well, there is a very wide variety of items. The great thing about this course is that there's an opportunity to hit almost a different trick. A different feature each time you make your way down. So setting yourself apart from the opponents that you have in the field is something that's fairly easy to do in a situation like this just by taking a slightly different line.
So we will see the technical prowess come out in this side of things. Typical slopestyle competitions we've done in the past. In the Dew Tour, you've got the jumps interspersed with the rails. Typically, you start off with the rail section at the top, then a jump or two, another section of rails, and then your remaining set of jumps here. We've separated those 2 things. We've already done the jumps. Those are in the books. This is where the competitors can completely focus and shine on the technicality features of the different rails and jib features on the course. That is Julia Tano out of Switzerland, getting ready to get the green light to start this competition here. Again, this is our first out of 4 days of competition here on the mountain. We've got men and women ski slope style. We've got men and women ski modified super pipe, as well as those same competitions going on in the men and women's field for snowboarding. We've got adaptive snowboarding going on out here. That's actually later on today. We've got the ski team challenge coming up later on this afternoon. Here we go. We are underway in the jibs. This is Julia Tano getting the jib section party started.
And right foot forward slide, front 4 out. Clean stuff. Hops on, tips over 270. And Tano, I just had a chance to speak with her. She said that she had an injury and her rip through the jumps in this competition was only her 4th day on jumps of the year. So
of the year?
Yeah, so
okay.
4th day on jumps, she threw it down. I was asking her why she didn't bring the double flip, and she said, well, I haven't had a chance to really warm that up. So we'll see more from her throughout the season, but a good, very clean run through that rail section.
Well, speed was also looking to be a factor there once we got started in the jump portion of things. So we go back to the top and look at Julia's first outing here. Again, 3 attempts. Got a little loose coming off of that feature, but regrouped nicely for the rest of the run.
Yeah, frontside 450 off right there. Then she goes into the backside 270. Both right foot forward slides. Here she's going to gap a lip slide all the way to the down portion. Big disaster on is what it's called when you skip the former portion right to the ladder. Nice back 450 out down below. Very clean landing right there for Tano.
Managed to maintain most of the speed through that line as well. Again, best possible score you can get on a run is 100 points. 68 flat for Julia there to start the party. Well, there you go. Nicely done. Again, 3 attempts, better of your 3 that count. Elena Gaskell, 17 years young, due up next. Elena was in the top 3 in the jumps portion of things, and then she got bumped out. And I believe she ended up settling for 5th, if I'm not mistaken, in the jump portion of things.
And hops up onto that elbow rail. Comes off a little bit early, probably unable to perform the trick she was looking to do. Back 270 out, back seat. So some mistakes already have plagued the former portion of this. Backslides the gap to down. And big 450 out, but goes down. You know, I don't think that's a bad thing. That whole run just sort of was plagued with misfortune from the top.
She came in backseat off the top right there, and she was she just squatted down to try to maintain or build up the speed, I should say, to come into the remaining features right there. This one's going to be a scrap run for her. Again, 3 runs. It's the better of your 3 that counts. Combine this best score here in the jib portion of things with your best jump score. So her combined 2. So right out of the top here, was it the landing coming off of this first feature?
Yeah, so this is the second feature, actually. There's that back 270 out. She just tries to swing it around, but she catches the rail. She kind of split the rail at the last second, so skis got hung up, couldn't swing them around, and that began the detriment.
All right, here's Maggie Voisin, finished 3rd place in the jump portion of things. She was talking to Tina Dixon as we went off to commercial break there at the end of jumps, and she says, hey, I got some combo moves. I got some things I'm going to get done here in the jib portion.
Switch 270 to forward on that elbow rail. Cleans it all the way. Remember, these athletes really need to clean these rails all the way to the very end. Good looking 270 on. Super clean, big tricks, kind of butters the 3 up and over the knoll onto disastering onto the bottom section of that lower elbow. And back swap 270 out, continuing 2 down at the bottom. Very clean, very solid with some technically savvy maneuvers taking place, particularly in the prefix of the rail, meaning jumping onto the rail. We saw a switch 270, a left side regular 270, and then suspends off of the rails, the swap to 270 down at the bottom. Really an overall super solid run. Here's the switch 2 on, comes in backwards, spins 270 degrees, stops her rotation and pops out forward right there. Great control on the rails. Comes up street style, hops on left side 270 to forward. And here's another look at that flat down, kind of a slight elbow there on that rail, as you can see down at the bottom. That's an elbow also on that side. So that rail kind of starts one direction and then it sort of torques to the side at the kink. Very well done. She disasters at the bottom there.
Watch her at the end.
Just little back swap right
all
there.
All the way across that. I guess you call it a rainbow rail for all intents and purposes right there. It's got the arc to it right there. Nicely done there by Maggie Voisin. Remember, she comes in, she was a 3rd place finisher in the jumps portion. 81.66 for her. You combine those 2 things together, she's got a 163.64. Again, your best possible combined score you can get is 200. That'll put her in the top spot for now. You'll see the lead jumping around quite a bit here, because once you get 2 scores total together like that, we'll see that jump around. Once we get into round 2, that'll really start to tell the tale of how this competition is going to unfold. This is Kelly Silderoo coming out of the jump portion with pure dominance. What can she do in the rails, Luke?
Oh, front swap, pretzel 450 out. Very well done. Super difficult trick right there. It's already some of the most technically savvy maneuvers we've seen. K-Fed at the bottom. That is a front switch up to back 270 out. Here she is onto the elbow, slides the whole thing. Front 270 out at the bottom, now down at the bottom, coming in, switch to pretzel 450. Wow. Are you kidding me? Silderoo continues to showcase her dominance and make it look so easy.
And again, getting it done early on. She came out and made a statement in the first round of the jump portion of things and seems to be picking up where she left off in that part of the competition as we take a look from the top at the Stanley section of the course.
Oh my gosh, so she performs a front switch up right there and then swings a front side 450 out. So has to stop her rotation repeatedly. Right there, front swap, continuing 270, also known as a K-Fed. And here's the switch, 270 on down at the bottom, stopping her rotation, pretzeling 450 out, and a beautiful landing. Nothing seemed rushed, nothing seemed too uncomfortable for her. Everything about that was technically very strong, but at the same time also very difficult.
That's kind of been her MO on the morning. So a 181 total for her. That'll put her back in that top position. And look at the grouping, or look at the difference in scoring, I should say, between her, the distance she's got between her and second place right there. She gets an 89 to start off the jibs for run 1. So again, with 3 attempts, the better of your 3 attempts counting, she's already put herself in a great position here just in this opening round. Sarah Hoffman here out of Switzerland, 27 years old. Sarah did not take her 3rd and final run in the jump section, so maybe not feeling it, waiting to save it to try to shine here in the jibs portion.
Yeah, I talked to her just a moment ago and asked her about that. She said she hit her chin on her knee when she landed that big switch double. And she wasn't sure if maybe she had a mild concussion, so she's sort of taking it easy and just taking it as it comes. And she said, you know, I'm not sure if it's just adrenaline or if I'm totally fine right now. What was it? There's David. Nice front swap right there. Not the cleanest run that we've seen from Huffland, but she certainly has 2 more opportunities to get back up there and lay it down.
Got some ground to make up for sure based off of what happened to her in the jump portion of things. The good news is, glad to hear, Sarah, that you're back up and in the mix here for the jib portion of things.
She comes in with switch 270. Comes off a little bit early on that first rail to the left. Hops on here, looking for that back 270 out. Holds on to it very nicely. Here's the disaster to left foot forward, touches down just at the tail end of the rail.
See, she gapped out pretty far on that thing. I mean, she was traveling some real estate on that. So that 50, you know what? I mean, that's not a great score, but you combine that with her jump score, and it's got her in 4th as of right now. If she cleans that up, she's podium contention for sure. So not terrible down, but definitely not out. 2 more skiers left to go in round 1. This is round 1 out of 3 here. The final portion of women's ski slopestyle. Tess Ledoux, what a run she had in the 3rd and final round of jumps. It propelled her all the way from 7th into 2nd place. What kind of work is she going to put down here in the opening run of the jib portion?
And front swap, back 270 out. Sweet looking K-Fed up onto the wall ride.
The first time we've seen that feature used here in this part of the competition.
And handling it so well. It takes more speed, certainly more determination to hop into something like that. Takes a very nice approach to the donkey on that skier's left side. And front 270 from the switch on position. Well done.
So right Tess Ledoux peppering in some newness here, trying to add some extra toppings, if you will, to that jump score. That's got her in the number 2, had her in the number 2 position after jumps, I should say. We're changing the game here now that we're adding scores.
And it's well said. I mean, utilizing a wall ride when it's an option that other people aren't hitting is typically huge. I mean, we've seen it in the past, even here at Dew Tour. Gus Kenworthy utilizing the wall ride during a slopestyle competition just 2 years ago brought him the win. I mean, he just basically took advantage of something that's considerably more difficult than what a lot of other people are doing and made it look good. And he got huge points for that. Judges love to see that expansion of the course options being utilized by an athlete.
And that's the thing. You don't want to just hit that thing, just tap on it. You got to make it look good. You got to sell that thing. You can't look. It's risk reward. If you get on it, you look sketchy and it looks like you're just barely hanging on, that's going to hurt. But she handled that thing like a boss.
She really did. Switch on, front 2 off at the end. She did get the whole rail with the tails of her skis, but not the cleanest slide. So she'll suffer some deductions from the judges' perspective.
Well, she got her work done there in the final part of the jump section. It got her an 85, which was good enough to get her into 2nd place at the end of the jump. So she's going to get a 78. So Tess Ledoux, you are in 3rd place here in round number 1 with 1 skier left to go. Then we'll get into rounds 2 and 3. This is Norwegian skier Johanna Keeley. Johanna, you're a 2017 Breckenridge Dew Tour slope champ. Had a little bit of adversity to deal with there in the jumps portion of things. Can she bounce back here on the jibs course?
Switch right side 270 out, really clean on the flat down. classic lip slide front swap. Very clean. Nose butters a 3 up and over. 2 features remain. Keeley.
Digging the follow cam shots that we retreated to right there.
Indeed. Getting a little tail slide on that elbow rail. Clean stuff. Back 4 out at the bottom. Very clean run for Johanna Keeley, which is in many ways her stock in trade, cleanliness. Throughout her jump runs, we saw very clean 900s. Nothing that was necessarily blowing our mind in terms of difficulty or progressiveness, but just a really, really solid run. Right here, I like this switch 270 on, continuing 270 out, super clean. Very mellow, laid back, a difficult trick. She makes it look easy. And there's just a decent little front swap to forward. Clean, here's the elbow rail. Gets out on the tails just a little bit right there, but regains her footing very nicely. So a touch of a tail slide.
So an 85 flat for her. So you combine that with her best jump score of a 72. That'll now put her in that number 4 position. So she is on the outside looking in right now just by a little bit. So put her into podium contention as of right now. So that is round 1 in the books here. It is Kelly Silderud picking up where she left off in that top position. And look at the separation between her and second place, between Maggie Voisin. However, we've still got 2 more rounds to go. This competition is still up for grabs. We'll have round 2 in women's ski slopestyle when we come back to Breckenridge. Welcome back to Dew Tour 2018, a gorgeous Thursday afternoon on the mountain. You are looking up from the bottom of the slopestyle course. You can see little snippets of the modified super pipe, which we'll get into a little bit later on in the team competition today. But where we're at right now, what's up for grabs is the title of Women's Ski Slopestyle Champion. Here to kick off our first of many competitions this weekend. This is round 2 out of 3 set to start here as we get the green light to welcome back in Julia Tano on course. And oh, Julia going down right off the first set of features right there on the Stanley set. So that is going to be a toss-away run for her, Luke.
Yeah, swinging that front 450 out, really whipping it around, maybe a little bit too hard. One thing that is difficult to tell about rails is just how slippery they are. There's really no gripping of any kind. When they're swinging a big spin like that off of a rail, that whole thing has to be controlled from the beginning of the rail, and by basically utilizing your edges and causing the rail to want to slip you in a particular direction, you time that slipping correctly so that you sort of throw yourself off of the rail in a particular way. The fact that she's able to muster the 450 right here is pretty challenging to do, and you can see she just gets her tips a little ahead of her body trying to get those skis downhill and goes down.
Got a little crossed up, washes out, actually had 2 washouts in that run. However, you saw by that graphic, currently in 5th place. Again, we have done the jump section of this competition. We are in the jibs, otherwise known as the rails portion of things. We take your best jump score, combine it with your best rail score. Coming in hot right now, this is Elena Gaskell out of British Columbia, Canada.
Elena hailing from Vernon, a hotbed of professional free skiers for many years, and
she took a
slam.
knock right there on the shoulder and did the old whiplash to the snow, but you can see her getting ready to pop back up right there. So good to see her spring right back up after that one, but it was a serious little slingshot move that she took to propel her to the snow there. So that one's going to be a toss out for Elena as well. So we start off round 2 with some problems here. They get 3 attempts. It's the better of your 3 attempts that count. And as I said at the top of this run, take your best jump, your best jib score, total them together.
Left foot forward right there. Looks for that backside 270, and she lands on the outside edge of her right ski, and it tracks down the hill diagonally and just slams her on the ground.
Yeah, she's going to have to shake that one off and come back in round number 3 there. Our story thus far, it's Kelly Silderud, who was dominant in the jump portion of things, still in the number 1 position, but Maggie Voisin currently sitting in a number 2 position, coming in switch here at the top to start.
Oh, shoot, coming off a little bit early. That's going to be a touch of a problem. 270 to switch right there, stopping her momentum, adding some difficulty. Tail butter 180 up and over that mound. And Hobbs, disaster to left foot forward right there, down into the bottom. This probably going to be a throwaway run.
You think that first run score is going to be the one that's going to hold up for her? Needs to be clean. It needs to be crisp again. As we were talking about the jump portion thing, judges are really looking at everything, and they will deduct you for hang-ups.
Yeah, but some indications of what's to come. I mean, she goes for the switch 270 here. She comes off early. That's an issue. And down toward the bottom, she swings the 270 to switch, which kind of, in my opinion, is a whisper of something that's to come. If she can incorporate that trick, which she didn't have in her first run, into her third, she might be able to improve upon that first run score. Right here, nice little back swap, super clean, 270 out, very, very mellow and well executed.
Well, you saw there, she got a 69 that go around, so she was into the 80s in round 1. So that one, as you said, is going to be a throwaway run from now. This young lady has been in the driver's seat throughout this entire competition. On everyone's mind, can anyone catch up to her? She's just been skiing so confidently. Everything has just looked smooth and just very calculated and just borderline perfection for her. Kelly Silderud.
Gosh. Again, that front swap pretzel 450, incredible. Into the K-Fed, just glorious. She's so consistent in addition to being so good. I had a second to speak with her briefly earlier, and all she had time to say was she absolutely loves the rail section, and that's certainly showing right now.
It showed in the jumps for sure. She was obviously feeling no pain on the jumps either. You can see she had an 89 flat, her first score out in the jib portion of things. She sits comfortably in the driver's seat as of right now, as she had some separation point-wise between second place, which is Maggie Voisin as of now. Can this score improve from that 89 we saw in round number 1?
Yes.
We will have to see as we take a look at some replays.
I think the answer to that is a 100% yes. And
I like it. Walk that plank.
I'll also say that this is the best single women's jib run that I've ever seen in my whole life, ever, in free skiing on the women's side.
Oh, a 93.67.
There it was.
That is better than her best jump section score, which was a 92 flat. So, again, into the 90s. I'm going to say it again, picking up where she left off in the jump portion of things and just cementing that spot. Remember, the best combined score you can get is 200. She's knocking on the door of that right now with a 185.67. And look at the differential between her and Maggie Voisin right now. It drops all the way down to 164 and some change for second place. Kelly Silderud is on fire out here today.
Unreal.
Sarah Hoffland coming your way next out of Switzerland. Bib number 321, again, did not take her third and final run in the jump portion of things. She, too, going to come in switch here into this first set of features.
Switch 270 on, cleans the rail down to the very end, comes off the side just a little bit, but don't think she'll see any deductions for that. She cleaned the entire rail, cleaned back 270 out. So far, so good. Not quite the technical prowess we witnessed from Silderud, but still a great run going. Switch on. And
came
just
off a little too early.
Yep, absolutely.
You could see she was starting to hang on a little bit towards the latter third of that rail right there. Kind of squats a little bit, came off of that rail much earlier than she intended to. She had a 50 the last go around. I think that'll be kind of in the same ballpark score-wise, maybe a little bit better.
So the Olympic gold medalist in slopestyle will have to look to that third and final run to see if she can take it to the next level. Just a little too much speed, dare I say, on that final feature. She certainly can improve.
Well, she's still got another shot at it right there. And yeah, slight improvement, 56. It's got her in 6th right now, so she's got some work to do if she's going to try to crack into podium contention. So you take a look back up to the top. Another competitor from France here, Tess Ledoux from Le Plan, France, 17 years young. Just one spot outside of podium contention as of right now, sitting in 4th place. She had a 78 that opening round. Onto the wall ride.
Good. Little switch 180 up and over that knoll. The K-Fed up top. Onto the donkey. It gets kicked off. Trying to land switch, but just a bit too far in the back seat on that switch landing, and so she rolls out.
That is a tough break for her on round number 2. She'll still have a 3rd and final attempt at it. However, just to tell you a little story, she was in that pressure situation in jumps. She persevered.
Yep.
Don't count her out.
No,
She's proven she can do it once. Can she do it again? We'll find out in a matter of minutes.
The evidence is there, though.
Exactly. Yeah. She's, it said 3rd right there, current rank. It said 4th earlier on that graphic. So watch this, onto the wall ride yet again here.
Oh, yeah. And just way up onto the top. I mean, she's just enjoying the very tippy top of that. Hand drags a little bit, comes off switch. So clean. Gotta love that. And down here, watch, she has to suck up this donkey kink down on the bottom. Boom, just almost has it, but a tiny bit in the switchback seat, and she dumps it over the bars there.
That right ski got a little wonky right there, and it just kicked her down to the snow. So it's Silderu, Voice, and Ledoux. Tess is in 3rd place, so she's in podium contention as of right now. We have one more skier to go here in round number 2. It's Johanna Keeley. She's just on the outside of that top 3 looking in, if I'm not mistaken. Don't forget, we still have a 3rd and final round yet to go here, but it is still very much up for grabs, even though Kelly Silderu is currently in that driver's seat with a very comfortable lead. What can Johanna Keeley get done here in round number 2?
Switch 270 on, comes off without the 270 we saw formerly. And the K-Fed comes to a landing that is less than ideal.
That's what we got last time.
Coming in from wide on that elbow rail, nice tail slide in that middle section. Holds onto it. Some difficult tricks, fairly clean throughout. Back two's out, but a mistake up top. I don't know that she's going to improve upon her score from run number 1 with that, just based on the fact that she didn't get the 270 off of the rail after that switch to up top.
Well, and you're looking at that graphic, and it says she's currently in 2nd with an 85. That just means 2nd in this portion of the event, not 2nd overall as of right now. It's 2nd place on the jib portion.
Yeah, back seat right there.
That was a heck of a save, though, man.
Yeah, no question.
I mean, to be able to maintain the rest of that run, that was impressive. Hats off to you, Johanna.
Very strong skier, no question about it.
Yeah, so when that, again, that graphic said she was in 2nd, it's 4th overall. She's just outside the podium. It was the 2nd place in the jib portion. I think she has the 2nd highest jib portion score with that 85 that she got in round 1. But we have one more round to go, and the story is, can anyone catch up to Kelly Silderu? She was dominant in jumps. She's maintained that dominance here in the jibs. She's followed by Maggie Voisin and Tess Ledoux, but will anyone be able to catch her, Luke?
That is a question that I feel like answering in the negative. I just don't know that anyone can do a run that great. I mean, that was unbelievable.
We will have to wait and see. 2 runs in the books. One more round to go. We'll have the conclusion of women's ski slopestyle when we return. It is time now for the conclusion of women's ski slopestyle. One more round of runs to go. We are down to 6 of our 8 athletes in the field. Mathilde Grimau is not going to ski. She was injured in the jumps portion. We have just been told that Kelly Silderu, your current leader, is comfortable. She's okay where she stands, so she's not going to take that third run. She's in the lead with a total score of 185.67. You've got Maggie Boyson, followed by Tess Ledoux in 2 and 3. However, can anyone outside of that top 3 possibly challenge, jump up, and shake up our podium standings here in round number 3? Jimmy Coleman here sitting alongside Luke Van Valen. It is still up for grabs for podium spots here, but we've asked this question a couple times. Can Kelly Silderu, can anyone catch up to her today?
I mean, I want to say yes. I really, really do.
You want to say it, but what we've seen today, I don't know that it's going to happen.
I'm just so... It's breathtaking what she's been able to throw down. It really is. I mean, just consistently, back-to-back 1080s, one to the right, one to the left, and then things like this. She does the front swap, pretzel 450, and then she hops to a nice little K-fed. Everything just delightfully executed. Oh, I'll do switch 2-step, pretzel 450 off down at the bottom. I mean, the technical aspect, the execution, the comfort, the joy that we get to experience just by beholding that, it's difficult to beat. I hope that someone brings some heat that like we've never seen.
I like that cryptic Christmas song reference you got in there with comfort and joy thrown in there.
Do you like that?
It was very festive.
Thank you
for that one there.
It's nearly Christmas.
All right. All right. So the young lady from Estonia has said, I am comfortable. I'm resting on my laurels. I don't need to take that third run. So we're down to just 6. So we still have a battle going on for 2nd and 3rd place. We've got a couple that are outside the top 3. 4th and 5th position could possibly challenge and jump up. It all comes down to this last run. And here we go with Julia Tano out of Switzerland.
Oh, nice front 4 out. Very clean.
You see on that graphic, she sits 5th in the jib score overall. She had a 68.67. Gonna take your best jib score, combine it with your best jump score. Hopefully that'll get you into the top 3 right there. Coming into the final set of features here for Julia.
And very nice. Super clean overall. Love the way that Julia makes it happen. 450 on down at the bottom, just out of that lip slide disaster on the elbow rail. In the 3rd section, clean, no tricks onto the rails. Now, most of our leaders at this point are performing 270s onto the rails, and that's a big difficulty factor. That's a big thing the judges love to see. So Julia, very clean, very smooth throughout. She's coming off an injury and has locked in a tremendously solid weekend.
Yeah, decent performance from her out here this weekend, both in the jumps as well as the jibs. Talking it over there in the bottom of the corral area and athlete staging. Starting it up top here in the Stanley section.
Whipping around the 450, a little heavy on the right leg, but carries that out very well. Back 2-7 out, clean, fairly simple trick overall for her. Just hops on, looking to put everything to her feet, similar to what we saw in the jump section. She has some bigger tricks, but she decidedly did not bring all of those to the table here in this competition. As we mentioned, 4th day on jumps, so not a tremendous amount of rail action been happening for her throughout the last year with the injuries she has suffered. So great to see her back on the snow.
Well, here in rails, that was the better of her 3. That was a 73.33. When you total that with her best jump score, that was only good enough for 5th place, so she'll have to settle for that as of right now. Coming in hot right now, bib number 319. This is Elena Gaskell from Canada.
And Elena's still looking to put it all together. Switch lip slide on that first piece. So far, so good down in the last 2 sections. Going to need to see some big tricks down here if she wants to compete with the rest. Backsliding off the disaster there and down into the bottom section. 450s.
Hangs on. Wow.
Gets that to her skis. Nicely done.
Okay.
Up top, not necessarily a complete run. We've seen in the first 2 runs kind of an idea of the ideal line that she's trying to put together, and there were some things there where she wasn't able to do what it would have seemed was what she really wanted. So not a lot of the big technical aspects, but this is a nice 450 out right here. Swinging this thing around, tails downhill, and gets it to her feet.
Take another look at it here from the heads-on angle right here, gapping out over that Mountain Dew barrel. This was the last hit at the end of the run there, coming in with a good clip of speed. See what this does in the overall score game for her. It is going to be her better of the three as well. She had a 79 in jump, so that is going to put her in that 6th place position for the afternoon here in women's ski slopestyle. Coming up next, we've got young ladies currently sitting in 2nd place. We're down to our final 4 skiers, by the way. Maggie Voisin finished out in 3rd overall in jumps. She's sitting in 2nd place overall on the standings as of right now.
Does she have this 270 to switch? This time decidedly going 270 to 4th, similar to what we saw in the first run, down into the bottom. Disaster lip slide on the elbow.
She gets hung up again. So runs 2 and 3, not going to do it for her in the jib section. She had an 81.67. That was the 3rd best jib score overall. Remember, she's sitting in 2nd place total on the standings. She finished 3rd overall in the jump portion of things. That's unfortunate right there on that 3rd run.
Don't want to catch. Turn it off.
Apparently we're being told that Kelly Silderoo is being looked at by medical up there at the top of the course. So not choosing to just rest on that score or withdraw. She's apparently a medical issue that she's being tended to with right now. What a tough break there for Maggie Voisin at the end of that. We know she had more. She talked to Tina Dixon about it at the end of the jump portion of things and said, hey, I've got some combos, I've got some things I want to get done. She got some of that done in round number 1. It's got her 2nd place on the standings overall. She is looking at a podium position as of right now. So we're being told that Kelly Silderoo just has a bruise, nothing major. So I'm guessing she's still going to be out for this 3rd and final run. Hey, you know, at this point, you're in the top spot.
You're good.
Why risk it? So good news is just a bruise. So that is the update that we have for her. So here we go. That's bib number 321. That is Sarah Hoffman. One of our final 3 skiers. We've got Sarah Hoffman, Tess Ledoux, and then Johanna Keeley left to ski here. 3 riders left to shake up the standings in women's ski slopestyle.
Hoffman gets the switch 270. Cleans the rail. Now on back to out. She hops on street style to that 2nd feature. 2 remain. Big Disaster looking for the 270 out. Comes up a little bit short on her rotation there. Switch on. 270 out all the way down at the bottom on the rainbow box. Clean stuff except the landing on that 3rd feature for Hoffman. That combines. What do you think?
She had a 50 to start, then she had a 56. So it was a little better towards the bottom, but again, she had some hang-up issues at the top of the course.
Yeah, I think that's low 60s, high 50s.
It's going to improve, I think, but I don't think it's going to be a lot.
Yeah, so she was clean right here. I like this back 270 out. Rips that thing around, super solid stomp. And then she disasters up on, looks to turn the skis right there. Gets it, yeah, I would give that to her. She kind of got the 270 around, was just a tiny bit short. Didn't land totally sideways. Switch on, super clean slide. 270 out, almost grind style. I mean, she really had that front ski base up. Super clean stuff right there down at the bottom for Hoffman.
Well, we're about to find out a 50, a 56, and yeah, you called it. Not much of an improvement, a 60.67. An improvement nonetheless, however, as we are down to our final 2. Tess Ledoux from France had a monster 3rd and final run in jumps. The pressure was on. She had 2 slip-ups, 2 throwaways, if you will. She got it done in that 3rd and final run. She needs that to happen again here in the jib section. Can she do it again, Luke?
She really needs to if she wants a prayer of overcoming Maggie Voisin's score. Nice K-Fed up top, starts well up onto the wall ride. Great landing and improvement right now. If she can keep this momentum going, I think we're going to see something big. Coming into this donkey section, struggled there in run number 2.
She's over the hump here in round number 3. 1 feature left to go.
Oh,
and she's done it.
On 4 out. Super solid right there for Tess Ledoux de France. Très bien.
That is 2 times she's been down and out, and she has risen to the occasion and made it happen on that 3rd and final run. Now, it said on that score 4th. It was 4th in the jibs. She is in 3rd overall. Is this going to be enough enough? We're going to find out. Can she overtake Maggie Voisin?
Maggie Voisin, I mean, Maggie had some really solid tricks right there. She had some
look at the grouping
onto the rails. Man,
look at the grouping.
Got to be close here.
It's a little over a point and a quarter.
I think we could see
there is some tight grouping right there. Johanna Keeley, by the way, in fourth, who gets to ski last on the outside looking in. This is far from over as far as podium spots are concerned as we take another look.
Things got hot up top. Here's that front swap continuing to the K-Fed, super clean. No issues with landings whatsoever. She was smooth throughout. She also stepped up to the wall ride, which we've been talking about. So important to utilize those features nobody else is touching, and she does so well flying off that stomping switch.
See how far up on top she was on that, and very comfortable, very much in control on that wall ride feature.
Yeah, right here's the only thing. I mean, that's a difficult rail because you've got that donkey kick
that little
down
kick
at the end. Right, so, but no trick there. I mean, she didn't spin on or off that rail, no switch S, but switch on, 4 out, down at the bottom, super clean right there. She left maybe a little bit of change on the table, but what do we got?
80.67, she's going to overtake Maggie. What that's done, she has now assured herself a spot on the podium. In second place, she can do no worse than third right now. We have one skier left to go. She's on the outside of the top 3 looking in. She sits in fourth place. It happens to be your returning champion from last year. It's the female from Norway. It is Johanna Keeley here. Can she get it done? Maggie Voisin and Tesla do have now flip-flopped. Maggie sits in third. She's on the bubble with one skier remaining. It's the last person in the lineup that can shake up our standings. Oh, man, what a big finish there for Tesla do in both sides of this competition. She did it in the last round of jumps. She just did it again. I mean,
you called that. Hey. She's a third round. She's a 9th inning batter. You know what I mean? She's the gal who comes in at the tail end and really brings it home.
It comes down to this last run as Johanna Keeley, your defending 2017 champ, gonna crack into that top 3.
Off a touch early on that switch 270 on. There's the K-Fed clean, but once again, kind of not getting the entirety of the medal. Onto the elbow. Rocks a little bit onto her tails, not as much as we saw, and I just don't know that we're going to see an improvement here, Jimmy.
I agree with you. I thought it was a little rough there in that second to last feature, and I think she needed more, and I think Maggie Voisin is going to be safe and is going to finish out on the podium here. What a finish for Tesla. I mean, I'm going to go back to them and say it again. She's done it twice. Pressure cooker. She came out and just said, pressure be darned. I'm going to do this, not once, but twice.
Yeah, she just comes in hot. She likes that pressure. She dances in the sunlight of intensity, perhaps, like we could say. But, I mean, certainly the day has belonged to Kelly Silderu. I would certainly not back up from the reality of the fact that that was the best women's jib run I have ever seen in my entire life.
All right, so we take another look at it right here for your defending champ.
Oh, that's Keeley. She came off a little bit early. That's a replay of the run we just saw from last year's champion. Boom. There's the K-Fed right there. It was okay. I mean, it was clean, but she just came off the rail a little bit early right there, trying to rock those tails up so that she slides the rail with the portion of her ski behind her heel piece. Beautiful 450 right here. That's certainly the highlight of her run.
That was actually, no, it was her second best score. She had an 85 that first go around. It's hard to see there on the old graphics monitor right there, but there you go. There is Kelly Silderu right there, who has just been absolutely dominant in competition all day long. Going back to what we said earlier, all 3 of her jump scores would have been good enough to walk out of that part of the competition in top honors, and she just continued that momentum and was just laying down the heaters here on the jib section. She got the win in slopestyle in 2016, so here we are 2 years later looking at it all over again here on the beautiful sunny slopes of Breckenridge. And again, you know, she was up there, a little bit of a scare there. She was up there being tended to by medical, but we found out it was just a bruise. Decided she was going to not take her third and final run. Let's check in with Tina Dixon, who's down there with Kelly Silderu right now. Tina?
Yeah, thanks, guys. And Kelly had such a dominant performance in the jumps, and then you came to the rails and extended your lead. Overall, how do you feel coming back to the Dew Tour and winning since we missed so much of you last year?
I'm super happy to be back, and all the girls skied so good today, and I'm happy that I can ski with them.
after extending your lead so big in the big air jump, to come back to the rails, what was the strategy there?
I just wanted to have fun, enjoy, and do my thing.
And congratulations, guys. Kelly Sildaroo is your 2018 Dew Tour Women's Slopestyle Champion.
And the people of Estonia can rejoice because one of their own has walked out of here with top honor. She did it in 2016. She does it again. I'm telling you, she was in the top spot there all through jumps, and it continued in the rails.
Just mind-blowing. I mean, she just came in and threw huge tricks over and over. Here's another look at Matilda Grimaud, just that struggle fest on the switch double, and then boom, Sarah Hoffman with a gigantic switch double. A little bit of a crash fest going down. Oh, there's Elena out of British Columbia. But then we see the flawlessness, of course, exhibited by Kelly Sildaroo, the 2018 Dew Tour Slopestyle Champion. She will also be competing in the modified super pipe, and we can look forward to seeing more tremendous skills out of the Estonian.
What an awesome way to start off an entire 4-day weekend of competition here at beautiful Breckenridge Resort up here in the heart of the Rockies. It was a rough go there to start off the jump section. Speed was a little bit of an issue. We got into a rhythm in round number 2 in jumps, and then in the rails, things just started to go off the rails, figuratively and literally here.
No question about it, and certainly a huge tip of the hat once again to Tess Ledoux out of France that just came in third quarter each time around. That final run is where she put down her greatness for the good enough spot in second.
And the day would belong to the girl from Estonia, Kelly Sildaroo, just exuding dominance all day long on both sections of the course.
You know, leaving the first-time viewer to wonder, which direction does she actually spin normally? And does she like going backwards more than forwards? It's hard to say. Everything just seems to be so comfortable. Those landings, excruciatingly flawless. I mean, it's just almost not fair how good she is.
What a trip to Colorado she's having. We mentioned it a couple times. Second in the Copper Grand Prix in pipe. She comes out here slaying some dragons here and getting the win in Breck for Dew Women's Ski Slopestyle.
She makes it look really easy. Nice 270 out right there at the elbow rail after the tail slide hops up. Look at this switch 2, pretzel 450 out and slams it down. Unbelievable.
So that is a wrap on this beautiful Thursday afternoon. Kelly Sildaroo and top honors. How about Tess Ledoux? I've said it 3 times. I'm saying it one more time. 2 pressure cooker situations in both events. She ends up getting it done in that third final round. She finishes in second place. And Maggie Voisin rounds out the podium. Your 1, 2, 3 from Women's Ski Slopestyle Final. That one's in the books. Lots more still to go out here today. Don't forget, we've got Snowboard Adaptive still to come. And then we have our first of 2 team competitions going on out here this weekend. We've got the Ski Team Challenge returning for its 3rd year here to Dew Tour. We've got a lot more to go here in our first day when we come back to beautiful Breckenridge Mountain.
Yo. You see it feels like it.
Welcome back, snow fans. This is Dew Tour Live. Chris Cote, joined by Travis McLean. We got women's adaptive snowboard bank slalom presented by Toyota coming up very soon. Of course, before we get there, I can't believe it's the morning of day one. We're already giving out medals and trophies. This is crazy.
Unbelievable. Those women threw down in the slopestyle. I could not believe what happened. I mean, 1080s, 1440s, 450s on and off of rails. Oh my God.
When we had this course designed, of course, we were expecting unexpected runs down through that rail section. What we got was truly spectacular. You know, I got to hand it to our cameraman. Being able to capture what just went down, truly unique lines happening in that rail section. And of course, the jumps proved that the women were able to step it up. We saw some huge airs happening there. And like I said, already only on day one here of 2018 Dew Tour, we're seeing trophies handed out. We're seeing medals go down. And there will be more. We got 10 women and 10 men who are going to be competing in the women's and men's adaptive snowboard final presented by Toyota. And they're already practicing. They're already flying down this mountain, Travis.
That's right. The bank slalom, they're out there training right now, and we'll have that shortly. Looking at the awards from the women there in the slope style. Wow. Day one happening here. Weather is beautiful. Sun is shining in Colorado. What a great day.
Yeah, we started off bright and early this morning with all of our riders getting their practice in as we listen in here to the award ceremony, the first of many to go down this weekend.
Getting some Dew Tour hardware right there. Look at that.
Maggie Moisen, third place. Stellar competitor there, representing K2 Monster. Coming out of France, Ledoux came through.
Oh, she was solid. She stepped up on her last and final run, every single one in the jumps and on the rails to come through into that second spot.
So the women started us off. That's a fitting way to do it. You know, you got to kick off Dew Tour with the women. As we all know, every year they come through here, they step up the level every single time they get on their skis and or snowboards.
And this woman right here pretty much dominated both the jumps and the rails. Coming from Estonia, she was awesome. Yeah, Silderu. Wow.
Yeah, Kelly Silderu. I mean, that was a name we just kept hearing over and over and over, not only after the competition and during the competition, but before the competition. Luke Van Valen and Jimmy Coleman both saying she is the one to watch. And you got to think that Estonia is got to be very proud of what they've seen already this morning. This is the first of many trophies for this young skier.
Dominating right there. Unbelievable. Threw down jumps, rails, everywhere. I think she ended up being 9 points ahead, 7 points ahead of the next competitor. Wow.
Yeah, dominant performance there for Silderu. Kelly Silderu representing Estonia. So we are just getting geared up. We have the women's adaptive bank slalom coming up next, presented by Toyota. 10 women will take to this incredible bank slalom course. Extremely fast. Yeah. This is one of the fastest courses you'll see all year.
There we are taking a look at the bank slalom right there. Over 14 turns in there. It is awesome. This is stoked. We're going to take a look at the start list right now. We got 15 men and 10 women on the start list. All adaptive athletes representing US, Canada, Finland, Great Britain, Australia, just to name a few. Full international field here. On the women's side of things, coming out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Brenda Huckabee, 22 years of age. She's one to watch. She's an a lower leg impairment, but she's missing her leg above the knee. So she's going to be using one of those Moto knees from Monster Mike Schultz with full Fox shock as a knee, and she has an ankle joint in there too with the Fox shock on it.
Wow, so high technology coming into play for our first rider, Huckabee. Then we go to Peggy Martin.
Yeah, she's our oldest competitor here today at 54 years of age. And she always has a smile on her face. She's super happy coming out of Eagan, Illinois. And we're looking at right now, looks like we got the men up. So we'll go to the men. Keith Gable coming out of Aspen, Colorado. Tyler Burdick, one of our vets out there. He's missing both his legs below the knee, so he's on 2 prosthetics.
Yeah, cool story there. Multiple military veterans competing today here in men's adaptive.
Very cool. We got Alex Riviera, Evan Strong, the flying Hawaiian, who took the gold in Sochi, strong rider. James Barnes Miller, Ben Tudhope coming out of Australia. We got Zach Miller, local boy out of Denver. Alex Massey, the big Canadian. He's got a little weight behind him. Got John Leslie, Mike Miner, Dustin Fleming, Matti Surhamari, Owen Pick. And then we're moving on to the women's side. Like we were saying, Brenna Huckabee, Peggy Martin, Amy Purdy right here in Frisco, Colorado.
Local legend, hometown hero.
Toyota athlete as well. And she is also one of our double amputees, missing both her legs below the knee. And excited to see her out here as well. Got Kiana Clay, Arlene Cohen, Sandrine Hamill, Danae Russell, Brittany Corey, and Michelle Salt. We're getting ready for the bank slalom. It's happening right here. Adaptive bank slalom. Our first athlete is in the gate. It looks like we got Brenna Huckabee up there. Yeah, and here's the format of the race. It's 2 runs. The fastest run counts.
Straight into it. 2 runs only. So really, the chances there. You know, we've seen adaptive bank slalom races in the past with 3, even 4 runs, but I like that we're seeing 2, and we're going to get this king started off. This is the women's adaptive bank slalom presented by Toyota. Our first rider is in. We are off to the races.
Believe that's Brenna Huckabee on course right there, charging down the hill. Yeah, Brenna carving hard on her toes right there. Oh, this is Keith Gable. I was going to say, that's not Brenna Huckabee. That's Keith Gable, coming out of Aspen, Colorado, via Salt Lake City. He's a ripper. And he's actually one of the few guys that uses his prosthetic in the front. He uses it in the front leg. He lost his leg in he was an oil driller, and a big piece of machinery got locked down on his foot, and they couldn't get it off for hours.
Yeah, there's some incredible stories that the backstories that we hear from our adaptive athletes. But the one thing that you'll see right now is you would not be able to tell any difference between the riders that we're watching go down this bank slalom. They are flying down the hill.
Yeah, you would never know that Keith Gable is an adaptive athlete right there, ripping down, throwing down a 41.64 on that first one. Looks like Tyler Burdick dropping in right here. One of our double amputees. He's a veteran, and he's over in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Represented by the Semper Fi Fund. So the Semper Fi Fund helped getting Tyler Burdick around the world to compete. You see here Tyler kind of testing out this course. So all these athletes have had a minute to take a couple runs, assess the bank slalom that they're attacking now. And I'm liking what I'm seeing. You see a quick reaction time. They all know they only have 2 runs. So you got to start early and you got to fly if you want a potential to medal here.
Burdick catching some big air right there. He was actually in a Humvee that got hit by an IED. Grenaded both of his legs pretty good, and then he went for years trying to salvage those limbs, but then 2 years ago he decided to just cut both of them off, and he's never been happier. A double
amputee, and he's going twice as fast as most of the people on this mountain.
Stepping up his game right there, looking solid on that run. Next up, it looks like Alex Riviera, coming out of Columbus, Ohio.
18 years old, and he lists his sponsors here, Mom and Dad. Yeah. So Mom and Dad getting Alex out here onto the mountain to compete here in Breckenridge, Colorado. Beautiful morning here. We've increased in temperature to about 2 degrees. Now we're about 10 degrees, so it is cold, but it's bluebird skies. Breckenridge is providing the canvas for these riders to rip down this banked slalom course. And so far, the times we've had come in, already exceeding what we saw down here last year.
People are flying. Gable, I believe, is in first place right now with a 41.64. We got Alex Riviera on course right now, goofy rider.
So what do you think, goofy versus regular? Any advantages here today?
I would say regular has a slight advantage because some of the harder turns are kind of to the right there and you're on your toes. But it's pretty close. Bank slalom back and forth. There we see Alex coming through right now. Not quite sure what his time was, but coming out of Columbus, Ohio, solid run for Alex Riviera.
This will be fun. Coming up next, Evan Strong, representing Haiku, Hawaii, from the island of Maui.
That's right, the flying Hawaiian, Evan Strong, living in Tahoe right now, but he's coming via Hawaii. He is has a 4-year-old daughter, and he's expecting another baby here in January. And he is pretty dominant on the bank slalom scene, so we'll see what happens. Evan Strong always pushes the limits. He either wins or he crashes into the fence.
He's one of these dudes that's just good at everything, you know, and you know, the fact that you see what he's doing right here was obviously proves that he is very fast on a snowboard. So again, coming from the island of Maui, he's flying there.
A ripping skateboarder as well. You should see this guy rolling around with his prosthetic. Backlips, disasters. He's unbelievable on a skateboard. Coming across the finish line, not quite sure what the time was there, but looking like a fast run for the flying Hawaiian, Evan Strong.
And check this out. We are being joined by one of the voices of Dude Tour, and of course, a Paralympic commentator. Brad J is in the building. Brad, welcome to our adaptive snowboard final presented by Toyota. We're already seeing incredible times. Let's just get right back to it. This is James Barnes Miller from Great Britain. He is represented by the Riders Lounge. And again, Brad, we're already seeing some faster times than we saw last year.
Well, I mean, having bank slalom is the coolest thing ever when it came down to this, and with Dude Tour doing this, and also having bank slalom at the Paralympic Games in Pyeongchang was the most amazing thing to the Paralympics, I think. And Dude Tour taking the step and bringing it out here, it's awesome being part of it.
Yeah, Toyota, a big sponsor of all para-athletes. Awesome to have them supporting this here at the Dude Tour. Very cool. James Barnes Miller coming out of Great Britain right now.
They're pretty cool. We have a couple competitors out of Great Britain. And, you know, we have this deep international field, and not only riders from around the world, but also riders from places you might not think of being hotbeds of snowboarding, like Houston, Texas. Of course, we've got Australia from Brisbane coming up later on. Simon Patmore, so a deep international as well as national field.
And Brenna Huckabee out of Louisiana, not a lot of snow down there, but looks like Ben Tudhope coming from Australia on course right now, one of our youngest competitors at 18 years old. This guy always has a smile on his face, such a good kid.
Look at that style too.
He is
This guy has a lot of flow.
Yeah, this is definitely Ben Tudhope right there. Just got kind of the wrong graphic there on the screen, but Ben Tudhope, he was actually one of the first competitors to compete in a World Cup at under 14 years of age. They made an exception for this kid to get him in because he's such a ripper.
Pretty sure this dude surfs as well. You can tell the arm placement, and I would love to see him do any sports because I feel like style always, you know, when you go across all board sports with a style like that, you're going to look good on anything you do.
And you can tell, Chris, like you're saying, you can tell the surf style, you can tell the skate style, like a guy like Evan Strong or something like that. You can tell the difference on these riders.
This is Zach Miller from right here, Denver, Colorado, 19 years old.
Zach Miller is a mean soccer player. Plays on an adaptive soccer team as well. He's being out here. Trains over in Winter Park, and then he was over at Copper with Adaptive Action Sports, training with Amy Purdy and Dan Gale.
And they got a great program over there, don't they, over at Copper with that?
Yeah, unbelievable program they have over there. A lot of Dustin Fleming, another member of their team over there, so we'll see him a little bit later on. But Zach Miller, another young kid, 19 years old, soccer player out of Denver, Colorado, pumping hard over those rollers, coming into the finish line.
Charging the goal right there is what he's doing, charging the goal. Hey, we apologize for some of the font you may see as a different rider that we're announcing out. Travis knows his rider, so believe me, I trust Travis when he calls him out.
Just listen to us. So, let's talk about some of the training that these riders go through. Of course, you got the physical training, but then you have the technical training, the adjustments that have to be made with the prosthetics that they're using in these races, as we see Alex Massey right now. What do they do on both sides of the coin there?
Alex Massey was actually in a boating accident. His leg went into a propeller, so he's just missing his leg below the knee.
So he's an LL1, that would be the terminology for that, the classification?
Yeah. He is LL1, and he is a pretty big dude. He's got some weight behind him.
He's a big dude, he is.
Yeah, Massey, the big Canadian, and I mean, he actually, a couple years ago, probably weighed about 50 more pounds, so he's really put in some work to lose some weight, and he is ripping out there right now.
Doubling up right there.
Getting the double, yeah.
Nice.
So what you're not seeing is the top of the slip, the top of the course here, this bank slalom, is there will be adjustments being made to the actual prosthetics. You know, there will be tightening and loosening of joints to really adapt to the course at hand. You know, that's the other factor that you don't see in the other snowboarding and skiing events through the day is, of course, the technical element, the high-tech aspect of the actual, you know, limbs that have been added to some of these riders.
And John Leslie, actually, they took his ankle and made it into his knee joint. So he's a below-the-leg LL1, but he has an ankle as a knee joint, which isn't quite as functional as a full knee joint. So pretty good story here. John Leslie coming out of Canada.
Look at him. He's looking solid, too. He's on edge, keeping it good, airing it out right there, landing in the sweet spot on the transition.
Big air on that hip. Leslie, you see at the double no, he chooses to pump it right there. Coming into the finish line. We'll see the time to beat. I think Gable had the fastest on that first run so far, but I'm not sure. Evan Strong looks solid as well. It is hard to say, but everybody looking fast.
Generally speaking, we start to see faster times as we get down into the field here. As you're sitting on top right now, you can look down and see the lines that are being taken by riders that went ahead of you. So the guinea pig runs, those first runs that go down, as you see Mike Miner here getting ready, 28 years old, Pennsylvania.
That's right. He's one of our first upper limb guys.
Yeah, and he comes away with 2 medals from the Paralympic Games. He was a bronze in the UL category, in bank slalom he was gold. So I'll tell you what, Mike Miner's got the skills, that's for sure.
Yeah, and he already this year has stepped up and I believe won the first 2 World Cups over in Finland. He's charging. This kid is a rocking skateboarder as well, and you'll see it in his style. He loves freestyle, throwing rodeos, backflips, loves the rails. He does it all. So you'll see Mike Miner as a pure charger when it comes to bank slalom. He's our first upper limb guy that I've seen out here so far. You can see just that right arm.
You know, we say adaptive riders. Basically, they've had to adapt and overcome to some of the challenges that they have faced. So you see right here with the back arm with Mike Miner, you know, what are some of the things that he would have to change up? Yeah, right there, adapting to the course by blasting in air right there.
Throwing a little shifty in there.
Yeah, he was talking some big game about a rodeo flip potentially on his second run. We'll see what happens. Mike Miner charging across the finish line right there, getting the grab.
I think I saw him do that. It had that rodeo flip that you're talking about. I think he did that in Pyeongchang, didn't he?
I believe that he did.
Yeah, and he shocked everybody out there in Korea. No one expected him to drop that one.
All right, guys, got an update as to your leaderboard right now. Evan Strong is in first place, 39.24. Ken Dustin Fleming, representing Houston, Texas, overcome a 39.24 time.
He's one of our Marines out there, a vet. Dustin Fleming, team Semprify, also training with Adaptive Action Sports over in Copper Mountain. Dustin is, he's always got a big smile on his face, a nice southern boy. He says y'all. Smiles.
He does say y'all.
He's ripping right now, coming up.
He's got some good lines. He's trying to stay close to the gates. That's solid stuff right there.
You're looking solid. He's a goofy rider, so some of those heel turns can be a little bit difficult on this course, but he looks like he's standing pretty solid. He is also LL1, just missing that leg below the knee.
Now, I'm going to knock on wood here, but what I'm seeing so far is good, clean riding. No slams yet. Hopefully all these riders got the slams out of the way in the practice area. I got your top 3 here. Zach Miller currently with that 3rd place run. We got Ben Tudop in 2nd and Evan Strong in the lead for now. But all these riders will have 2 goes here in this bank slalom, so you know those times are going to be decreasing, which is good.
Evan Strong, he's the silver medalist for bank slalom in Pyeongchang. So Evan Strong is no slouch when he takes the lead. And you know what? You got to look at this guy too, Matty Surhamari. He is too, bronze in bank slalom too as well. So this guy can get her done too, man.
Yeah, if there's somebody that can challenge Evan Strong, it's going to be this guy right here, Matti Surhamari, coming out of Finland.
They go against each other all the time.
Yeah, they're always battling it out in border cross and bank slalom. And Matty is a strong Finnish rider that has a couple pounds on Evan, so we'll see if that can pay off here. Coming down across the finish line, the time to beat a 39.24 of Evan Strong. Let's see what Matti Surhamari has got as he crosses the finish line.
So the timing element, of course, starts when you cross the field and enter into this bank slalom, finishes down at the green line. So the same timing element you'll see around the world in the Olympics and the Paralympics and all these events we see. So right here we got Owen Pick from Great Britain from Cambridge.
That's right. He is also a member of the military over there in England. So cool to have full international field of vets from all over the world. Oh, and part of the British Special Forces.
Current standings, Evan Strong. And here you see Maddie Serhamari jumps up into second place with Ben Tudor in third.
So funny to see those guys 1 and 2. I feel like I always see them 1 and 2, whether it's going to be switched the other way or the way it is right now.
That's right. Owen Pick on course right now. I wonder, a little mistake there. Probably not going to be fast enough to beat Evan, the Flying Hawaiians run, because he was charging Owen across the finish line. We'll wait to see what his time is, but right now, Evan Strong, then Maddie Serhamari, and Ben Tudhope, top 3.
The international field continues. Simon Patmore from Brisbane, Australia. He's 31 years old, representing Andersonnet. So here goes Simon.
And Simon, another one of our upper limb guys that we saw out there. We saw Mike Miner and then Simon right here. Simon doing pretty well at the first couple of World Cups. I believe he got a podium over in Finland as well. So see him right here with that back limb just kind of hanging. So he's charging through. Goofy rider. And those heel rides. Simon has really improved his riding the last couple of years, put in a lot of work. That whole Australian team is really focused. They've been training hard, getting on the snow as much as they can, and spending their winters up in the northern hemisphere and then getting down to Australia for the winter down there. So they're full year-round on snow.
Oh yeah, it's 12 months out of the year. It's not, you're not doing a 5-month deal. You're doing 12 now. You know, you look at the way it's building too, and the way from Paralympics to Dew Tour and all these events and the World Cups. It's amazing to see it actually. It's great to see that these athletes have an avenue that they can compete in.
And Simon, a big smile on his face as he crosses the finish line. Not sure if that's going to be enough to beat Evan Strong's time. But next up, it looks like we got Daniel Strasbaugh coming out of New Windsor. He's another one of our Team Semper Fi guys in the military.
31 years old.
Of course, speed reigns supreme, but when you see a rider come through with good, clean style, adding power through those turns, it seems like those are the 3 things that are going to elevate these riders up to the top of the current standings, where Evan Strong right now has a stranglehold on the first place run for now. As you see Daniel rolling through this mid portion of the course.
How do you think wax plays in on this, Travis, today? I mean, we've had so much different weather over the last 2 weeks, cold, warm, cold, warm. What do you think that does to the speed?
It was really cold this morning, and there was quite a bit of static in the snow. I know Evan Strong was telling me that he used some graphite wax. And it seems like it paid off pretty well to cut down on that static.
He just gave his secret away. Now someone else is going to go buy that.
Yeah, get out there. Get your graphite wax for that second run, boys, if you want to beat Evan Strong.
He's got medals, man. He knows.
We've been through our first 15 riders here. All of these riders will get 2 runs. So, of course, if history repeats itself, we'll see these times decrease in this next round. Evan Strong right now, followed by Maddie Serhamari and Ben Tudor currently in third, 39.24. The time to beat for now. Of course, all these riders will get 1 more run here. This is the Adaptive Snowboard Final presented by Toyota. We have the ladies coming up next. Of course, Amy Purdy, local legend, hometown hero, will be competing.
Yeah.
We said representing Team Toyota. She is an incredible spokesperson, not only to the sport of adaptive snowboarding, but to snowboarding in general.
Just as a person in general, it's unbelievable. You talk to her, you watch her TED Talks. She is an unbelievable speaker. But right here, talking about that moto knee, you can see it right there. As Brenna Huckabee's knee is exposed, because she likes to sometimes adjust that shock. So she likes to just get right in there and be able to get to that shock right away. So you can see her leg exposed right there. She's an above-the-knee athlete, and she is a mother, too. 22 years old and has a little baby. She's awesome.
Well, this is rad. So we're just going to rip straight through the entire field of men and women. We had 15 men, and now we're going to get into our 10 women. So we're going to see our men and women all would take their first runs. They're going to go back to the top of the lineup with the men to see the second and final runs for these riders. So now we're into it. This is the Women's Adaptive Snowboard Final presented by Toyota. Starting off with Brenna Huckabee from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Is there good snow in Baton Rouge?
Not so
I would
much.
not think so. Not Louisiana. I mean, I'm thinking about New Orleans. I'm not seeing snow. But one thing Brenna does know, she knows about the medal, because she has a Paralympic medal from Pyeongchang, gold medal.
Coming up next, Peggy Martin.
She's our oldest competitor right now. Peggy Martin riding for Saucer Wax. We'll see if that pays off on course right now.
54-year-old ripper.
Okay, okay.
Peggy Martin, always super stoked. She's out here. She's one of our oldest competitors, but the biggest smile on her face, always super excited to be here. She has a great fan base that comes out and cheers her on. It's so cool.
I love watching these events in particular because there is definitely a family kind of element, unity with all of our adaptive riders. Of course, that's wiped away when they drop in, but it's really cool to see all of our riders out here supporting each other and getting psyched for each other. Of course, they are feeding off each other. When these times start to come in, you start to see the fire in the eyes of some of these riders.
Well, look, no doubt about it, Chris. They're friends, like when they're not competing
before they go through the first gate.
Yeah, but once they go through the first gate, they want to beat each other no matter what. That's what they want to do.
Ooh, and Peggy getting into the B-net right there. Looks like she is okay, though. She's getting back up, getting back on course.
Tough customer.
That shows you the aggression that they're riding with right now.
Yeah, Peggy charging right there, just went a little high on the bank and ended up in the B-net, but she's up, she's back on her feet, and she's okay.
54 years old and charging. I like to see that.
This is our second rider for the Women's Adaptive Snowboard Final, presented by Toyota. Peggy has one more run, so we're only giving these riders 2 opportunities, so hopefully practice will have paid off for our rider. So most likely that will be a no-go for Peggy, but she will have one more chance. Coming up next, Cecile Hernandez Surveillon, and from what I hear, this is a fast woman on a snowboard.
Yeah, she's won some medals at the Paralympics as well.
Yeah, she scored the bronze out there. She got the bronze medal in, what was that? And was it in bank slalom?
Oh, and actually, this is Amy Purdy right there.
Oh, we got Purdy already.
Yeah,
well, I heard the cheers from the hometown crowd, so that should have told me right there that this was Amy Purdy.
And Amy's got 2 medals from Pyeongchang. She's got a bronze out there and a silver from Russia in 2014.
Yeah, in Sochi, she was silver medalist. Yeah, and she's charging right here. One of our few people with 2 prosthetics. She's missing both her legs below the knee. She's running 2 of those moto ankles with the Fox Shock, and Amy Purdy, an unbelievable spokesperson for adaptive athletes everywhere and just people.
Just people. And you talked about the impairment in one leg. That's an LL1. Hers is an LL2. And that's 2 legs. And she has to compete against competitors who have just one leg problem. So she says that's one of the hardest things for her to have to do is compete against someone who's not handicapped like she is.
And she is missing like both those legs. So you know, like if you have one leg, you can at least feel the board. You can't feel the board. You got to feel it just like from your knees down. It's really tough. But Amy Purdy ripping right there, a solid first run.
What I love about Amy too is she will tell you anything. You know, you ask her any questions about what she does, how she does it, and again, she is just a wealth of knowledge.
She's the one who told me that about, look, I'm racing against girls that only have one problem. I have 2 legs that I'm dealing with.
Here goes Kiana Clay representing Corona, California.
She's riding on a Burton snowboard. She's one of our upper limb ladies out here. You can see that right arm charging though.
So Corona, California, I guess Bear Mountain would be her mountain then, right?
Yeah, she's riding up at Bear, and then I think she gets up to Tahoe every now and again, so very cool to see her out here.
You know, overview so far of the winters, we see these incredible conditions here. Bluebird skies, a nice snowpack already here at Breck. What do some of these adaptive riders and all snowboarders and skiers have in store? Brad, you've been around, you know what's up. Tell us about your foreshadowing for what we're going to see conditions-wise, not only throughout the rest of Dew Tour, but also through the winter.
Well, I'll tell you what, first of all, this has been the fastest winter I've seen kick in so many years. And there's so many times when you try and schedule an event early in December or mid-December that you can't get enough snow to build slopestyle courses, to build a bank slalom, to build a half pipe. But this year started out with a bang, and it's just supposed to get bigger and bigger. So I think we're going to have a record-setting year here for sure.
That's good news for Kiana Clay. Just getting to the end of her run there. That means she has had plenty of practice, good warm-ups for this event, and we'll be looking forward to an incredible winter to come. So following Kiana will be Arlene Cohen from Miami, Florida.
Yeah, Arlene.
Again, another snow hotbed, Miami, Florida.
Arlene Cohen coming out of Florida. She actually lives over here in Summit County for the winter to train. She's over there with Adaptive Action Sports, Dan Gale and those guys. Arlene, a mother. She's always running her kids around. Every time I see her, she's going to pick up somebody from ballet, going here for this event, doing that, and then training on the side.
There's some fast moms in this division.
She just can do it all, right? And then train down here in the winter and back to sunny Florida in the summertime.
Arlene Cohen on course right now, and she 49 years old. Wow. You never know it when you see Arlene. She's just full energy all the time. And
full speed, too.
Some of the more difficult courses, Arlene has to really psych herself up to hit some of the bigger jumps and the bigger features, and she's just out there charging, though, going for it. It's pretty cool to see her progress through.
Yeah. And Arlene, hey, if your kids are watching, hey, Arlene's kids, your mom rules. She just put up an incredible time.
Put down Fortnite and watch your mom snowboard right now because she is good.
All right, following Arlene will be Sandrine Hamill.
Coming out of Quebec, Canada, so she's used to the cold temperatures, for sure.
I'm not.
So this could be to her advantage is what you're saying, Travis, right? Okay.
That is what I'm saying. I mean, the cold temps not bothering her at all. Sandrine Hamill charging. I actually haven't seen her compete. This is my first time watching her, so.
Well, of course, you know, it's a different skill set that these riders are showing us right now. It takes a lot of different types of training, double the training than you'll see in, you know, the men's and women's ski and snowboard for the rest of the Dew Tour. So again, that just shows you the dedication and the perseverance that these riders go through to get to this level. Double training.
And you look about bank slaloms, the history of bank slalom. Mountain Baker has been the one forefront in the bank slalom, and seeing the Olympics or Paralympics put it in, and then seeing Dew Tour stand behind it. This is what it's about. I mean, I used to go to the skate parks many years ago, and all I'd ride was the snake runs. And they're like a mini bank slalom. So the bank slalom it's so surfy, it's so skatey, and it's so snowboardy all at the same time.
Really accessible for anybody to get out there and rip those bank turns, and now it's here, Toyota bringing it to the Dew Tour.
I was excited, you guys. I saw it. I was like, yes!
This is Danae Russell representing Sturgis, South Dakota.
Okay.
Home of the world's biggest motorcycle rally.
And not too far from Mount Rushmore, right?
There you go.
Okay.
That's all we know about it. And now we know that Danae comes from there.
So there's three things.
A fast rider. Yeah, there's 3 famous elements of Sturgis, South Dakota.
And she's running upper leg, moto knee in the front.
Now you're saying a Fox shock is what they're using on those?
They're running a Fox shock in the knee joint and in the ankle joint on that moto knee.
So those are their Fox that they would use for like downhill mountain biking? Is that?
Very similar.
Yeah.
Actually, that's what when Mike Schultz developed that knee, he took the shock off of his bike and put it onto his knee.
It's fitting that she comes from a motorcycle town because, again, a lot of the technology that you'll see these riders, you know, with the prosthetics that they're using, this is technology that you'll see in motorsports and mountain biking. So I like to see all those things come together to give these riders the best opportunity to go fast, like we just saw right there from Danae Russell. And we got Brittany Corey coming up from Durango, Colorado.
The Durangatang, Brittany Corey.
Durangatang.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
She's charging Colorado local.
Silver medal, too, at Pyeongchang for her, too.
Yeah, very cool. Medalist at Pyeongchang, and she's kind of, I would say younger and up and coming at 32 years of age, but she's just new to competing just 3 years ago.
So do we see rivalries going down from these different resorts in Colorado? Do the Durango riders, they have it out for the Breckenridge riders?
Maybe
There's
a
little territorial stuff going on there, right?
Yeah, maybe a little bit for sure. Coming from the southern part of the state here, Brittany Corey, definitely riding down at, they used to call it Purgatory, now it's Durango Mountain Resort.
Maybe like hide your competitor's gloves or something like that?
Yeah.
I'm going to call it Purgatory.
Ah, there you go. Purgatory, I like it.
She's flying. So you see that high-speed finish there?
Coming down across right into...
I like that. I like that. Leave it all to the end.
Charging all the way to the end. Brittany Corey right there down across the finish line. Very cool.
Face shot.
10th and final rider of our women's adaptive snowboard final presented by Toyota is Michelle Salt, the Canadian, coming through. Now she knows the times that she has to beat with Amy Purdy currently in the lead. She's got to put this thing down.
Now you talked about talked about her setup. Is she running the same side of?
She's running the moto knee as well, but she's running it in the back.
Okay.
Yeah, so we saw Danae running that moto knee in the front, which I think would be very difficult. I think it might be a little easier. Most of the guys I know are running it in as their back leg. But we see, as we see Michelle Salt here, she's a real estate agent out of Alberta, Canada.
And we would love for all of you out there watching, get involved. You have the list of riders for our men's and women's adaptive snowboarding finals. Follow them on Instagram. Get to know the backstories because these are truly some incredible athletes. A lot of these athletes had later in life either accidents or incidents occur. So they had to relearn how to snowboard. They had to, relearn how to train their bodies. And as you can see, they've adapted. We call it adaptive. So they've adapted to their situations, and they've made it work. And now we're seeing incredible times flying down this.
I also think that's why, Brenna Huckabee in the lead, Amy Purdy in second, Senator Hamilton that third spot. I also believe that, too, that's why the ages don't matter. Because whenever an injury happens to them, it doesn't matter what age you are, they're still competing. So when someone's 16 or 17, it doesn't matter. You're going to be going against somebody who be 35 or a mom with 2 kids at 45. I
love it. So your current leader right now is Brenna Huckabee. So with that time coming down, hi, I'm Chris Cote, Travis McLean, and Brad J. And we are super excited to present to you the final runs for our adaptive snowboard final presented by Toyota. We have 15 men, we had 10 women. Right now, Evan Strong is in the lead for the men. But the second run, the final run of these riders, this is where things get wild. And this is where we're going to see some no holds barred, full force, full speed snowboarding happening.
Yeah, we're getting ready for that second run right now. We're going to see Keith Gable kicking things off. He's going to be our first rider on course, coming out of Ogden, Utah. He's living in Aspen, Colorado right now. See Gable at the top of the course, getting ready to drop in, and we are racing.
And a silver medal for him in Pyeongchang. So he came away with the medal too, just last February, or last March, I should say. And here he is right now, going to work. Second and final run for this man.
It's going to come down to just smoothness. Coming down this bank slalom, of course, that good start at the top and the strong finish at the bottom. We saw Brittany Corey leave it all on the mountain with her finish. So now it's up to the men to step up to the line in the snow that the women just drew.
The Ogden boy here.
And Gable running his prosthetic in that front leg too, which I think would just be hard. But he was a regular snowboarder, and he had his accident and then decided I'm regular. That's how I'm going to be. A lot of people switching it around. But Keith Gable across the finish line.
Solid run.
Slashing across the finish line right there for Gable.
The time to beat of Evan Strong, a 39.24. We'll see what Gable gets right there.
You look pretty fast in that one. Could he have challenged that time, guys?
A 40.08. So not quite sure where that's going to put Gable in the mix of things, but a fast second run from Keith Gable.
I think that puts him around third or fourth, I think.
Well, Tyler Burdick representing Salt Lake City, Utah. Also, the Semper Fi Fund. So you got to give it up to our military for backing these athletes. And of course, we have multiple veterans competing in the men's division here today, and we thank them for their service. And of course, any of you service members are watching, we know who you're cheering for right now. I mean, let's be honest. With this, again, there are grudge matches. There are highly competitive riders in this field of 15 men. And right now, this is your second rider going for his second and final run, Tyler Burdick.
Tyler Burdick in the military. He decided last year that he was going to just take both his legs off. So he is like Amy Purdy, missing both his legs below the knee. His Humvee blew up. And then if you ever want to ride powder at Snowbird, he's the man to follow. He knows Snowbird like the back of his hand.
It's always good to have that personal guide when you go to a mountain that you may not know as well. And this is the guy you want to do snowboard with.
He's a local legend at Snowbird. They know him there. Everybody knows Tyler Burdick. I know there's some people from Utah watching right now. For sure, Tyler Burdick on course, and he rode snowboarded for years with tried to limb salvage. His legs were always broken, pins in there, huge feet. Then he decided to amputate both his legs, and he has really adapted well to both of these prosthetics.
Wow, that is what a major decision that he had to put in his mind that he wanted to go do that. But you know what? Look at how it paid off for him. Riding good, probably less to deal with, and now he just focuses on what he's doing, and that's crossing finish lines with a fast time.
The guy's a warrior.
Yeah, he is.
He really is.
He had a slam there mid-run, so most likely he'll have to lean on the time for his first run. So from Tyler Burdick, we go to Alex Riviera from Columbus, Ohio. 18 years old, sponsored by, as we said earlier, Mom and Dad.
Mom and
it's
Dad.
It's the best sponsor you can have. I mean,
Yeah, Alex Rivera charging right here. I haven't actually, this is my first time watching him ride as well.
Well, he's only 18, so our youngest competitor in the field.
Yeah, youngest competitor right there with Ben Tudhope, so we'll see how Rivera does.
So we could see Rivera and Tudhope battling it out in the future for many years to come, that's for sure. You know what's killing me, guys, is the powder. Every time we go to that shot and I see these powder lines, like, it looks like you just want to get out there and ride.
Well,
right
you know
now.
what they're going to do after they compete right now. You know, all the riders we have in the men's and women's adaptive fields, these are powder hounds.
Yeah,
so you know that, yeah, they did practice here in the bank slalom earlier, but I saw more than a couple of them taking off to the sides of this area. Of course, Breckenridge absolutely holding. That was your second final run for Alex Riviera. We'll look forward to a solid time from Alex. 18 years old from Columbus, Ohio. His family is no doubt watching. What up, Riviera family?
And here,
just ripped.
And here is the skater, the surfer, the Hawaiian, Evan Strong.
And he was a good skater before he had his injury too. Like Evan Strong could skateboard quite well before then. He's still a darn good skateboarder.
A solid skateboarder for sure.
39.24 is what Evan was holding on from his first run. And if history tells us anything, he might shave some time off that opening run. And look at the power that he's going into these turns with. You see right there, just pushing both front side and backside through these turns.
And Evan actually taken this year off from competing, other than he's doing the Do Tour, and then he's doing able-bodied events as well. He's going to go try to compete with people without prosthetics. He's going up to Canada to do the NORAM this year. Evan Strong.
We have a new leader, and it's the same leader, a 38.53.
He's gloveless. Are you kidding me?
It's for speed. He just shaved one glove off, and he shaved a full second off his time.
Evan Strong is gnarly, man. I love that guy.
All right, now we're getting down to James Barnes Miller, another snowboarder from Great Britain.
James Barnes Miller on course right now. It's a regular rider. This is the Great Britain team has really stepped up their game lately. These guys are they're training 12 months on snow, like you said. They just had a great training session in Sauce Bay. Their team is pretty stoked, and they're saying that their team is going to be, competitive this year.
Well, they got to be hyped with the conditions they have this year. We're seeing some riders that competed here last year. A little bit icy, a little bit windy, a little bit more challenging through the course. But as you see, the times are already showing us that this is the best course we've ever seen for bank slalom here in the adaptive men's and women's snowboard finals. Presented by Toyota. The times are dwindling. They're getting shaved off with each and every run.
Yeah, the winner is firing in Colorado, firing here at Breckenridge. Ben Tudhope coming from Australia on course now.
Guys,
yeah, out of Manly.
It's Ben's birthday.
It's Ben's birthday today?
It's Ben's birthday.
Happy birthday,
Are you karate
Ben.
kidding me?
How about
Happy birthday, Ben.
Giving him a present, let's take away about a second of time for Ben on this run.
Can you make that call, Chris?
I don't think so.
I don't know if you can make that call.
Can we do that?
He's got to do it. He's got to give us that gift of a perfect run.
Ben Tudhope, so is he 18 today? 18 years old. It's a big day down in Australia.
It is a big day down in Manly, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And again, probably one of my favorite styles of this entire field. Just look at his arms flowing through these turns.
Love how he leads it with that left arm, just leads it.
And he's one of those few guys jumping that double right there. We saw him pop and ollie up over that. Ben Tudhope down across the finish line. The time to beat Evan Strong, a 38.
Happy birthday, Ben.
Happy birthday, man.
So after a solid run from Ben Tudhope, we go to Zach Miller from right here, Denver, Colorado. Local crowd behind Zach. And he's giving him a good show right now. You can already tell. A little more urgency in these second runs.
See how he preloads those rollers too? I like to see that little preload. Keeps that speed going.
Yep.
He's like just ollieing before he gets to it.
Yeah, pumps down that transition.
Perfect.
I mean, he knows a lot about dynamic movement as he's a soccer player.
Yeah, there you go.
Huge soccer player. Yeah.
It also tells me he's quite competitive.
Yeah, he's a competitor.
Eye of the Tiger comes out. You see all of our riders at the top of the hill high-fiving, having fun.
Well, the
second they start, they go.
Soccer players can be good actors too.
That's true.
Yeah, they're pretty good at that. Yeah.
Well, and that's there's no judging happening here. This is all time.
This is all time. You don't need to fake anything.
Yeah. We know our judges are watching for sure.
Zach Miller down across the finish line.
So no red card, no yellow card for him.
Coming up after Zach, it's going to be Alex Massey.
The big Canadian.
Alex Massey.
Mama Massey's out watching for sure.
Now, when you say big Canadian, how tall is this guy?
He's got to be 6'2".
So he's a big dude.
And he used to be about 240. He looks like he's down to like 215. He's in some fighting weight now.
I knew we were going to have an international field stacked with talented Canadians, so I've been preparing myself, been listening to a lot of Rush, been watching Trailer Park Boys. I'm ready for the Canadian domination, and we're seeing some of that right now with the way that these Canadians are riding.
If you're a Trailer Park Boy fan, so is Alex Massey.
Yeah.
Alex.
What do they got, like 30 seasons or something?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah.
Canada represent.
You got to see this guy on a wakeboard. He's unbelievable behind a boat.
What can't this guy do?
We got another Canadian coming through, John Leslie. He'll be waiting to hear. What do they tell him at the top of the starting gate right there? Go fast.
What would you tell him? Just do what you do.
Go.
Run
Go
your
way.
race. Yeah. Go down the hill.
John Leslie really being aggressive through those first couple corners, pumping hard, getting that leg up and going. We'll see what happens here.
Well, it looked like Evan Strong had shaved a little bit of time off his first run, so maybe it's that sending a message to the rest of the riders. Time to shave some time right now.
Yeah, John Leslie being pretty aggressive on this one, looking to shave some time for sure.
Literally no time to warm up, 2 runs.
Yeah.
You gotta go.
Yeah, it's full go time here at the Dew Tour. Adaptive men's bank slalom presented by Toyota. John Leslie down across the finish line. The time to beat right now by Evan Strong. We'll see what Leslie's time is.
Good. Again, good clean riding from top to bottom of the field. So coming up after John Leslie, it's going to be Mike Miner.
Mike Miner used to live over in Leadville, worked at Coppermount, drops in switch.
Oh, he's done this before.
There we go.
Tame dog right off the get-go.
Yeah, he's done this before.
He won the best trick contest right there.
Oh, no!
Was that
and the best slam contest?
Was he going for back rodeo there in the turn?
Gosh, we didn't need a replay on that.
Get this guy in Dew Tour slope style.
Right?
Oh, he would love that. Mike Miner would sign him right up. He'll hop on those rails. He'll hit those jumps. He's in. Full freestyle.
Well, look, 2 medals for that man in Korea, so he's done it in a big way. Bronze, took a gold out there in bank slalom, so he knows how to make it happen.
Well, he just won best trick here in men's adaptive snowboard final.
Look at that.
And now he has second place in best trick.
Yeah, big grab there. Front one. Oh, looking for the double.
How about another?
Full freestyle right there.
Manny this. I've got it all.
Mike Miner, bring that skateboard style out.
That was sick. I'd like to see him just take another run to do more tricks.
I'm going to call him Mike Major, like Major Style, because that guy has style for miles top to bottom right there.
Well, you got the Ghetto Boys, of course,
he was
representing Houston, Texas, but now also being represented by Dustin Fleming.
Yeah, Team Semper Fi member right here. He was a Marine. And he says y'all. He's a Southern boy for sure.
He's a y'all, sir.
Good Southern boy from Houston. Calls you sir.
Now, where do you think he trains at then?
He trains over at Copper Mountain with Adaptive Action Sports as well.
He goes and stays there for the wintertime and just logs in the hours?
That's right. Lives right down here in Frisco. So he's pretty much Colorado local when he's not in Houston.
Good, clean style.
Yeah, solid riding from Dustin. He's actually really stepped up his game the last couple years. Putting a lot of time on the snow. Dan and those guys over at AAS, they get on snow in November up at Copper Mountain. And you can see it's paying off for Dustin right there.
Well, he was sitting in second place going into this second run. I'm talking about Nadi Surhamari from Finland. We'll see what he's got here. So far, right now, Evan Strong, again, the rider to beat. He's got a 38.54. We'll see what Matty can do here.
Ooh, Matty gets a little loose in that corner, sliding out on his toes.
He's going to just have to hold this thing wide open right now because he knows that Evan took off almost a second on his second time right now. So if he's going to challenge this has to be his best run of the day.
Yeah, Matty's going to have to really push it here at the bottom as he made that slight mistake at the top. I don't know if this is going to be enough to beat Evan Strong. Matty, a solid rider, a big, strong athlete, coming through those doubles, coming down across the finish line. The time to beat of Evan Strong at 38. I don't know if that's going to be enough right there for Matt. A 38.91, is that enough to beat Evan Strong?
Evan Strong sitting on a 38.54.
Oh, so that's no, that puts him in that second spot. Is that where he goes?
Here we go from Matty. This is Owen Pick, another rider out of Great Britain.
Matty's probably going, what do I got to do to take Evan out of that spot ahead of me, man?
Owen Pick, British Special Forces. This guy is pretty awesome. He's also kind of a freestyle rider like Mike Miner. He'll get in the park, hit some jumps, do that freestyle stuff as well. He's really good on the courses that have big air. This bank slalom, there's a few jumps, so we'll see.
I want to go après ride with this dude and listen to some of the stories he has. Right. Special Forces out of Great Britain.
Oh,
you know,
my God.
He's seen some radical things. There you saw right there, Evan Strong still in the lead, Maddie in second.
Zach Miller in third. Owen Pick down across the finish line. Time to beat 38. Unbelievable from the flying Hawaiian Evan Strong.
So from Great Britain, we go down to Australia. From Brisbane, it's Simon Patmore coming up next. Here he goes.
Simon Patmore, one of our upper limb guys.
Look at that edge work right there. So smooth up top.
I'm seriously taking notes because I want to ride better, and I think to ride better, I'm going to watch what these riders are doing. If I want to go faster, I'm taking notes right now as to some of the lines I'm seeing.
Especially for bank slalom, Chris. I mean, these guys know that they know the secrets of the fast times.
Yeah, Simon really pushing those toe side turns, getting dynamic through those legs right there.
I was
gonna say he's training with Ben Tudhope, so you can see some of that kind of surf style coming through for Simon right there.
Close to the fence right there.
Right on the edge. Simon down across the finish line.
Simon Patmore from Brisbane, Australia. That brings us to our final rider here at the men's adaptive snowboard finals presented by Toyota. Started with 15 men. They each got 2 runs down this bank slalom. So our last rider of the men's division is Daniel Strasbaugh.
That's right, the hair farmer. He's got quite a beard, this man, on Team Semperfi as well, coming through the military, one of our veterans out here ripping.
Trying to beat the time, currently held down by Evan Strong, the 38.54. And I heard earlier this morning about kind of an unofficial but officially awesome element that we're going to see here at Dew Tour this year. We lost a member of our team, Gerhard Gross, earlier in the year, so there's going to be a bank slalom event in his honor, and anybody can ride that, so it's just a tribute to Gerhard Gross, who was absolutely missed. He brought an incredible vibe to Dew Tour and to everything he did at 10, so thank you to Gerhard Gross, and I know his family will be out here, and they'll be given a special presentation at the Transworld Snowboarding Riders Poll that's coming up later this weekend as well.
That's very cool because anybody can sign up for that. That's going on tomorrow. Looks like the men competition is done right there, and Evan Strong taking home the gold today. We're going to look at some highlights.
Yeah, incredible riding from Evan Strong, as usual, as we expected. Oh, there's Minor.
Oh, man. Minor. I mean, I think when we were in Pyeongchang, when Minor started doing his shenanigans, people were like, what the heck is going on?
More Minor. I vote for more Minor this weekend.
But Evan Strong's just a tough dude to beat, man. He just knows it. He knows what he needs to do. He trains hard, and he comes down. He brings his A game every time. You don't see Evan Strong make too many mistakes.
Well, it's consistency today, too, because we saw Evan Strong come out with that fastest time. He was followed by Sir Hamari and then Zach Miller. So those 3 riders basically held down the top 3 spots throughout this entire competition with their first 2 runs.
And I feel like Maddie Surhamari sometimes just ends up in that second spot below Evan a lot of times. I know he sometimes leapfrogs him and he takes the win, but more times than not, I feel like Evan's on top. And that battle continues to go on between those 3.
Yeah, it's always back and forth with those 2, but Evan taking the day here at Dew Tour.
I like it. Already on day 1. Now we've already given out 6 medals, and we're going to give out 3 more with our women's adaptive snowboard final. They have their second and final runs here. This event, of course, presented by Toyota. We're going to start from the top. Current leader, Brenna Huckabee.
That's right, the girl to beat right here. Very competitive. Brenna Huckabee, if you walk past her on the street, she'll get past you. She does not like being passed. She's the most competitive person I've ever met in my life. Don't ever play a card game with her. No. She just wants to win everything.
She's one of the few riders with the exposed technology there on her back leg.
Yeah, she got that moto knee, and she likes to adjust her shock sometimes, so she likes just to get right there, be able to do it. Sometimes with the temperature changes, when it's cold like this, she gets it warm at the top, gets it moving, maybe add some air, take some air out.
Because you can also make the suspension stiffer, or you can make it softer, like as you can on a downhill mountain bike, correct?
It's actually the same shock that's on a mountain bike. They just use quite a bit more dampening.
Again, that's another something like that.
Oh, you're right.
Yet another element that we talk about is not only the body is affected by temperature changes, but the equipment, the prosthetics that these riders are using, affected as well. So
100%.
we know we got to thank the pit crew at the top of this bank slalom for getting these riders going. And this is Peggy Martin.
Yeah. Our oldest competitor out here today, 54 years old, charging right now.
I want to see her get a full pull top to bottom. I want no mistakes out of her because I want to see her get down on the base here.
Well, she was charging. So far, Peggy has the illustrious award of Best Slam, which, you know what? If you're slamming, you're doing something right because you're going fast.
You're trying, Chris.
She was going for it for sure on that first run. Hopefully she can get all the way through this second run. You're just joining us. We're in the middle of the second run of the women's and second and final run.
Yeah,
Brenna Huckabee, our current leader. Peggy Martin on course right now, coming up and over that hip. And this is that turn where she had the problem coming in on that first run. And she's standing solid, stays out of the B-net.
Yeah, there we go, Peggy.
Yeah.
Brenna Huckabee is going to be hard to beat, though, you guys, because look, she's the one with the 2 golds. She's got the bullseye on her back from Pyeongchang, so she's going to be a tough one to eclipse. She's riding really fast today.
Solid effort there for Peggy Martin. So from Peggy, we're going to go to our hometown hero.
That's
local legend, Amy Purdy from right here in Silverthorne, Colorado. She is on Team Toyota. And Amy Purdy, she is just, again, an amazing ambassador to anything she does.
Do you follow her on Instagram?
Absolutely.
She has like
along with about a billion other people.
There's a few people that follow her after her. If you haven't seen it, definitely check out her TED Talk. An unbelievable speaker and pretty inspiring, Amy Purdy's whole story.
And she's been just a really inviting element to adaptive riding. You know that she has inspired a lot of younger riders by showing them exactly what you can do. You know, you forget when you watch her ride, she is, you know, from both knees down, she is riding on 2 prosthetics. So an incredible athlete, Amy Purdy.
I mean, and you can even take it as far as like Dancing with the Stars when she performed on that. Look at what she did and the movements that she did there. Like effortless movements. Like you couldn't even tell there's anything even different. No, that's the way Amy rides.
So cool. Big
smile.
Big smile from Amy Purdy.
Always love that Amy Purdy smile.
The Purdy girl getting her thing done today.
Will that be enough to beat Brenna Huckabee? We will see.
I don't know. I always feel like Huckabee is so tough to beat, you know?
This is representing Corona, California, Kiana Clay.
Kiana Clay, one of our few women with the upper limb right there. This is the first time I've seen her ride, and she was going for it on that first run. Good cold temperature out here for this second run. Sun is shining here at Dew Tour. Beautiful day.
We started off around 6 degrees this morning. We've heated up to a whopping 11 degrees. Things are heating up.
Did you go up there and take a run today, by the way?
Took a couple runs earlier.
Yeah, I did too, and it was cold up there.
The snow is awesome. You see it just floating around on the side of the course.
Yeah, conditions are perfect for these riders today.
Couldn't ask for better. You got untouched powder off to the side everywhere.
Yeah, these guys, I was up there in the training, and a lot of these guys on their way down to the course were getting the powder on the sides of their runs. Yeah.
Slashing.
Hey, that's the perks of being a competitor here at Dew Tour.
Get that early lift, get up there, get some powder.
That's also the perks of being an announcer at Dew Tour, too, as well.
We got to know about the snow conditions. We had to know what we were talking about here today.
Yeah, that's why we go up there. That's why we get here early and take a couple laps before work.
It's just research.
That's all it is. Taking a look at everything.
Kiana Clay down across the finish line. Got a little bit more solid run on that one. But the standings right now, as they say, it's Sandrine Hamill in third, Amy Purdy in second, and Brenna Huckabee in first. A few more competitors to go.
45.82. That is a fast run.
You look at 3 seconds almost over Amy Purdy, who's in that second spot.
Coming up next is Arlene Cohen from Miami, Florida.
Yeah, sunny Florida.
Yeah, the mom from Florida who charges.
We could venture to say she's the fastest snowboarding mom out of Florida.
I would agree with that.
I stand behind that comment.
You can walk out on that plank all day long because that is correct, sir. You are correct, man.
Well, she also, it's on her business card.
Okay,
she handed it to me this morning.
Yeah. See, if you didn't tell me that part, I would not have even known that, Chris.
I made it up.
Okay.
I'm
say it with conviction.
And in watching her ride, she is very fast. She's a mom from Florida, so the fastest mom from Florida, Arlene Cohen.
I'm running with it.
Yeah, she's committed to the winter sports, though. They move over here to Summit County for the whole winter. So she's into it.
Snowbirds.
The whole
reverse
family,
snowbirds.
Yeah, reverse snowbirds. Yeah, the whole family comes out. So pretty cool to see Arlene out here.
She's putting together a fast run here. You're watching the Women's Adaptive Snowboard Final presented by Toyota. A couple of riders yet to come. That was your snowboarder representing Miami, Florida, Arlene Cohen. Coming up next, Sandrine Hamill, Canadian.
Sandrine Hamill sitting in third place right now. So this could be a run that could compete with Brenna Huckabee. She needs about 2 seconds off of it and could be right in there.
I think she's farther back than that. I think it was 2 or 3 seconds that Amy was back in second, so she'd be about 4 or 5.
So if you're coaching Sandrine right now, what are you saying? Go fast. Go faster.
I would say you're going to need 4 seconds. You're going to have to really, really, really step up your game because Brenna Huckabee is competitive. Sandrine on course right now, coming from Quebec, Canada, so it's super cold out there. She's used to the cold temps, so, 5 degrees, 10 degrees, no big deal for her. It gets down in
She's your youngest rider as well, 21 years old.
But Brenna did not make any mistakes. If you look at that run, the run that Brenna put her fastest time in, she was clean top to bottom. So you're going to have to be even more clean than that. You're going to try and take her out of that spot.
Sandrine looking solid, getting some pumps through there. I don't know if this is going to be enough to beat Brenna, though. Brenna did have, like you said, a solid run, top to bottom, no mistakes, flawless, and pushing it.
Yeah, that's another element of bank slalom that you don't really hear a lot about is mistake-free riding. More often than not will get you the win because everybody's going fast. Everybody's facing the same turns, facing the same course, so it's all about where you're placing your turns and mistake-free riding. So in about 20 minutes, we got the Team Ski Challenge. So take a look at the modified super pipe. That is truly a terrifying thing of beauty. Can't wait to see what our skiers can do as they come up in the modified super pipe. But for now, let's stick to the women's adaptive snowboard final. This is Danae Russell from Sturgis, South Dakota.
Coming out of South Dakota, motorcycle capital of the world.
Isn't it flat? Isn't it like really flat?
I believe so.
It's not
like.
We'll have to ask Danae what the snowboard scene is like in Sturgis.
Danae rocking that moto knee as well, so she's into it. She's out here. I wonder where she trains. I don't actually know where she rides, but she is going for it right there on the hip. Wow.
Oh, no.
Stay up. We lost her. Oh, she's back.
She's back.
So and you talk about mistake-free riding, but it's also about correcting the mistakes you make, getting them quick, because a lot of times if you do have a quick slip like that, you could still be in contention and get yourself back up fast enough. So we'll see what the time was for Danae Russell. And coming up next, it's going to be Brittany Corey from Durango, Colorado.
Durangatang riding for the Cass Group.
Here we go. Second to last rider here. Look for some high-speed riding.
Well, then you got to start now. You got to start dealing with grooves, because now grooves are starting to develop because people have been riding this course pretty much all day long.
Yes, some ruts.
So where you want to be in might not be in the spot is going to be the fastest spot. So you want to try and avoid the ruts, avoid the grooves, and keep it going. Keep that speed going.
So do you follow Madonna's rules and get into the groove, or do you make your own groove?
That's a good call.
I would say you get into the groove. Why wouldn't you?
If you stay in the groove, that prevents you from washing out, having tail wash, and that keeps you on your track and your line.
Well, when you get into the groove, you've got to prove your love for speed.
You definitely do.
That's what Brittany Corey just did. So we mentioned it just a little bit earlier. A fallen team member. We lost Gerhard Gross this year to just a horrible, cancer. Took another good one. So we hate cancer, and we loved Gerhard Gross. And there will be a specialty event on this bank slalom.
That's awesome.
We're going to ride for Gerhard. We're going to go fast for Gerhard.
That's right.
We're going to see highlights of that for sure later this weekend.
That's going on tomorrow. And you can still sign up, I believe.
I think you two should sign up.
Yeah.
Because I know you guys are.
Yeah, I would totally do that, but I got to work.
I'd love to do that.
All right, last rider of the women's adaptive snowboard final presented by Toyota is Michelle Salt, a Canadian. She is flying.
She is going to need to have a really good run here. Wish on that lucky star above.
And she was actually
more Madonna.
Sorry,
let's keep it rolling.
I couldn't think of any other Madonna song.
You guys love the Madonna right there. Michelle Salt.
It's Chris's fault. He made me do it.
She's a big motocross rider as well. Loves being on. Actually, how she lost her leg was a motorcycle accident. So when she gets back on the bike, she's ripping. So she's into the action sports for sure. A real estate agent out of Alberta, Canada. Michelle Salt down across the finish line. Our final and last woman here at the Adaptive Bank Slalom.
I would buy a house from her.
Yeah.
I would buy a house from her tomorrow.
And there you see, stoked at the bottom of the hill.
Do you think she was stoked on her run, or the fact that I said I was going to buy a house from her?
I think all of those things. I think all of those things. That was her best run for sure. The ladies killed it. They stepped it up already from what we saw last year. So you just witnessed the fastest ever Dew Tour men's and women's adaptive snowboard final. Let's take a look at some of the highlights we just saw from our 10 ladies, some of the best and fastest adaptive snowboarders on the planet competing here at Breckenridge.
I got to give it up for all the ladies, all the guys too, all the riders out here today throwing down. We got to give it up for the Dew Tour too, putting this thing together and making this happen right here. And that young lady right there, the 54-year-old mom, crushing it out there today.
Very cool. Want to thank Toyota bringing adaptive sports to the Dew Tour. Very cool. Brenna Huckabee taking the win. Amy Purdy, and then
there was Sandrine Hamill.
Sandrine Hamill taking third place. Wow.
Yeah, I love it. It's day one of Dew Tour. I mean, we're barely cracking into the afternoon here, and now we've already given out 9 awards. So we've just witnessed an incredibly the fastest ever from Dew Tour here in Breckenridge, Colorado. I want to thank you guys for joining us for our first event of the adaptive men's and women's. The finals just went down. Incredible. These snowboarders literally built for speed. They proved it right there. Congratulations to Evan Strong and Brenna Huckabee. So coming up next, we've got more action live from Breckenridge. You are watching Dew Tour 2018. Stay tuned. Check it out. The modified Super Pipe is coming right at you. We'll be right back with more from Breckenridge.
Most just cannot begin to understand. The path is off the map, uncharted and undone. Where only the strong endure. The test is internal. The test is vital. The test is a quest for something new and meaningful. Cause there's gold in them there hills, and it will take innovation and creativity to strike it. Believe the rush. Never give up. Grasp the glory. Trailblazing is the labor. Discovery is the prize.
I'm a strong believer that this is far more of an art than a sport.
It's my craft, it's my artwork. I like to show it off to the world.
This is just a creative outlet. I love being outside. I love movement. I love just jumping off things.
It's not only about the result, it's about how it looks, how the style is in the air. There is the athletic side and the artistic side.
I just want to showcase what I'm capable of doing, and I want to represent skiing in a stylish way and hopefully catch some people that don't see skiing often.
You really truly ski your best when you're having a good time, and that's when that flow and that creativity happens. That is what our sport is all about.
What I think it really comes down to is doing it for yourself. Look at what's being done, what I've done in the past, and where do I want to go?
Well, to answer your question, I will tell you where you want to go. If you're in Breckenridge, you want to get on over here to the base of the mountain because we're about to kick off another installment of the Ski Team Challenge. Welcome back, everyone. Jimmy Coleman here in the booth alongside Luke Van Valen. We've got Tina Dixon out there in the field. And, well, we've got 3 different courses that these teams and their skiers are going to have to contend with out here today. That monstrosity that you see right there, that is brand new to the party here in 2018. That is the modified Super Pipe. You do not need to adjust your television. All those weird, wacky things that you don't normally see on a half pipe, those are not figments of your imagination. The crew here has carved that out of the mountainside, and that is all systems go here for one of our 3 courses out here. We've got slope-style jumps, and then we've got the jib section out here today. So each one of these teams, they're all going to have to compete on all 3 of those courses. But we have not seen the modified Super Pipe in action out here today yet, Luke.
Well, that's all about to change, Jimmy. Thank goodness that we're finally going to get to see the real stuff go down.
I'm glad to see that we're taking the blanket off for the big reveal, and we're going to get down to brass tacks on that thing. But look at, you've got basically a quarter pipe at the top of that thing, and then you've got these hip jumps, you've got these crazy tombstones. You've got a lot of options to choose from there on this modified pipe.
Yeah, well, the crazy thing that's happening is that the athletes who are normally used to just maintaining an axis that gets them back into the half pipe are now having to consistently adjust themselves and participate in landing on a totally different flat slope as opposed to coming in on what the normal man would call sideways, which is how you land in a super pipe. So there's a lot of adjustments, a lot of new stuff, a lot of really free opportunities to showcase your goods.
Yeah, and you're going to kind of be operating on the fly. Why? Because it's not like you can just go ride one of these things at any other resort around the world. I mean, they've had limited practice time, which is basically this week here in Breckenridge. So I think we're going to see a lot of these things kind of develop as we run through this competition out here today. Yes. Possibly some surprises, if you will. So adaptation is going to be the name of the game.
Yeah, and when you talk about free skiing, this is a sport which, under no circumstance ever, on the end, is there a rule that you have to follow as to what sort of trick you have to do or what sort of approach you have to take. That's just not ever been a part of free skiing. So to bring in something where these guys can kind of take a slightly different approach, do some new things, get creative, watch their fellow athlete, showcase what he can do, and then build upon that, that's always been this sort of the lifeblood, if you will, of free skiing as a whole. So this is really kind of in run with that. I mean, this is all part of that same beautiful machine, which is constantly breaking the barriers down. The thresholds have been destroyed once again, and we wonder where we're going. Who cares? It's going to be fun getting there.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome time. We are going to start this team challenge off here in the modified super pipe. I'm so excited I can't even talk right now.
Yeah.
Auntie Alila, Burke Irving, Aaron Blanc, Miguel Porteous, Torrin Yater-Wallace, who, by the way, is working double duty for Team Armada out here today. He's going to compete in the jump section a little bit later on. And Hunter Hess. You've got Faction, K2, Head, Atomic, Armada, and Vocal. Your 6 teams that are competing out here today. Again, this is the 3rd time we've done the team challenge out here in Breckenridge for the winter installation of the Dew Tour. So going back to a little bit of a discussion on the format of how this all works, you've got 3 different sections that you pick a guy. You've got a team captain. You pick your person. You say, hey, you know what? You're my guy for this section. You put your best foot forward there. You've got modified super pipe. Then we moving on over into the ski jump final. Taking a look at our start list here for the jump final. Talk about some of your standouts in that portion of things, Luke.
Well, you know what? I really like young Mac Forehand. He's got a switch double cork 1260 that's really been tickling my fancy of late. But of course, the story, Torrin Yater-Wallace jumping as well as riding pipe.
Yeah, he's doing double duty out here, replacing Tanner Hall for that team. However, over here on the jibs, there are your guys for the jibs. You got Henrik Harlow, who you saw in that last piece of audio and videotape back there before we got to this. Jesper Jader right there on the lower left-hand side of the start list there. So the heaviest of heavies, if you will, in each one of the... Like I said, the team captains basically go through this and they say, all right, I'm designating you for jibs, designating you for jumps. You're my pipe guy. Excuse me, modified super pipe guy.
Yep.
And who knows? I mean, we're literally... We're going green on that one. We're starting from scratch because you never know what's going to happen there. It's the makings of your traditional pipe with some new aspects to contend with at it and some monster features at that. So we're really going to see some creativity and some progression. And look at the stats there presented by Toyota on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. I love the quarter pipe to hip landing. Explain the cat paw jump. I love that title.
Well, the cat paw jump is really just kind of an exciting opportunity for people to take off of what seems to be like a pipe wall and then transfer to a routine landing that you might hit after hitting the lip of a jump. So it's going to change things up. Up top, we got the Mr. T feature, which is kind of like a spine of 2 quarter pipes that carry to the landing. Then you have about 300 feet of half pipe where you can get 3 to 4 hits depending on the size. Then you have to transfer up and out of the pipe, and then you're into the very bottom, which is just an opportunity for people to do hand plants, maybe step up onto some high walls. I actually don't know what they're going to do.
We'll see. It's gonna. If you're in the bottom part of the run over here, I think that provides you a bit of an advantage because you get to see what the other guys do and how the judges are going to award that score-wise as we roll through this, seeing as how this is brand new territory for us here at the Dew Tour. We started off with Team Faction right here and a Finnish skier at the top of this modified super pipe. Again, I can't stress this enough. This is brand new to the Dew Tour out here in Breckenridge. This is Auntie Alila starting us off. 2 runs per athlete.
And Auntie's going to dump out a switch right side 540 to mystery landing. And he's going to be moving into the half pipe shortly following that. And there we're back, folks. Here's the alley-oop. Flat spinning, tail grab, 540, beautifully done. Nice little op mute on the flare. Now cruising in, looking to pop up and out. Nice looking right side 720 lead safety, kind of hung back behind his back.
Oh, hand
rolls
plant.
The dumped 3 in, hand plant halfway through.
You
to
called
nollie
it.
3 for the boys.
You called it with the hand plant, so putting one down here with our first skier in right there. So Auntie Alila setting the bar here.
All right, well, we're going to take a look back real quick and get the premiere portion, that first aspect.
There's that Mr. T feature you were talking about right there, that dub spine at the top of the pipe.
Yeah, that switch right, 450 coming out into the bottom. Beautiful switch, high safety, beautiful execution right into that flat 5, locking in the tail grab. Nice big flare with an op mute, a truly beautiful trick when done above that 12 to 15 foot mark.
Watch right here, this is getting creative on this hip.
Oh yeah, dumping the inverted 3, hand dragging in, beautiful creativity into the nollie 3, stomping backwards, slight tail slide up and out of the pipe, and that's a wrap. Now, Antti Ollila is a man who's already competed in and won a team competition thus far this year for Team Finland at the White Festival in France. So he's feeling probably pretty confident here.
He gets a 72.67. The best individual score you get in any section is 100 points. So he's lobbied his case thus far for his team. They're going to get 2 attempts at it. It is the better of your 2 attempts here in the section that you ride in that will count for you and that will stand for your team. We take the 3 individual scores per section, modified pipe, the slopestyle jump and slopestyle jib, combine those 3 together for your team score to see who comes out of this in 2018 as the team champion. Speaking of teams, we've got the K2 team being represented right now. Out of Winter Park, Colorado, this is 19-year-old Burke Irving getting ready to do some damage here in this modified super pipe.
Stands now, Burke is in modified pipe, Ferdinand Dahl in the jumps, and the jib section will be Colby Stevenson, so a super stacked team. On K2's side, we'll see if Winter Park's young man can make it happen. Right 3 mute.
Nice looking right
transferring
side,
out of that Mr. T structure into the knuckle and into the pipe.
Nice little surface spin, dropping in switch as we go undercover cam right there.
Cam footage right there,
which is
off.
Unusual.
There you go.
You don't typically see that.
That's a new one.
Nice looking 900, lead Japan into the right side 900 tail. A man with skills in the pipe, no question about it. Big 630 up and out, locking in the tail grab as he's down into this lower section. Stepping up, alley-oop flat spin 5 takes it deep and well executed. Certainly more of a traditional super pipe approach right there from Burke Irving, a man who can oftentimes in competitions be found in the pipe. So no surprises there, but sensational work.
Yeah, and again, you know, I'm not sure how much practice time these guys had leading up to it. I saw before I got into town earlier in the week, I did see some snippets on social media, so I know they've had at least a couple of days this week. Again, a great job by the crew out here, Breck, in putting this pipe together.
Into the pipe.
Certainly executed
nice
well.
Spin, dropping in
and drops it backwards right there. Switch
there.
5. Nicely done. And that was a switch 720 right there. I called it a 900 as we came out of the vest cam. Very well done. There's that 720. You can call it a 630 if you want to get down to pure physics and mathematics. Nice big alley-oop flat spin 540. Alley-oop meaning he turns his body uphill. So the first thing you're going to see right here is him turn his head and chest toward the top of the mountain, spin his legs around, wrap that 540 and put the landing gear down. Beautifully done.
That second angle you got right there, that shows you the distance they have to traverse coming off of what I'm calling the tombstone right there, off the last flat wall of the pipe and traveling over to that knuckle on what's called the cat's paw. 77.67 for Burke Irving, so he'll get a little bit better than Antti Ollila, so that will put him and the K2 crew in the lead as of right now. Again, this is our first section out of 3. Each one of these individuals in this part of the competition will get 2 runs. The best possible run score that you're looking at out here in any section is 100 points. You're trying to do your part for your team. We take your best score out of each section, total those 3 things together. So the best team score one can possibly get out here today be a score of 300. So Burke Irving sitting in that top spot, and there is a beautiful shot looking up the pipe. This thing's a monster.
Yes.
And now you've added these monster features to it as well. What a gorgeous day out here. You couldn't ask for better weather to do this, Luke.
No, not at all. Fresh coating of snow. I just caught up with Henrik Harlow a few minutes ago, and he said, you know, I didn't like the jumps too much the other day, but now that we got some fresh snow, some packed pow on them, he says they've only gotten better. And I think that much can be said for just about everything out here. A little bit of snow to grip those edges in out there always feels good from the rider perspective.
Well, here comes the head team getting ready to see their first outing here in the modified super pipe. 22 years old out of Crested Butte, Colorado. We're welcoming in Aaron Blunk.
Blunk dog coming off a win. Oh, nice alley-oop flat spin 7. Right side as well. Tough trick right there, and Blunk's just going to do a big switch down the pipe. Right 5 into the switch left 720. Now he's creeping. He's got the 3 hits and swinging over to the skier's left side.
Oh, coming up a little short there. And gets it. Gets a little too much in the knuckle of landing, but a great recovery there at the end. How did he get the speed to do that after deck checking on that knuckle?
I think that's the line right there. I think that, you know, coming in and hitting that like a hit was a tremendous choice for him in the positive side of things. But catching the knuckle there on that transition out of the 300-foot pipe, just a little bit of trouble there. He also had he struggled a little bit on his landing right up top as we take a look. He's going to turn toward the top of the hill right here, suck those legs around, boom, big alley-oop flat spin, 630.
Oh, yeah. Little back seat there on the landing. Had to squat that one out.
Yeah, and once again, I mean, he just kind of caught the knuckle a little bit. I mean, the transitions that he's hitting in the half pipe were virtually flawless, but a little bit of trouble on clearing the knuckle on those jumps. It's great because this, of course, will challenge these athletes who typically would just ski the half pipe and are used to that consistency that the half pipe brings. And Blanc right now probably need to ride that jump all the way up to the very top. He took off a little bit early, and a different trajectory wasn't necessarily a benefit for him.
He still managed to muster up enough speed to fire off over the hip right there.
It certainly
that was impressive.
Yeah, so he cut off early right there on the takeoff, landed on the knuckle, but tons of speed coming into this hip.
And I mean, it's hard to tell from that camera angle, but that hip is huge.
Yeah. That was a very large 360 in, call it a 450 if you're a stickler.
So what's he get? He's going to end up with a 63, so that's going to put Aaron Blanc and his team in third place as of right now as our first two scores out of the gate. We had scores in the mid to high 70s, so 3 skiers down in the lineup, 3 skiers left to go. Again, this is round 1 out of 2. We are in our modified superpipe section of the Dew Tour Breckenridge 2018 Ski Team Challenge. Miguel Porteous, you see his team members Fabian Roche, Gus Kenworthy doing the jumps and the jibs, but Miguel here is going to have to put some work down in the modified superpipe out of New Zealand. 19 years young, doing it for Team Atomic. Waiting to get the green light, and here we go with Mr. Porteous in the mix.
One of New Zealand's finest. His younger brother Nico hopping on the Olympic podium and garnering a substantial number of Instagram followers. Miguel looking to catch up. Nice double cork 1260. There's the left side. 900, beautifully executed into the right side 9. In terms of technically difficult maneuvers up there, certainly with that big double, big inverted 3.
One more hit to go for him.
Oh yeah, switch alley-oop 5 down at the bottom, high safety on the grab front. Very clean, very solid stuff. Miguel Porteous, one of those cats who's really making his presence known in the superpipe world, and here today showcasing the fact that he's got a dynamic approach. He's capable in a variety of areas.
Well, before we get up to the replays, we'll recap that a 77.67 is our top score as of right now. If I'm not mistaken, that is Burke Irving. It is Burke Irving sitting in that top spot with Anthony Leila sitting with a 72.67 right behind him as we take a look back to Miguel's first attempts.
So he came out of a right side double cork 1260 right into a beautiful 900, 2.5 spins, back-to-back, uncrossed tail grabs. Looked like he just barely caught maybe far tail on that last one. Excuse me, shadow's tough to tell. Nice big right side double cork 12. That was his first hit then. Of course, you have those uncrossed 2 cork 900s, beautifully done, classic pipe approach. Very clean. Those guys who really specialize in this part of the sport can benefit from utilizing their skills in the gut. But right here's where other athletes may potentially catch up and swing for the fences. Nice looking super corked 540 back tail, very clean.
Came up a little short there as well. He could have landed a little deeper on that. I would say.
Yeah, that's
might ding the score a bit.
That's a tough one to get the hang of.
Yeah, and again, that goes back to what you mentioned in our previous run there with Aaron Blanc. It's the takeoff point there. A 74.33 for Miguel. That'll put him and the Atomic team in second place as of right now.
Okay, 2.
So 2 skiers left to go here in round number 1 out of 2. Tornier Wallace going to work the pipe and the jumps out here today. It was originally Tanner Hall that was slated here for Team Armada to ride the modified super pipe, but we got notification earlier in the day that it was going to be Tornier Wallace that was going to do double duty out here today and do both.
You know, it's happy and it's sad. Tanner Hall was going to drop, and of course Tanner Hall, most dominant competitor in free skiing history with 33 professional wins. Tornier Wallace, though, no slouch whatsoever. 15 years old, came into X Games Aspen, took the silver medal. Capable in pipe and slopestyle, wants to begin making a transition into slopestyle. Wow, gorgeous.
Well, we're going to get a chance to see some of those slopestyle skills once we get down here to the latter part of the pipe and see how he does with these new unique features that we put in for 2018. Coming off of that tombstone wall with a great landing on that knuckle into that last hip.
Oh, I think we're going to have a new leader. Something's just telling me that's a new leader.
Did you see how far he boosted off of that hip, across the gap, almost ran out of real estate at the end of that one. Torrin Yater-Wallace.
No shortage of team support. Pat Goodenough, Quinn Wolferman up there.
What's going on there?
Oh, man.
Some sort of Muppet do-chug going on there.
It was, I believe that's exactly what it was. Yeah, I wouldn't say it was anything short of that. But an incredible run, and certainly showcasing the fact that he's very, very skilled, both on the jumps and in the pipe. And right here, this 9, just gorgeous. Reaches back, watch that left hand, grabs the tip of the tail, swings it around, comes back in, and this shifty 720 pops in, over Crooks' skis, brings him back, stuffs it down. A little bit of a hand drag there. That's the one mistake, one thing he could really clean up. Switch down the pipe, 720 safety, very clean. But this, alley-oop, flat spinning 900, just fantastic.
This shot will give you a better vantage point of the landing spot right there. We've seen some guys have some trouble with that knuckle, and he gets just right to pretty much the sweet spot for that feature.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if he rewinds that and tucks a nice little tail grab on the far side of that safety at some point. Possible, could happen.
Look how far he boosts over that hip into that extension.
That little half cab, if you'll allow me to call it a half cab, switch 180, was phenomenal. I mean, it wasn't super complex, but it was huge and smooth and daring.
Wow, he's down in the 50s at 53.67. You would thought we were going to have a better score, but the judges think differently. So that'll put Torrin Yater-Wallace and Armada in the 5th place spot as of right now. So we're down to the final skier in the run order before we get into round number 2. This is Team Vocal. You've got Hunter Hess. His teammates McRae Williams is going to be in the jump portion of things a little bit later on, and then you're going to Alex Below-Marchand, who will be in the jib section a little bit later on. So Hunter Hess sporting bib number 55 out of Bend, Oregon. Again, 77.67 is the highest score we've seen thus far.
I think Hunter Hess is going to do well in this environment. He's a super solid slopestyle skier as well as a pipe rider, so this will be quite interesting. Nice looking 5 up top, switch 9. 2 tough tricks, not a ton of amplitude, right into switch right, side 7. Double core 1260, does he have the landing on that? Looks like he got it.
I was going to say, it looks like this was going to be a speed factor for him. I didn't know if he's going to have enough, and you can see how he just cuts over the knuckle right there, the cat's paw. That one's definitely going to hurt the score.
Nice looking alley-oop tail grab 7, super clean. But yeah, something went down on the landing of that double core 1260 that kind of did not necessarily permit him to keep the speed he needed and hit the takeoff of that jump. So probably some deductions. Use of the course is actually kind of a big aspect of free skiing, the different ways which you can use it. And if you make a mistake causing you to maybe not hit the biggest part of the takeoff, it can be a bit of a problem. There's that dumped out 5, super inverted, real clean. Comes in, switch to switch. A switch drop in like that is so tough. There's the switch left side 9 safety. And beautiful angle right there from the bottom coming into the switch right. Mute grab, 720.
But you can see at this part of the run, he was struggling to get speed and just get the height out of the lip, and then he had to bypass.
But he still did
portion
well
of that cat's paw feature. I mean, rolled through it, but definitely going to get dinged for it as far as the point that he took off into that feature right there. But hey, you get 2 runs. It's the better of your 2 runs it counts. We'll see what this does overall on the score situation. Again, the best single run score you can get out here for an individual is 100 points. You've got Burke Irving sitting in that top spot right now with a 77.67 as we get set to go back up to the top here. Still awaiting scores here for Hunter S. This is our first of 3. After we wrap up here in the modified super pipe, we take it over to slope style jumps, and then our third and final section to determine our 2018 team champion will be over there in slope style course in the jib section of things. So a 73.33. That is good enough for third place. That's not bad. With another run to go, if he can clean that one part up where he got into the cat's paw portion of that course, that'll definitely help out their cause right there. So a 77.67, a 74.33, and a 73.33. So some pretty tight grouping for your 1, 2, 3. But let's not count out Auntie Olila in the faction team right there. He's just outside of the top 3 with that 72.67. So that is how we stand as of right now. Burke Irving has the K2 team in the lead as of right now. But it's a 2-run format. Best of your 2 counts. Everyone's had a chance at it. They've seen what the other competitors are putting down here in the modified super pipe. They've seen what the judges are awarding or discounting for, dinging people on the score for. As we get set to go into the second round, Auntie Olila out of Finland back in for run number 2.
Clean switch 5, shaking some speed as he drops into the 5 switch.
So switch takeoff there for Andy. There's the alley-oop flat 5.
So far, so good. Looking clean, little flare. Not the most technically difficult maneuvers, but very smooth. Cork 7 leads safety. Very off axis.
Coming back into that hip, planting the hand again.
Oh, going for the alley-oop nose butter 5er right there and just sliding out, so he'll stick with that first run score.
Yeah, that 72.67 is probably going to be the one that hangs on there. It's got him and the faction team sitting in 4th place.
It was huge though, that's sick.
As of right now. I like the hand plant, I like the creativity on the hip.
Yeah, he's got a really great approach to that hip section, I would agree. Switch 540 right there. Shakes a lot of speed, sacrificing some amplitude. Of course, velocity equals amplitude in a super pipe. And nice flare right there. Super solid. And I like this right side. Super cork 720 coming out. Nice exit from the half pipe. And then he dumps that inverted 3. Here's where the nose butter 540. Oh, my gracious. That was a very, very heavily nose pressed buttered out.
Just kind of hunkered in right there at the lip and just hovering right there at the lip of that last wall right there.
I'm surprised he didn't break those skis. I mean, he was getting all his weight just on the tips where the cores are the thinnest. And, hey, high quality stuff.
So we take your low score and throw that one away. That's why you see that 72.67 being highlighted, which means his work for the faction team in the modified super pipe is done for the day. We'll see what his teammates can do over in the slope style portions. Again, there's 3 portions to this team competition out here today. Burke Irving up next out of Winter Park, Colorado, doing for Team K2. He's got him in the driver's seat right now. They're in the lead with a 77.67. He would love to crank this up a notch and give them a little extra breathing room moving on into the jumps in the jib sections. Can he do it? Here we go. He's on course.
Right side alley-oop, 360 mute grab. Pops in switch.
That right shoulder.
Judges loving what they saw from him prior.
There's the switch 5.
Switch 5 right into the switch 720 Japan. So far, looking clean. Right side 900, down into the bottom. A lot of spins in both directions, which the judges love to see. It might have been one of the reasons that Tornado Wallace got jacked a little on the score. Switch down to 5.720, kind of cat out of the window, trying to work that 7 around, but does land it. So it's going to be interesting to see if the judges want to push him up a little bit higher. I would imagine, by virtue of kind of what took place on that last hit, might not happen.
Yeah, I would agree with you. He scrubbed out away from that hit feature. So we'll take a look back to attempt number 2 here for Burke Irving, your current leader.
Fought around that switch trick on the first wall a little bit as well too, but love that big old dumped out 900 right there, beautifully done. Very, very clean. See, just kind of touched the grab, swung around the remainder of that 7, and that's the one area where I think they're probably going to deduct a few marks.
And you are correct, a 59.33, so that one's the throwaway. So that first one's going to be the one that's going to stick for him. However, he's got his team in first place as of right now. We'll have to see what his cohorts can do over there once we get to the slopestyle course for sections 2 and 3.
But Team K2 definitely going to be looking good coming into the remainder of the 2 team challenges coming up. So well done from Burke Irving by posting that high score.
You're taking a look at Aaron Blunk right now, currently ranked in 5th place. He's down there with a 63, trying to bump him and the head team up a couple of points here, try to crack up into that top 3.
Oh, better landing right there. Oh, but gets a little wily coming out of it. Super sharp edges. Whoa, goes switch double and gets it. Switch double 900 right there. Long putting the pedal to the metal. Coming down, big flat spin down the pipe 540. Now down into this section. Rides it up higher, catches the landing. Still a touch on the knuckle this time around, but will he boost the massive 360? And he's back! Seat on the landing. No!
Did he end up getting a hand drag on that? It was I lost it in my vantage point looking at our monitor with the shadows right there, but
he went huge on that hip.
And again, coming up, he was still a little short, like you said, on that knuckle portion right there for that cat's paw feature, and still had the speed to boost up and over that hip like that. Oh, Aaron Blunk.
Jam. And this was such an improvement on the initial portion. I mean, holds his rotation perfectly, but right here, just snow sank. Made something there. Really sharp skis, maybe tracking away from him in the new snow, but then the switch double 900, his bread and butter, the only guy you'll really see doing that trick. Switch down the pipe 720 the other way, down the pipe flat spin 5, super clean. Everything's looking solid. He rides the wall up pretty high. Maybe a slightly early ejection off of that kind of quarter hit wall.
But right here, coming into this hit, watch the height, watch the distance he traverses in right there. Just kind of ended up dragging the seat across the flat bottom there coming off of that feature. Technically wasn't that left hand as it looked like at real-time speed, just the old butt drag right there. Managed to stay upright though for the most part. Didn't completely take him off the skis right there. So it is the 63 from round number 1 that will stick and leave him and the head team sitting in that 5th place position as of right now. That was a tough break there at the end of that run. Miguel Porteous representing the Atomic crew, 19 years old. He had a decent first run, gave him a 74.33. It's got them sitting in 2nd place. We have Miguel Porteous, then we have Tornator Wallace, and Hunter has to take us out of this portion of the Ski Team Challenge here, the 2018 Breckenridge Dew Tour.
Of course, Jossie Wells off the heels left. And from New Zealand,
someone up there with the loudspeaker doing a little bit of motivational speaking to get the crowd, or get the boys rallied up there at the top of the modified super pipe. That's, you know, everyone looks like they're having fun up there. There's some camaraderie, everyone, maybe a little bit of trash talking, but everybody's having a good time, and that's kind of the whole vibe behind this team challenge.
I was just going to say, that seems to be the pervasive feeling. Jossie Wells up there, maybe one of the most stylish and innovative skiers ever to grace the land, just sending Miguel, the youngster out of his home country of New Zealand, into the pipe to have his way.
Well, he made a mark for himself in that first attempt. It's got him in 2nd place. We'll see if he can bump up. You need a 77.67 or better to overtake that top spot.
Switch rodeo 5. Right side really clean, tough trick. Locking in the double cork 1260, 3.5 spins, very solid. There's the 9, here's another 9, this one right. A little bit back seat, but riding it out cleanly. Oh, big old dumped out gloriousness, that 540, so solid. Switch 5, what a run right there. Miguel Porteous certainly putting a smile on the face of Jossie Wells, his coach, Gus Kenworthy, his teammate in the chip section, and Fabian Bosch coming up in the big air section. So, I mean, this Atomic team, they've done well in the past. They are seriously going to be happy with the result coming out of this. I mean, everything about this run was solid, was big. There was technical tricks. He's spinning both directions well. Judges love to see that. And, you know, there's the incorporation of those solid switch tricks down in those unusual features that we're seeing. Like this, just pops out, really nice 5, and then comes in switch to this switch alley-oop left side 540. So, I mean, in my opinion, I've been wrong many times. That's going to take the lead.
That's going to bump them up from the number 2 position and put Atomic in the lead is what you are saying. So as we wrap up the replays here, we will wait and see what happens with the score. We still have 2 skiers to go here in this part of our team competition, and you have called it. You are correct. 82.67. So we are into the 80s now. So Miguel Porteous and the Atomic crew now sit in the lead here in the latter portion of Ski Modified Super Pipe when it comes to the Ski Team Challenge. Torrin Yater-Wallace. Kind of rough go there. You thought it was going to be a better score, Luke. It ended up being a 53.67. It's got him down in 6th place right now. So the pressure a bit on right now. But again, going back to what we said earlier, it's a fun time out there. It's not really a pressure situation. You still want to get out there and put something down to represent for your team. He doesn't look fazed by this at all. Torrin Yater-Wallace back in to do business here in run number 2.
Oh, beautiful. Nice big Buero flat spin 720. Super tough trick to knock out. Puts it down cleanly. Look at the big old tail grab, almost diverting his rotation with that grab. Left side 720. Into the switch right. 7. Is he going to alley-oop again into the 900 here? Yes, he does.
Into that hip feature, coming into that switch. Wow. Boosting across that thing again, much like we saw in that first round for him.
He got such a low score in the first round, a 53.67 for almost that exact run. I mean, he definitely cleaned it up this time around. There's going to be Pat Goodenough adding to the cheer up top. Certainly that duck is going to have some serious sugar rush because he's just loving. That's got to be his 4th Mountain Dew. And boom, nicely done right there. Beautiful alley-oop. Kind of rodeo style 720. Look at the tail grab there. I mean, it is separating itself from the rest of his rotation. And down the pipe, left side 720, so locks in the left side trick. His only time that he spins to the left throughout this run. So judges going to be looking at that. They still love to see athletes spinning all over the place. I thought he might tuck a tail grab in on that trick here in run number 2, but decidedly not. Brings in the big switch 180.
Wow, what an improvement. That was an 80.67. That got him from 6th all the way up into 2nd place. T.Y. Dub getting the Armada boys all the way up into 2nd place with that one right there. Okay, so the game is changing a bit here in the latter part of the modified super pipe portion of this event. So 1 skier left to go. Hunter Hess representing the Volkel crew. He is outside of the top 3 right now. He's 73.33 is only good enough to net you a 4th place as of right now. He is our final skier that we will see in the team challenge here, at least in the modified super pipe portion of things. Don't forget, we still have the slopestyle jump and slopestyle jib portion yet to go before we determine our 2018 Two-Tour Ski Team Challenge champ. Sporting bib number 55, just wait for the all clear, and here we go. Last guy to go in modified super pipe.
And Hunter certainly with an opportunity to clean things up. Left side cork 5 op mute, really solid. Does that switch drop in right into switch 900? Coming out of the switch right side down the pipe 720. Will he go for that double cork 12 this time? No, just the left side 9. Probably a smart competitive decision. Decidedly pursuing a double at the tail end. Unbelievable. Double underflip 9. Puts that to his feet into a blender switch 540. Are you kidding me? A lot going on in that particular run. What in the world? That was new.
Talk about putting a period on the end of your statement there to end this competition.
That was the most
We've seen some
run I've
volleying
ever
around
done.
of positioning going on here in this second and final run as we take another look at what happened with Hunter Hess here in round number 2.
Gracious. So he does a 900 there and then hits this into the double underflip, kind of grabbing his knees to get that thing around. But wow, sketch on the landing, just slight.
Yeah,
but
we didn't get that from our vantage point.
No, and watch this, a blender switch 540. So he's looking over his right shoulder and coming up the wall that way, and then right at the tail end, he's gonna switch positions. He's gonna look over his left shoulder and huck the trick to his left. So that's called a blender, and it's actually really difficult to do, but he swings it, Roy Bushfield style.
So he's going to stick with that first run score that'll keep him and his teammates in 4th place. So the Vogel team will have to settle for 4th place as of right now. But how about Miguel Porteous in round number 2 that jumps up to the top of the standings, and also have to give it up to Torrin Yater-Wallace, who came out of the basement. He was in 6th place and brings it all the way up into 2nd place with an 80.67 to put Team Armada in 2nd place. So this is how we stand team-wise. It's Atomic, Armada, and K2. You're 1, 2, 3. With 1/3 of the equation in the books. We still got 2 more parts of this competition left to go. Let's send it down right now to Tina Dixon, who we hear is with Miguel Porteous. Tina?
Yes, and Team Atomic looking great so far in the lead, thanks to Miguel Porteous. And Miguel, such a new event. How challenging was it to figure out?
I mean, it's definitely a new event, but most of the guys in the field are also skiing slope at the same time, so it's pretty cool to be able to combine what we do for fun and then what we compete in. So I'd love to see more of these courses in the future, and I couldn't ask for a better day.
The team event's so cool. You guys all compete together, helping each other out. And your team, let's talk about that, because we have Fabian Bush, we have Gus Kenworthy coming up. What can we expect from them?
Oh, we got some big numbers from them. So yeah, we got a good day in here.
All right, there you guys go. Team Atomic right now is in the lead.
Well, for something that these guys had never really ridden before, the boys rose to the occasion and they adapted and they put it down. And we saw some lead changes go down here in that second and final round. But when it was all said and done for this portion of things, it's Miguel Porteous sitting in that top spot, as you just heard from Tina Dixon with the Atomic team, followed by Torrin Yater-Wallace and Armada, and then Burke Irving and the K2 team sitting in 3rd. We still have 2 more parts of this competition left to go. We've got slope style jumps and we've got slope style jibs, so it is far from over. We're gonna have more from the 2018 Dew Tour Ski Team Challenge when we come back to Breckenridge. Welcome back. It's a gorgeous Thursday to kick off a 4-day weekend here in beautiful Breckenridge, Colorado. Dew Tour 2018. We just completed 1/3 of the equation in the Ski Team Challenge here. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Jimmy Coleman. That is Luke Van Valen. Tina Dixon's out there in the field. But we just saw something brand new that had never been done before. We saw guys in the modified super pipe, and adaptation was the name of the game, and Miguel Porteous rose to the occasion there at the end of that second round.
Yeah, certainly inspired by his coach out of New Zealand, Jossie Wells, and also the pressure that he had on his shoulders to provide a really solid score for guys like Gus Kenworthy and Fabian Bosch to build upon was really what inspired him. I'm just gonna go out and say that. I haven't even spoken to the guy, but that's what the evidence looks like.
So some snippets of your traditional super pipe style, but with some added features in the mix. And like we said, the guys had to get creative. Creativity was the name of the game out here this afternoon in this part of the competition.
Yeah, and it was about 3 hits in this 300-foot half pipe, and then down into the bottom end, 3 additional tricks were required. In this case, Miguel Porteous with a nice-looking cork 720 tail grab coming out. And then you gotta love the alley-oop flat spin 540 that he threw down with, relative vengeance. Tornator Wallace, member of Armada's team. As you can see, a lot of support up there from some of the ladies and gentlemen. And his first run score, he did basically the same thing, but made one mistake in the pipe and got docked massively for it. But second run, just taking that tail grab and isolating it beautifully from the rest of anything happening throughout the entire mountain. There's a switch down the pipe, 720. Alley-oop, super saucy, flat spinning, 900 right there into the big old switch, right side 180, lead safety way out wide.
And that was in his second run, and that was good enough to get them into second place. However, Mr. Porteous.
Oh yes, and excuse me, I called Burke Irving earlier as if he was Miguel Porteous. This, of course, is Miguel, the man who posted the top score of the day. Down the pipe left side, 900 out of that double cork, 1260. Right side 9, giving the judges a little taste of his very versatile abilities in the spinning department. Left side super cork 5 and lock. Watch this. Switch, alley-oop, massive 540 rodeo. Super clean, high safety, locks it in. Beautiful run, and good enough that all the judges said to themselves, yes, this is our man. He deserves the highest score.
Well, that second run for him put he and the Atomic team in that top spot. Cracking up there into the 80s. We did not see any score in the 90s in that part of the competition. However, we still have 2 more pieces of this puzzle yet to play out today. 82.67 for the Atomic team, 80.67 for Team Armada. So, not too far behind. It's only 2 points of separation right there. Then you've got the K2 boys in third right now with a 77.67. Outside of that, you've got Volkel with a 73.33. Faction in fifth with a 72.67. So again, some pretty tight grouping right there as the battle for fourth and fifth continues. And then in sixth place, you've got the head team down there with a 63. However, a lot can change. Again, the best individual score you're looking at out here is 100. We take the best individual score from each section and total them together. So the best possible team score, you're chasing after a 300 out here this afternoon. We still have jumps, we still have jibs, as you can read by that graphic right there. So super pipe, modified super pipe, that's in the books. Still got a lot of skiing left to do out here before we crown our ski team champion for the 2018 installation.
I'd like to go through the teams.
Do it. Take us on a journey.
The top 4 right now. So in the jib section for Volkel is Alex Beaulieu-Marchand, ABM, a man who's won this competition in the past. McCrae Williams in the jumps, and we just saw Hunter Hess. Atomic is Gus Kenworthy in the jibs and Fabian Bosch in the jumps. We just saw Miguel Porteous. He, of course, topped the spot. Then we move it down. Josh Christensen, Colby Stevenson. Josh Christensen's the captain. Colby Stevenson, Ferdinand Dahl. We'll continue with that as the day goes on. We've seen some big things already today, though, have
yes,
we
have. We still have to crown our ski team champion out here, but we started off the weekend giving out some hardware earlier this morning. It was the women's ski slope style event. We started it off over on the jump section to get the party started.
And Maggie Voisin warmed up those jumps for the upcoming team event that's taking place shortly. Big Switch 900, and watch this. Big old Rodeo 900 from Voisin out of Whitefish, Montana, slamming the gear down on a very punctual and powerful stomp down toward the bottom. She was one of those gals who did enough to get into that third place position.
She was actually in the number 2 position coming out of the jump portion of things, and then we wrapped it up over on jibs, and she came into that section of the competition hard charging as well.
And you can see a switch 270, forward 270, hops up, disasters onto the tail of that elbow rail. Then the back swap 270 out, super clean for Voisin. She was sitting in that second place spot until, of course.
Yep, she got bumped out at the end of the competition. It was Tess Ledoux there that ended up cracking back up there after the jib section, so Maggie had to settle for third.
And Tess with an insurmountably sensational Switch Misty 900. Of course, she had a few throughout the day. That one probably the flattest of what we saw. Right side 720, very clean. And then the left side double cork 1080 to one-footed landing.
Yeah, puts that one down with the right ski first and manages to hang on to that one. And that bumps her up. Again, for Tess here, this was what was crazy about her. Both of these last round, they got 3 runs. In the last round, she was on the bottom looking up. And in the pressure situation, both times came up in that third final run and persevered.
Yeah, she really liked to let it go down to the wire. The donkey gives her a little bit of a pop-up off that. Nice 450 out, and that was clean. The judges tipped the hat, said, welcome to second place.
Yeah, she came back in the jib section and jumped up and overtook that number 2 spot to finish the day in second place. But it was the gal from Estonia who was on point and in the driver's seat the entire day, your 2016 champion, Kelly Silderu.
Right side cork 9, tail, switch 10, mute, switch left 10, mute. Bang. No question about the landing, no question about the grabs. Everything was executed perfectly, not to mention she's doing the most difficult run in the entire field. Of course she took the top spot.
Only skier to score in the 90s in the jump section, and by the way, all 3 of her jump section scores would have been good enough for the top spot when that part of the competition was over.
And front swap 270 out, nice K-fed, nose butters up and around. Then she takes the elbow rail 270 out, and watch this. Coming in backwards, looking over that left shoulder, switch 270, pretzel 450 out, straight to her feet, beautifully. That's the best run I've ever seen from a woman in a jib section of all time at the end.
She did not have to take her third and final run because she was already in the driver's seat by round number 2, again scoring in the 90s. So Kelly Silderu walks out with top honors. It's Tess Ledoux in second and Maggie Voisin in third place. So that was your 1, 2, 3 in women's ski slope style out here. So we've got more action still to come. The next part of the equation in the Ski Team Challenge, it is slope style jumps. We'll have more from Breckenridge when we come back. Welcome back to a gorgeous Thursday afternoon out here at Breckenridge, Colorado. Deep in the heart of the Rockies, we've got 1/3 of the equation in the books here for the Ski Team Challenge. The modified Superpipe part is in the books. Miguel Porteous in the Atomic Team sitting in the #1 position. Torn Niederwallace and Team Armada in the #2 position. And due to the work of Burke Irving, he now has K2 sitting in that 3rd place position. However, we still have 2 more parts of this competition yet to go. It is far from over as we transition, pun intended, from the modified Superpipe over to the slopestyle course. We have divided this course up this year into 2 different sections, the jumps and the jibs, and we now move on to the jibs as you see our 6 competitors here in this part of the competition. Some standouts, some people that you think would be at the forefront of the start list there as you look at that list there, Luke Van Valen.
Well, you know, I'm looking at it and I'm really not seeing anyone that I would place behind the forefront. Honestly, McCrae Williams, Tornator Wallace, Fabian Bosch, Evan McEachern, Ferdinand Dahl, Mac Forehand. All of these guys are incredible. I would say probably the winningest when it comes to big air action is Fabian Bosch, but I mean, with the slopestyle guys in this field, unbelievable.
And here we go, in for his first hit of the 3. It's Mac Forehand on course right here. 3 jumps in this part of the course.
Right side double cork 1260, and there's that switch double corked 12. Beautiful trick right there. Didn't exactly lock in the grab as well as what we've seen him do in the past, but left side dub 14 tail. That was a solid one and really a difficult trick to do, having to unwind that. That trick kind of wants to stay at a 1080 or a 1260. You really got to flex the hips forward and force it to get onto that 1440.
So if you're just joining us, each one of these competitors will get 2 attempts on the section of the course that they're competing on. This is at round #1 out of the 2. This is our first competitor in Mac Forehand.
There's the right side double cork 12 safety. And looking for the mute grab, getting it on the switch double corked 1260. And here's this 1440. So right there, he peaks at 1080 and cruises around to 1440. Beautifully done.
So he had the faction team, I should say, was in 5th place. Prior to that, his teammate Ante Olila, who we saw over in the modified Superpipe. The best individual run score you can get is 100. The best possible team score you're looking at is 300. So Mr. Forehand's going to end up with an 85 right there. So that is a nice piece of work for him there to help his team's case right there. That'll put them... That'll move them up the food chain. We'll see the leaderboard jumping around quite a bit as far as the team thing is concerned here in this opening part of this section, because you're going to start combining those scores, so we'll start getting into the triple digits here. Ferdinand Dahl out of Norway doing it for Team K2. Team K2 currently sitting in the #3 position. Burke Irving pleading their case in the modified Superpipe that we saw in the previous section. Here we go, Ferdinand, his first 2 attempts coming into the slopestyle jump course.
Well, Ferdinand took 3rd place at a World Cup in Stubai, Austria earlier this year, and known for just being a truly, if you will, nasty skier. Everything that he does has got a little bit of a different touch to it. Nice dub cork 1260 out the double misty up top. Oh, clean switch 9 right there. And I was just going to say, it's going to be so important for these guys to lock in and stomp their first run. They've only got 2 attempts. They've got to get 1 landed. And so really that first one, in order to get the confidence to be able to build upon it, needs to be landed. Ferdinand made a good choice, I think, to throw that one down.
So for your saying in the strategy department, you want to come out swinging in that first round and try to make your case early on rather than put yourself in the pressure situation in round 2.
Unless you're Tesla Doe.
Yeah, it worked out twice for her earlier today as we take another look here from Ferdinand Dahl.
Oh, double bio 1080 right there, kind of misty style. Such a tough trick to do. Here's the left side. Double cork 1260, super solid landing. Lands in a position where he's almost already looking at the lip of the next jump. Watch this. Boom, just right into a tuck. And here's this switch right side. 900 grabs that far tail and dumps into kind of a late cork, really cool body position in the air. And I think that's going to post nicely for him.
All right, we're about to see right here. That's going to net, it's going to give him a 75 total. So 152.67 is the total we're looking at right now for the K2 team, as we are 1/3 of the way through the lineup here. Again, 6 competitors in this competition. They give him 2 runs each. Evan McEachern coming in hot.
Oh, this will be fun. Left side double cork, 1260 mute pan. Really tough grab to do. Evan, one of the only guys really doing that. Switch dub 14, now down into the bottom, looking over that left shoulder for another switch double 1440.
What an end to that run there for Evan McEachern, representing the head team.
Oh my gracious. Now he's a guy who could jump right into the jib section and literally compete with anyone. There's no question about it. In terms of slope style know-how, Evan McEachern is a beast. He is amongst the very best in the world, and right there just showcasing why. Switch, right side double cork 1440, boom, puts that to his feet, up high on the knuckle, or not on the knuckle, just beyond it on this switch dub 14. Coming around to 10, here's that last 360, boom, lands on the line, and look at that landing. I mean, the guys that are really, really posting huge scores in here and attracting a lot of media attention are those who land as if they never left the ground. It's like Tom Wallish came into the world and just said, you don't actually have to experience an impact when you touch the touchdown. You just land.
Well, they needed to get some work done for his team. They were in 6th place coming into this part of the competition. So he is going to get an 89. So that is going to be the best single run score that we've seen thus far of the 3 here in the jump portion of things. So nicely done there by Evan McEachern. So we're at the halfway point. You combine that with Aaron Blunk's pipe score of 63. That'll help out their cause for sure right there. And he's still got another round to go. Looking up from the bottom of the jump section right there again as they come out of that start gate area. They do have 3 jumps to contend with out here. We've got Fabian Bosch coming up next out of Switzerland, representing the Atomic team. The Atomic team currently ranked in 4th place. Remember, Miguel Porteous had that best score coming out of the modified super pipe that had his team in 1st place coming out of that. So here you go with Fabian Bosch on course for his first of 2 attempts.
You don't want to blink right now because you never know what he's going to do. I mean, it's crazy his abilities. I mean, they don't really have an end. And switch right side double misty 1260, unbelievable.
On to the last hit.
Deep. Whoa! Left side double cork 1620 tail grab, 4.5 spins, stomping out of the switch dub.
Done reaction by the rest of the guys at the top of the start gate.
Did he land it? Was probably what the message they were waiting to hear. Holy.
Hold on to your hats, everybody. This could be a monster score. Remember, his teammate in the pipe, Miguel Porteous, had the best score out of that part of the competition. This could be monster for the Atomic team.
Switch, double cork, 14 up top. There's 10, comes around to 14. Look at this landing. Boom, done. No touch on the landing. And the switch, look how deep he goes on the switch dub Misty 12. Stretching, boom, got it. Huge amount of speed coming into the bottom. Love this trick, made famous by Bobby Brown, brought to competition. It seems so risky, and you always pop really deep because these athletes are popping off their tails and their skis actually snap them forward into their trajectory. And then, of course, the double cork 1620. Now, that trick continues to be so notorious for posting high scores. TJ Schiller did it way back at X Games, won the gold. Alex Schlobe won the gold at a later year with the same trick. Now it's still coming back, and it's still so admired because falling out of a double cork like that and just spinning like a top at the tail end. You see how the velocity of his spin increases at the tail end? That's one of those things that's elusive, and when it's done properly, I mean, it's huge.
All right, so our best score thus far is an 89. Where's this going to rank right there? It's going to give him an 87.33. It will not be the best jump score. It'll be the 2nd best jump score thus far. However, that is huge for the Atomic team right there because I'll say this again, Miguel Porteous, his teammate, posted the best highest score, or the single highest score, I should say, from modified super pipe. This is still round 1 out of 2, by the way, in this part of the competition, and we still have 2 guys yet to go as we look up top and take another look at Torrin Yater Wallace. Now, he's running in 2 events out here today. We just saw him in modified super pipe where he posted up an 80.67, which was good enough for 2nd place for them. What can he get done here in the jump section on his first of 2 attempts?
Well, this is exciting because anyone who's seen Torrin Yater Wallace compete before, aside from the Mammoth Grand Prix about 3 years ago, has always been in the super pipe. But in that Mammoth Grand Prix, when he jumped to the slopestyle course, he did a switch 1800 just for laughs. which is backwards to backwards, 5 spins, and it was clean. It was well stomped. It was beautiful. And right there, leaving some coin on the table, probably with a fairly mellow trick, but looking to put it all to his feet. Throwing over the right shoulder. What are you talking about? A forward to forward, double rodeo 1440 right there. That was, okay, that's a piece of action that I just have never seen in a slopestyle competition. I mean, that's the second time I've seen him really hitting jumps in a professional level event, and he does something unusual.
All right, let's take another look. You said at the top of this that he left a little to be desired after that first hit.
Yeah, so, excuse me, that was a 900, left side 9 tail grab, locked it in, and then he comes into the switch, and it looked like maybe he wanted a double there. You could see him trying to get his legs up, but his rotation just didn't allow it, a little too flat to call that a double, but it certainly could become one in his next bit. But watch this, popping into double rodeo 1440. So he's just gonna, his feet come up over that first time. That's the first 3 with the roll. There's the second 3, and now he's just gonna pump a 720 out. So,
wow,
just that's a totally new trick for me. I've never seen someone do that.
All right, it's going to be a 72 for him. Gives you a 152.67, which will put his team in 3rd place overall as of right now. By the way, the Atomic team, after that Fabian Bosch score, even though it was the 2nd highest jump score we've seen, it still puts the Atomic team back in the top spot when you pair that up with what we saw from Miguel Porteous in modified super pipe. So one more skier to go here in this round is McRae Williams. His teammate Hunter Hess had a 73.33 in the modified pipe competition. What is McRae Williams out of Park City, Utah, going to grace us with here in the hopes of bumping the vocal team farther up the food chain, I should say?
At the risk of being redundant, I will still characterize him amongst those who you really don't ever know what he's going to do, because his bag of tricks is so deep that he can grab anything he wants out of there. Switch right side, double rodeo 10, super inverted on both rotations. Now just dumping out a nice, more cork spin in the opposite direction. Switch dub cork 12, and oh no! Less speed than was necessary in that situation, and so he is amongst those, I mean, kind of throw Tornado Wallace in there perhaps, that really needs to push in run number 2. Their second and final run, all the pressure's now on.
Yeah, we saw earlier in the day with the competition, the individual competition, you got 3 runs. Here you only get 2 attempts at it in the team challenge as we take another look from the top of the run.
There's that switch left side, double cork 1260 mute. Super easy for McRae Williams, but generally impossible for any member of the general public ever. Whipping over.
How do you really feel about that?
Whipping over to that left side. Looked like he wanted double cork 12, but just not enough speed to bring that baby around. So
yeah, you'll see another look at it right here. And that one's going to put him in a bit of a pressure situation. However, it is the better of these 2 runs that count. So down but not out, that 24.67 is going to have the vocal team in the bottom of the pack as of right now. So round 1 of jumps is in the books, which means we are at the official halfway point of the ski team challenge. It's Atomic in the lead with 170 flat. They've got quite of a sizable lead going over Team Faction right now, who sits in second with a 157.67, and then you've got K2 sitting in third right now with a 152.67. And wow, look at the group. We've actually got a tie for third going on right now. K2 and Armada 152.67, and look at the head team, not out of that mix either with a 152. So look at what's going on. That dance right there. There's quite the party of brewing right there for that 3rd place position when it comes to the teams. And that 3rd place position, they're not too far away from that number 2 position score.
That's right. And to think that they're tied up to the 100th of a point certainly shines light on how close the competition is here.
Sorry. And you got the Atomic boys sitting in the driver's seat right now with a sizable lead as of right now. Keep in mind, we still have a 2nd round of jumps to go, so the scoring's still far from over on this portion of the competition. And then we move into the jibs. So that's the tightest grouping we've seen in the team challenge that we've done the last 2 years out here at the Dew Tour. That's going to get real interesting in round 2.
Yeah.
And then the jib section is going to end up being the decider.
It is, and I mean, we're really bringing out the guns in the jib section as well. Jesper Chowder, Henrik Harlow, Colby Stevenson, Alex Hall, Gus Kenworthy, and ABM all rolling into that jib section. So whatever contributions these jumpers can give to their teammates who are entering the rails will be much appreciated, because things are going to continue to heat up till the very tail end. The very last rider of the second run in jibs will have to be, decided and have to occur before we can even consider who's going to take the bacon out here.
It's going to be a numbers game out here this afternoon, and man, I'm still like, I look at that on the scoring monitor, I'm like, really, it's that tight. We got that much grouping going on right here. Again, beautiful day out here. Dew Tour Breckenridge. Breckenridge proud to be home once again to another installment of Winter Dew Tour. So here we go, second and final round here for the jump section as we go back up to the top. Representing Team Faction, this is Mac Forehand back on course.
Trying to give Alex Hall a real fighting chance out here. But I think Forehand can clean up a few things, and one might be the grab and the rotation right here on this switch. Oh, yes. Switch double, 1260 mute. That was a hot item. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. And he ups the ante.
All right.
To match Fabian Bosch potentially with the left side double cork 16. That's 4.5 spins, 2 flips. And it seemed like his real focus was on locking in the grab amidst all of that tornadoing madness.
He had an 85 the first go around. That's got him in third as far as the jumps portion is concerned.
Unless I missed something, this is definitely going to be an improvement. Right side double cork 1260, very clean safety grab, and watch him lock in the mute, and he's got the rotation. So look at just the way he's balanced throughout that trick, the way his grab and his landing all just funnel into one another. So beautifully done, and locks in the tail grab right there on the left side, double cork 1620. So let's count the spins. There's the first, comes around, there's the second, third, and fourth, and 1/2. Wow. 4.5. Just spin around 4.5 times in your living room as fast as you can. See if you get a little bit dizzy.
The best individual jump score we've seen is an 89 flat so far. What is this going to be? He came out swinging here in round number 2.
Yeah, let's see that score.
You see Atomic in the top spot there team-wise with 170 points. And again, look at the grouping there. Tie for third, and then 5th place is in that party right there. The head team with a 152 flat, but that tie for third right now, the 152.67. That is it's a bit of a monster brewing right there. We're still awaiting the score here from Mac Forehand. What's it going to be? And hello, we're into the 90s, everybody, here in the jumps portions. Mac Forehand with a 91.67. That'll put his team in 2nd place.
Wow. Alex Hall going to be real happy about that. What a contribution to the team effort.
Way to come out and set the bar in round number 2, Mr. Forehand out of Winhall, Vermont. That was a monster score right there.
Man, that switch left side double cork 12, just absolutely beautiful. And then upping the ante to the 16 on the last jump. Faction now sitting in a very solid position.
All right, Ferdinand Dahl, as far as jumps are concerned, he's in 4th place jumps-wise. He had a 75. What is he going to do here for the K2 team as he comes down the chute here for a 2nd final attempt?
So Ferdinand on the 3rd jump just did a switch 900 in run number 1. So he's got to switch things up a little bit there and add some more difficulty to the equation. Left side double cork 1260, super clean, solid grab down into the bottom switch. Right side double bio 1260. That's a tough trick, and what a crazy rotation, kind of a belly down flat spinning rotation that is really solid and very unusual. Hope to get another look at that in just a moment, but certainly an improvement, a full 360 improvement just on the spinning portion, but the rotation that he incorporated was delightful as well. We'll see what the judges have to say as we get down. There's that switch, dub 12, very clean. Gotta love that. Now he's gonna dump in very nicely, and here's another look. And I believe jump 1, if I'm not mistaken, just triumphant stuff. Kind of a buero or maybe even a gargoyle. on the grab there. That looked like Dub Japan on the left side, double cork 1260. So right and left side spins happening right off the bat. Now take a look at this. He throws his weight forward and he gets into a wobbled out forward spinning trick right there. It looks like he gets into almost what we would call a bio or a Misty style, but the cork is very slight until the very last bit right there. So switch, crazy double flat spin style 1260 right there. And man, judges sometimes really will react positively to that sort of stuff. We'll see what they have to say because it was sort of flat on the first bit. So crazy stuff.
Well, he had a 75 that first go-around. As I said, that had him in the 4th place position. We'll see if this is going to bump him up and help his team cause overall. So it will bump up the score, an 84.33. It's not going to move him up anywhere in the placings, though, as far as the individual placings in the jump portion of things. So he's going to sit in that number 4 position. However, the points do count because we're totaling your best score with your other teammates from their section. So that'll definitely help out the cause in the long run. Looking up at the top of Breckenridge Mountain right there at the highest peak, you see the wind starting to howl up there and the snow starting to move around. We're a third of the way through the final round of the lineup here in the jumps portion of things. This is Evan McEachran representing the head team. Evans had the 2nd highest score here in the jumps portion of things. His round 1 score was an 89.
Just a Canadian free skiing soldier, the equivalent of the mounted police of Canada when it comes to free skiing. I mean, a man that ought to be saluted as he continues down the course. Boom! That was a truly magnificent lead tail incorporated into that switch. Double cork 14 down the bottom.
Bringing a bit of a snow shower into the corral area as he does so. So, 89 for him.
Noticeably better than last shot. Yeah,
representing
way better.
The head team. Beautiful shot right there, looking at the sun shining on this slope-style jump section course. Keep in mind, we have a 3rd part of this competition still to come. We've got the jib section before we crown our 2018 ski team champion.
And here's the mute pan double grab right there on the left side, double cork 1260, 3.5 spins. Really tough grab. Here's the switch right side, double corked 1440. Boom, putting that down, and based on his commentary, a lot happier with this run than he was with run number 1, and throwing snow as he crept into the trick toss right off the takeoff, sort of buttering his skis off. Beautiful landing, and not quite as much height as we saw in this second one, but look at that lead tail, just blunted right on the very tip of the tail of his skis. Gloriously executed. Such a fun athlete to watch.
So what do you think? 89, you think this one's going to be better?
He certainly thinks so. I'd follow his lead.
Oh, we're into the 90s again at 92.67, and Evan McEachran has vaulted himself to the top. He was in 2nd place individual score-wise. He now stands atop, 1 full point ahead of Mac Forehand. Wow, Evan McEachran, the head team, now in 4th place. Our 3rd place tie has been broken. K2 now holds on to that spot exclusively for the moment with a 162, but Evan McEachran just made a case for the head team. They're out in 4th right now, but they're gaining ground. They're gaining ground on 3rd place. Team Atomic coming your way right now. Fabian Bosch, Team Atomic currently sitting in the lead. Fabian came out and posted up an 87.33 in that opening round of competition.
Oh man, just winding up that switch double 14 into the switch Misty 12. Super clean, very inverted. We saw the 16 last time. Yes, I think that's an improvement, at least on the landing of that trick for Bosch. He seems set on it.
He's claiming it down there in the corral. He seemed very fired up about that. He's hyped. 87.33 is as far as individual jump scores are concerned here for just this section of the contest, he's 3rd best overall. You got Evan McEachran with a 92.67, Mac Forehand in 2nd with a 91.67, followed by Fabian there, an 87.33. Remember, his team had the best score out of that modified super pipe competition side of things.
Oh man, to put a double Japan in the midst of a switch double cork 1440, that might seem like Chinese to some of you, but it's just a really incredibly difficult combination of grab and
Would that
trick.
be Mandarin?
Yeah, it was Cantonese actually.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's the switch dub Misty 1260, a trick he's been doing well for a long time, and then beautiful execution and certainly I think an increased quality of trick on the left side double cork 1620. Let's see the grab. Oh, right on the tip of the tail. Just a smoking overall performance from Fabian Bosch out of Engelberg, Switzerland.
So, oh my goodness, he's in the 90s at 94. So he jumps from third into first. Overall, the individual jump scores, but man, again, that is huge for Team Atomic. Remember, Miguel Porteous had the best modified super pipe score, and now Fabian Bosch is up there with a 94 flat. So the Atomic team holds the two best scores of these two sections thus far. Hold on to your hats, though. We still have two guys left to go here in the jump sections. We've got Tornator Wallace on deck, followed by McRae Williams. But man, that 94,
jeez, and
boom, that is a monster to beat.
That information is going to trickle down to Gus Kenworthy, who's currently warming things up in the jib section, and wow.
Atomic in the lead with 176.67. Faction in second with 164.34. K2 still nipping at their heels, though, with a 162. So still a battle going on for second place right now. Both of those guys trying to gain ground on the Atomic team, and Fabian Bosch has just lobbied his case hard with a 94 flat. We've seen three scores now jump up into the 90s here in this second and final round of jumps. Mac Forehand started that party. Evan McEachern put his stamp on it, and now Fabian Bosch has said, hey, it's my turn. But here we go with Team Armada and Torrent Yater Wallace.
Two Torrents got on the left side front. Beautiful, very clean left side 900. And there's the switch double 1260, nicely done. And will we see the double rodeo 14? Not this time around. Torrent decides to give the fans a front flip. Interesting strategy. Let's see how it pans out for him.
It's Torrent there. He had a 72 for his first run score, individual side of things. Individual jump scores, that's got him in fifth out of this crew of 6. I'm still trying to process all the math here about what just happened with Fabian and the Atomic team. It's a lot of numbers going around, but man, they really jumped out to the lead here.
That switch 1260 was solid. Watch the way he gets that grab way up on the ski, looking to really swing in that double cork. It still remained kind of flat, meaning that he didn't get super inverted and kind of got off of his line a little bit, maybe due to the landing of that second jump not being ideal, and was unable, it would seem, or just didn't want to perform that right side double rodeo 1440 that we saw in run number 1. So gives the fans a front flip, which is a pleasantry, no question about it, but not necessarily for the scoreboard.
Tuck into one right there. I call it the lawn dart. Just, you know, gets a reaction out of the fans here. The bottom of the corral. So one guy left to go here in the jump portion of things. He had a rough go. McRae Williams out of Park City, Utah, took that slam there at the end of his first attempt. So put himself in a bit of a pressure situation. Can he rise above on his second final attempt to take us out of the jump section here in the Ski Team Challenge?
Just went down with an uncharacteristic fall on the double cork 1260 on jump number 3. Oh, beautiful. Switch left up.
One hit remaining for McRae here.
Just got to get this to his feet.
There you go. McRae Williams trying to shake off that 24.67, which has got him down in 6th overall as far as the individual scores are concerned. So he's got the proverbial monkey off of his back here. Trying to help out the cause for his teammate Hunter Hess.
McRae Williams, the current world champion, putting the run down right here. Of course, leaving it to that final run, which means he just needed to stomp this in order to contribute the top points needed to his fellow competitors on Team Vocal, that being Alex Beaulieu-Marchand, who will take to the jib course, locking in the mute on that switch double cork 1260. Beautiful stuff. Look at that landing, just right in a position to attack the next feature. dropping her in. There's the left side double cork 1260. And struggling a little bit with speed on that final jump. Buck McCrae making the most of it, putting the gear down and posting a score.
That'll get him a 75 flat, so that'll leave Team Volkel in 6th right now with a 148.33. However, he helped out quite a bit. You shake off that 24.67, that would have definitely put you down in the basement with one more section of this competition still to go. So a 75, nothing to thumb your nose at, especially after having an uncharacteristic fall there in your first attempt. So the jump section is in the books. What a monster round that we had here for the Atomic boys here, coming out of this with the top score in yet another section. Atomic in the driver's seat with a 176.67. You've got the Faction boys sitting in 2nd place with a 164.34, and then K2 just a little over 2 points behind right there with a 162 flat. We had a tie coming into this portion of the competition, or after round 1 I should say. That tie has been broken for 3rd place. So there's your 1, 2, 3. Let's check in one more time with Tina Dixon, who is with our top scorer of this round. Tina?
Yeah, and what a competition, and Fabian just added to that. What a giant score, that 94.67. Team Atomic was already looking good, and you just extended that lead. Just walk us through that 2nd run.
Yeah, second run was way better than the first one. I kind of missed grabs in my first run, and second one was pretty clean. I was really stoked. 16 was pretty nice.
Yeah, the crowd was cheering down here. Okay, the competition's not quite over yet, and Team Faction is making their way up. Alex Hall will be competing for Team Faction. Gus Kenworthy's on your team. What are your thoughts on that next event?
It's going to be interesting for sure, but Gus is an insane rail skier. I mean, Alex Hall obviously as well, but I think we will get the win.
All right, there you guys go, though. Fabio doing his part at this team event.
Yeah, I like the confidence. He's saying, I think we will get the win. But you're in the driver's seat there. Fabian, you and Miguel have done your part.
A little bit more than that.
Talk about this grouping that we've got going on here between 4th and 5th place with Head and Armada, a 152.67 and a 155.67. And there's still some challenge points-wise positioning there going into that 3rd place spot. So it could definitely shake up here in this last part of the competition.
No question about that.
Well, we've got one more section to go. We've got the jibs. We're going to take a little break from competition here. Chris Cote and Todd Richards are going to jump in the booth. We're going to do a little bit of Do Tour Live and have some fun and talk to you more about what's going on throughout the rest of the weekend. And after that happens, you and I get to jump back in and we call the ball, the final action. It's the jib section to determine our Team Challenge champion when we come back.
Starts off. Drug dealer.
We got the bar, the drug deal, his nephew. All right, bro.
I'm reloading.
Let me go check to see if there's some food
Feel
down
the
there.
pain. Here come the pain. As he says, here comes the pain.
All right, dude. Thanks, Lewis. Bill is right between the eye. Bam.
Oh, yeah, he said, oh, I get a chick shot. Chick shot. Got to hold the ball like this.
Welcome back, snow fans. You're watching 2018 Dew Tour. We're live from Breckenridge, Colorado. Chris Cote here with once a Breck local, always a Breck local, Todd Richards.
Hi, Chris.
Welcome to Dew Tour Live.
Thank you. High five.
High five. Yep, we're living that Dew lifestyle. That's for you. Check it out. So, Dew Tour Live here. We're going to give you a snow preview. What you just watched was a highlight package to get you fired up for snowboard team competition. It's going to go down tomorrow. We've already seen some ski team competition, and if the snow team is going to be any indication of what we just saw right there, this is going to be a hotly contested snow team event, Todd.
I like the team comp because it kind of forces riders, you know, the team thing isn't like it used to be when I was coming up. We all used to travel as a team. Now it's everyone's trying to work on their individual parts, and you're out doing this and someone else is another part of the country, but now it kind of forces the guys to come together and work as an actual team to pick out who's the best at what, and you know, the chips may fall where they fall.
Well, it always seems like the team competition starts off really lighthearted and fun, but then of course, if you start to let your team down, they let you have it and you have to step your game up. So check this out. This is ski team competition, and this is kind of a foreshadowing of what we'll see throughout this entire weekend in terms of the modified super pipe, the rails, the jump section. So here's a highlight package of what we just saw. Just like snowboarding and skiing, we see a lot of spins, we see
1260 action right there. You know, you really want to impress me. You bring it back to the old school, you do a 1260 and then you incorporate a double gaffy. That's really what I'm looking for. Maybe a little spread eagle, you know, iron cross, screaming seaman. You know, those traditional ski moves, I would like to see those paired up with the modern day rotations in skiing.
That's what gets you hopped up to get out on the mountain.
Well, hopped up enough.
I'm all hopped up on Dew, and that's a good thing, because this is Dew Tour, and you're watching highlights from ski team competition. Apparently, Todd, Team Atomic was the team to beat, and currently are the team to beat, dominating so far in team competition.
Well, congratulations to them. Well, you know what I like about the team comp as well is that, you know, we have a very unique course this year. It's not just laid out in this one slopestyle run, and I'm saying this as far as like slopestyle and team comp. You kind of have to, you know, you need to bring it together on each individual section. And sometimes, like with slopestyle riders, maybe one guy's really good at the jumps and he can kind of just breeze through the rails and really put on a great show in the jumps and maybe make people kind of forget about his rail section. But now you've got the focus is really on you, a bit of a magnifying glass.
Well, all I know is I heard Luke Van Valen and Jimmy Coleman yelling in here. They were fired up as to what they were watching. So we're 3/4 of the way through ski team competition here at Dew Tour 2018, and we're coming up on the jibs, the rails next.
Right.
So I want to get your perspective. You've seen all the parks, all the jumps, all the jibs we have today, this weekend. What's your perspective? What do you think we're going to see? Starting off with modified super pipe.
I like modified super pipe.
And what is a modified super pipe for the people out there that don't know?
Well, it's got more horsepower.
It's more modified
That's right.
than ever, and more super.
So modified super pipe, you're combining, you know, basically what we would ride on a daily basis. You know, you've got your jumps, you've got your half pipe. Why not throw them all together in a half park? I mean, look at this right here. We kind of have a bit of a shark fin, the hip going in there right after the bottom of the pipe. I mean, riding a super pipe is hard enough. I mean, these things will gas you out these days. Those walls are so big, and now you've got to hold it together and hit some hips, hit the jump up top. So it's really going to be someone who can combine all those skills. Like, there's a lot of super pipe riders who've been specializing for a couple years because of Olympics. Maybe they haven't even been through the park or hit a good-sized jump, and we will see that on full display.
We talked about it earlier, men and women who, a lot of these top riders, we may have never even seen go off a straight jump. So there's going to be some creativity coming into play. And again, last year, Dew Tour was an Olympic qualifier, so the serious level was through the charts. This year, of course, still serious. Dew Tour medals on the line, but the idea that this is not an Olympic qualification year, we get to have fun. We get to be creative. We get to add these elements to the super pipe. We've modified it.
You let your hair down. It's kind of like casual Friday every day, you know. But just look at the course there.
That's scary to me.
It's really big. There's some opportunities to kind of incorporate tranny riding into jump riding, and it's really going to be a great thing to watch because there's so many really talented guys. I mean, Danny Davis is the one that I look at because Peace Park. Peace Park was a lot like this, and I think that Peace Park was actually something that kind of paved the way for the modified super pipe format that we have here.
Right, and then Danny Davis, like you mentioned, we've seen so many video parts in pipes just like this.
Yeah.
So let's go to the women's side of things. Chloe Kim, most dominant rider in the last couple of years.
But
what's she going to do out here at a place like this?
Chloe Kim, I mean, we're going to see if she can hang on the jumps as well. We all know that she's got double corks, back-to-back 1080s. You know, she's got all the ingredients for a winning half-pipe run, but the question is she willing to chuck it upside down off a jump to make it count?
That's going to be the most fun thing to watch, is the creativity element and challenging some of the riders who have had, you know, the luxury of snowboarding on perfect pipes. Another guy that comes to mind when you think of ripping in pipes is Ben Ferguson. Ben Ferguson came through last year and absolutely tore this place apart. Let's hear what Ben Ferguson has to say about progression.
The time it's to do something and you're not really even thinking about it. It just happens and it's cool and people dig it. And then other times you are watching what everybody else is doing and you're picking and choosing what looks cool and what you like to do, and you take it and you make it your own. And I also don't want to be the dude doing the same trick as everybody else. I would want to do my own thing. And you can do that with snowboarding. That's one reason why snowboarding is super rad.
Ben Ferguson, when he talks about progression, we listen.
We do. Gabe Ferguson's brother, that's how I like to refer to him.
Okay.
We, you know, give Gabe a little bit of a hype up, but Ben's real good, man. He's another guy that, you know, besides Danny Davis, someone that just gets wild on the jumps, can handle. He comes from, they grew up in Bend riding Mount Bachelor. Mount Bachelor is just a cornucopia of natural terrain. I mean, a transition rider, but you also have to, you know, there's some distance gap jumps there. It really brings it all together. I mean, I think Batchy's a great place for kids to grow up and learn how to ride a mountain.
And thank you for bringing the word cornucopia to the show for the first time.
Oh, you stick around all weekend. I have a thesaurus in my pocket.
It's day one of competition here at Dew Tour 2018, live from Breckenridge, Colorado. And Breckenridge so far has been holding Bluebird all day. Early this morning, dumped last night, so we had a solid, you know, foot and a half of powder.
This morning I went up there with my other co-commentator, Todd Harris.
Excuse me?
Well, we went up later than you were in here.
Whatever.
We got like 40th chair on Imperial Bowl. It was cool watching all the people track it out. Yeah, it was great. But yes, there's good snow out there, and you can still kind of ferret it and find some pow in the trees.
Pow in the trees is always fun. Well, we're giving you guys a preview of the Team Challenge here at Dew Tour, which is coming up tomorrow. And of course, we have heavy-hitting teams coming through. We've got, of course, we've got 3 riders that will be riding these parks, but then we've got team captains coming in
let's
to
talk
lead
about the team
teams.
captains. We got Bjorn Linus, Chris Grenier, Ika Backstrom. I still don't believe that Ika Backstrom is coming. I will wait till see him and actually appear in Breckenridge.
We're on Eco Watch.
Yeah, Eco Watch right now. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, the team captains are just as impressive as the teams that are going to be out there. Scotty Stevens for Capita. I mean, you've got the gnarlers of the gnarl, plus the kids that are representing on the, you know, the rider side of things. It's heavy.
Any individual names that you think are going to be holding it down for the teams they're representing?
Oh man, Sven Thorgren. I want to watch that guy ride big time.
Rene Renikongas?
Rene Renikongas, for sure.
Well, he was one of our favorite riders from last year.
Yeah, and then also Red Gerard's in there as well. You know, you've got a whole
gold medalist. Red Gerard from right here.
Gold medalist, Red Gerard.
It's our sponsor obligation. We have to say gold medalist before Red Gerard. And we actually drove by Red Gerard's house.
We did. We saw it off the side of the highway. He's got a great view.
Well, we're going to have Mountain Dew team riders coming through Dew Tour Live all weekend long. Of course, this is Thursday. We're getting through the afternoon here. It's lifted up a little bit temperature-wise. It's about 11 degrees here, so cold yet a beautiful day here. But we're going to go back in time here, Todd. Let's take a look at what Red Gerard did here last year at Dew Tour.
So Red Gerard, you know, it was a big year for him going into the Olympics, and this, you know, last year was the first year Dew Tour was an Olympic selection event, and that's, you know, it kind of, you know, basically changed the game here. And Red came out swinging. Definitely, he's got some of the best style out there, and he put down some crazy runs. He was having a heater of a season already. He came out of Aspen where he had a win there, and then Red just took it to this course here at Breckenridge.
Well, Red Gerard, of course, this was the start of an incredible, unprecedented run for this young snowboarder from right here in Colorado. And then last year, of course, always dominant, call it the Chloe Kim effect, and it was in full effect last year at Dew Tour.
You know, it's so cool. I mean, Chloe had just, we all know Chloe Kim is America's darling now, just you know, by virtue of her incredible performance at the Olympics. She hasn't really lost anything for a while. But last weekend at Copper, she put together a run that was just different. You can tell she's playing around now. She knows that she has all the double corks, but she's switching up her lines to be more technical. And that's what I want to see, because usually after an Olympic year, I consider it to be more of a progression year. Everyone's kind of like, whew, big sigh of relief, and people can start working on runs that maybe will influence what we see in the next years to come.
So the difference that you see with an Olympic year as opposed to a non-Olympic qualification year like we have this year at Dew Tour is maybe a little bit more creativity, spontaneity.
Let me put it this way. It's kind of like being super constipated for a long time.
Right.
And then
go on.
And then you flow. And then it's like everything is great. You've lost a lot of weight and you're just out there and you're free to create.
You're free. They're all free birds.
That's right.
Up here that are going to be riding tomorrow. So today, of course, we've had all ski all day, and of course we saw the adaptive men's and women's snowboarding. And it's going to be an incredible weekend. It's already been a fantastic day. We've given out 9 medals already today. And let's give out more. We're going to go back to our team ski competition. This is Dew Tour. We're live from Breckenridge, Colorado, and we're going to bring back Luke Van Valen and Jimmy Coleman to fill in these hot seats.
Later.
Can you talk to him through the back buckets?
Pioneers are on a journey that most just cannot begin to understand. The path is off the map, uncharted and undone, where only the strong endure. The test is internal. The test is vital. The test is a quest for something new and meaningful. Cause there's gold in them there hills. And who will take innovation and creativity to strike it? Believe the rush. Never give up. Grasp the glory. Trailblazing is the labor. Discovery is the prize.
I want to talk like that guy. Grasp the glory. Right now, here in the team challenge, Team Atomic is trying to do just that, grasp the glory. They sit in the top spot after 2 sections of this competition have been completed. If you've never been to this lovely mountain resort, well, there's Breckenridge by the numbers. This is our 11th year out here doing the Dew Tour at this lovely mountain. Look up the top right there. That is the tallest peak. Yeah, you're looking at that stat right. It's almost 13,000 feet. It is not for the faint of heart. So drink some water, drink plenty of it, carb load, and then get your butt up here. Bring your skis, bring your snowboard. Come on out here and join us for this little party we call the Dew Tour. But back to action here. The Team Ski Challenge. One more section to go. It's the Jibs, the Atomic Boys, with the top 2 scores out of modified superpipe and the jumps. They sit in the driver's seat. Can they hang on for this 3rd and final portion of the competition? 6 athletes in the mix here. Your standouts as we look at the start list, Luke Van Valen.
Well, pretty much all of them, I would say. Jesper Chowder is one of the really fun guys to watch. He'll be flipping and spinning off of everything inside. Gus Kenworthy has won this event in the past just by taking it to the next level routinely. Henrik Harlow, potentially the best jibber in the world. ABM, a man who's on his heels. And then we've got Alex Hall, Colby Stevenson, as we mentioned. Both of those guys, youngsters, really, really solid jibbers. And this course is just like laying out the red carpet for those who are frothing to get to a buffet.
They're ready to do the technical portion of this competition. So, if you missed the first 2 portions, we started off in modified superpipe. Then we went over to the slope style jump portion of things. Now we do it here in the jib section, which is all of the rail features that you would traditionally see on a slope style course. Those 6 athletes that you saw on that start list, they all represent a team or a brand, if you will. They're each going to get 2 runs apiece. It is the better of their individual runs that will hopefully bolster their team score. But before we get into our final part of the competition, let's take a look back and talk about how we got to our current standings.
Well, it was Burke Irving who really posted the high score initially. And then he got pushed down a little bit throughout the day. There's no question some guys came in hot, but things started off well for Irving. Switched down the pipe 720, nice cork 900 right there. And, you know, in many ways, it was a totally new occasion, breaking the threshold. Breaking new ground routinely to come into something like this. The modified superpipe, of course, with the variety of different hits that it had and the response that they got from the athletes from that was just amazing and such a fun competition to watch, Jimmy.
Yeah, with a little bit of practice in the week leading up to this, you were really making it up as you go along. But then after modified superpipe, we sent things over to the slope style jump portion for the 2nd installation of our competition.
Yeah, Ferdinand Dahl taking that score given to him from Burke Irving, looking to bring some huge things to the table. Didn't quite lock in the score that he was hoping to have, but still, it was a very positive contribution to what currently sits in that 3rd place spot in K2.
Going back to the modified superpipe here, that first feature right there coming out at the top that was called Mr. T, as we look back at some highlights from how Team Faction fared thus far in the competition.
And you gotta love that alley-oop flat spin 540 tail. Really beautiful. Antio Lila just throwing it down and coming down into this lower section. There's one of those little escape transitions as you poke out and in. And creativity was kind of the name of the game. Watch this. Dumps the hand drag inverted 360 down into the bottom, presses the ski, nollies the 360. Beautiful stuff.
Back over to the jump portion of things for the Faction crew.
And I mean, Mac Forehand, who we're watching on screen right now, with that switch double cork 1260, and then right here, double cork 1440 was his first run. He ups it to the 1620 there on run number 2. And just brought in some serious heat, but Atomic, it took both the competition so far, Jimmy. Yeah. It's been unbelievable.
Miguel Porteous ended up in his 2nd and final run, jumping up to the top of the standings and being the standout in the modified superpipe portion of things.
A big, floaty, clean, stinky left 9.
So in this modified superpipe, obviously, as we mentioned, Burke Irving was in the top spot, but then was overtaken by Miguel Porteous, and Torniator Wallace came in in that second place position as well. But beautiful, just massive switch alley-oop 540 down there for Porteous, posting a super high score, taking the top spot in the modified superpipe competition.
And then when we sent it over to the jump portion of things for the Atomic boys to further cement their spot in that top position, it was the second round. We saw scores creep into the 90s, but it was Fabian Bosch that took top honors in that competition by posting a monster score of 94 flat.
And that's what happens when you do a switch right double cork 1440 followed by a switch double misty 12 and then a dub 16 at the bottom. Not mellow, not at all.
So that is how we stand as of right now. K2 sits in third, Faction sits in second place, and Atomic is in the lead after being the standout scorers in both modified superpipe as well as slope style jumps. However, we still have one more part of this competition left to go. Atomic in the driver's seat with a 176.67. There's a tight grouping going on for second place right there. Faction 164.34, and the K2 boys not too far behind him, but here we go. Alex Hall representing Team Faction in for his first of 2 attempts on the jibs.
Switch 180 on, hop, back swap 270 out. So far looking clean onto that elbow rail. Switch on, backside 2 out. 2 runs, they really got to put it together. Solid transfer right there. He swings the 270, but maybe wanted the 450. Seemed like his rotation kept him going. 270 on 450 out right there for Alex Hall. Small mistake that he can clean up in that second to last one.
All right, so to recap the rules, the best individual run score you can get is 100 points. You're aiming for a total team score of 300 best possible points. You get 2 attempts at it. They take your best attempt, take that score that you get, and then total it onto your team score. And hopefully that's going to put you on this team challenge podium.
I mean, this is so incredible. These guys are trying to put all these tricks together in one run on 4 features, and in some cases making one single portion 2 features. Just like this, the elbow transitions over to that up kink to down, excuse me. Here's the 270 on, nice looking 450 off. Oh, a little tail tap on the barrel. Didn't catch that on the first go around. Super solid, very clean, beautiful stuff. Just a little bit of trouble on the former portion. Let's see if he gets this tap on those.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see that in real-time speed.
Boom!
The Ducan tap right there.
Oh, 450 tail tap out. That was delightful.
Alex Hall squeaking in some little magic there at the end of that one. I did not see that one at real-time speed. So again, 6 athletes in the mix representing K2 right here. Colby Stevenson out of Park City, Utah, coming out of the start gate onto the Stanley features to get started.
Some of Colby Stevenson's skills just don't seem fair to the rest of the world. Beautiful 3 swap, back 2 up top. Now coming in, tail sliding. Nice little 360 around right there. Switch 270 onto the donkey. Pretzel 270 out. Clean performance thus far. Switch 2 on, Pretz 2 out.
Final set of features right there. By the way, Alex Hall got a 47. You didn't see the score on the screen, but looking at it on our scoring monitor down here, that's where we stand. We got a 47. So we await the score here for Colby for his first of 2.
And up top looked really solid. Down at the bottom, kind of might have lost a little bit there. Nice 3 swap, back 270 out. Super clean, very difficult trick, transferring between items. Then front swap, back swap, 2-7 out.
Okay.
Very clean. Nice switch 270 here to the donkey, pretzeling at 270.
That subtle little kink kick right there at the end of that thing.
Yeah, you really got to use that to your advantage. And here's where it looked like he might have come off a little bit early, and yes, just tipped out, and that unfortunately is going to take his score from something that would have been delightful down into the depths below.
Well, that's going to net him a 61. So again, you'll see the team scores jump around quite a bit here as we add that 3rd score in. So once we get through round 1 of runs here, we'll have a better picture of how we're looking going into our final podium. So going back up to the top here, we talked about this gentleman a couple of times as one to watch for here. Jesper Tjader out of Sweden representing Team Head.
One of the guys that GoPro is continuously very proud of. He puts together some of the most incredible point of view materials imaginable. Huge transfer right there and getting inverted up over the double. The guy can swing around a flip at any environment imaginable. 450 on, 450 out. Now coming in, switch to this bottom, switch on, backy out.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
His flipping ability is absolutely mind-blowing.
He also brought up something there.
Taking a quick look back up top there. As we get set to look at some highlights from Jesper here. 24 years old, representing the head team. Colby Stevenson thus far, the high mark to beat with a 61 here in the jib portion of things. Alex Hollis in second with a 47. Let's take another look.
You gotta love this big transfer, kind of tail sliding down, out on the tails there.
How do you not slide out of something like that when you gap out across from rail to rail?
Oh, a switch crooked, or switch back heat 180 was what he did up and over the knoll. That's what everyone was screaming about. Unbelievable. Watch this 450 on, locks onto that shotgun, takes the donkey, and pulls around the 450. Wow. Okay, that probably the best trick we've seen so far on that particular rail, which has that tail on it that's so menacing.
Watch this at the end, coming off of that green Mountain Dew rail, boosting it over the Mountain Dew barrel can.
I think we're going to have a new leader.
What is the score going to be for our Swedish competitor? Actually, we have two Swedes competing in this. An 81 for Jesper Yoder right there. So the head team currently in the top spot as of right now. We are at the halfway point here of round 1 out of 2. Our third and final part of the competition here for the Ski Team Challenge here for the 2018 Dew Tour. But look out, here comes Telluride, Colorado's Gus Kenworthy representing the Atomic Boys. Look at those monster scores. His teammates Miguel Porteous and Fabian Bosch have put up huge scores in modified superpipe and jump. They have paved the way. Now it's time for Gus Kenworthy to do his part for the Atomic team.
Going in, switch 270, back swap up and over the gap, swiping a ton of that fresh snow up and off the box. Oh boy, very solid, nice looking K-fed on that elbow rail. Inverts with a double hand drag up and over the knoll, 450 on to switch, clean. Now coming in backwards to this final jump, switch 270 on, Pretz 450 out, and Kenworthy.
A clean outing in the first go-around for Gus Kenworthy.
Wow. Come on. That was,
I mean,
gorgeous.
They already had monster scores and jumps in modified pipe. Gus has come out and done his part and taken the proverbial pressure off here in this opening round.
Yeah, that's got to feel good for the boys at Atomic, all of their hard work and dedication. Back swap out of the switch 270 to forward right there, just holding on to it. You got to love that. And to think that he can even build upon this, maybe with a spin out. Love this K-fed approach right there on the elbow rail, front swapping to continuing 270 out, super clean. Switch down in the bottom. Here's the switch 2 on, stops his momentum using the edges of his skis on the extraordinarily slippy surface of that metal rail and bringing around a 450 front side.
Okay, the high mark to beat. We saw Jesper Jotter with that 81 flat. What do the judges think of Gus Kenworthy and that first outing? Again, the best individual run score you can get is a 100. Miguel Porteous was his teammate in the modified superpipe. Fabian Bosch was his teammate over in the jump section. Those guys had the highest scores. And Gus Kenworthy at the top spot with an 83.67. Team Atomic back in that top spot. So almost a 3-point differential between him and second place in this portion of the competition. So Gus Kenworthy, you've done your part, sir. So Atomic, Head, and K2, you're 1, 2, 3 now. The only thing that's changed there, Faction was in that number 2 position once we started this round of competition. They're now out of that top 3 from now. We have 2 skiers left to go in the rotation before we go into the second and final runs. But this next guy doing it for Team Armada, he is a powerhouse when it comes to the technical variety. I'm talking about Sweden's Henrik Harlow.
Prepare thyself.
Take
450 on.
Let it sink in.
And Shifty's out. Switch lip, safety grab to back 180. Are you kidding me? There's just a whole lot going on anytime Henrik Harlow dips in. Oh, nice. Big 450 disaster down to just the tail end right there. No! Gets Wiley on the bottom section.
But he hung on.
He certainly did. And team captain Pat Goodenough and his mascot.
Right behind you.
Gotta love
the
that.
Mountain Dew chugging duck.
The Mountain Dew chugging duck.
He's up to his 5th bottle of dew.
And he only weighs a staggering 7 pounds.
Hopefully he's not chugging those kick starts, because you'll be up until Sunday, sir.
So Harlow starting off triumphantly, but struggles down at the bottom. Unfortunately, may plague the score with something rather low. Here's the 450 on up top, and then he shifties just to add that style element to it, just to show that he's very comfortable here. And watch this, switch lip to the top ski safety grab, back 270 out. So he pretzels his spin right there, stopping his momentum. Nice little nose butter up and over that knoll. A lot of the ladies and gentlemen out there really enjoying themselves with that particular piece. Right side 450. Well done. The disaster, tough to line up right there. And down here at the bottom, he hops on and just looking to maybe transfer right there.
That's what I was just going to ask you by that. Looking at that camera angle, was he going to transfer out of that?
It would appear that's what he was going for. So given another opportunity, there's a good chance we're going to see some success where he had misfortune in this particular run. We'll see. Only time will tell, Jimmy.
69.67 for Henrik. That'll put him in 3rd on the overall jib standings as of right now. Our last guy in the start order here before we get into the 2nd and final round to determine our winners of this competition. He represents Team Volkel. He's out of Quebec to our Canadian neighbors to the north, talking about ABM Alex Pilot-Marchand. Sporting bib number 53, and he is in for his first of 2 attempts.
Switch tails 270 pretzel 2. Super tough trick right there. Nicely done. Switch tail butter 5. Up and over the knoll. 450's on. 450 out. Wow. Matching. Yes for Chowder right there. Switch 2-7. Pretzel 2-7. Safety coming out of that tail end. And well, hello. Nicely played, ABM. And there's team captain Maddie Bowman, Olympic gold medalist from Sochi. She's holding it down for the gang there.
Well, the Volkel crew in a tough spot. They come into this round of competition sitting in the bottom spot there in 6th place, but ABM trying to change that here in his first round.
180 on to switch, 270 to switch. Super clean in that box area. And very innovative, kind of different trick. Then the switch tails 270, which is a very risky approach on a switch 270 right there. You got to clear the tails. If you tough, you don't see a lot. Sometimes you see impacts that take place between the tails of the skis and the rails, which is detrimental to the life and well-being of a human skier. There's a switch tail butter 540. Brings that down, and gotta love this. 450 locking on to that double barrel shotgun rail, catches the donkey tail, and just pops himself a nice little 450 out. So beautifully executed, despite the fact that that is an arduous approach to that rail, and just the dismount there itself, really tough. Switch 270 on, pretzel 270 safety out for ABM. Solid run overall. I think he's gonna see some high marks for that. And I don't think I'm alone in that suspicion.
No, not at all. They're definitely going to need that help, though. As I said, the Volkel crew coming into this sitting in that 6th and final position there. Taking one more look at it on the last feature there on the dismount and putting that to the snow, skiing away with confidence. What is it going to be? An 83.67 is our top spot. That's Gus Kenworthy. And hello, Alex Pilot-Marchand with their highest individual score of the round with an 88 flat. Wow, that bumped his team from 6th all the way up to 3rd.
How about it? ABM with quite the contribution. Bringing home the groceries.
That brings you 3 spots up into the mix right there. Excuse me, 4 spots up. So nicely done there. 3 spots up. So it's Atomic head and now Volkel at the end of round 1 out of 2. So not much has changed with our leader. However, our number 2 and 3 positions have changed. We came into this Atomic, Faction, and K2. Faction's all the way down at 6. K2 sits in 4th. It's now head in 2nd with a 236.67 and Volkel sitting in third place with a 2:36.33, and they're knocking on the door of that second place position. However, the Atomic Boys are just running away with this at this stage of the game. Wow. Possible victory lap for that crew going into the second final round?
Potentially. Oh my goodness.
We'll see. A lot would have to happen, but they're definitely looking at a potential win here right now. However, the battle for second place is going to the battle here for second place will continue, but it was Gus Kenworthy being the third part of the trifecta, needing to do his part to keep Atomic in that top spot, and he did just that, Luke.
Absolutely. He really did. And looking at ABM right now, and that gentleman out of Quebec just consistently making it happen. That 180 onto the box to switch 270 over and onto the down rail. Very, very creative stuff. But the one thing I loved about Gus's run is just how clean it was. Everything about it was just perfectly executed. It's exactly what his team needed in order to maintain their triumphant lead. He brought the heat, and everyone's happy over there, it would seem. Here's Gus again. There's the switch 270 on, back swap, transfer onto the down rail, and just a beautiful little front swap back to here, also known as a K-Fed. Super clean, 450s up onto that mega rail. And that thing's actually tough to hit. If you carry too much speed, that rail is just going to be gone by the time you come around on that 450. It will be far behind you in the rear view mirror. It's a big gap to that down. And Gus, of course, switched to on Pretz 450 out down the bottom. Very clean.
All right, so again, let's talk about the numbers. Atomic, they're way out there in the lead. So barring any sort of major shakeup right here, they've got this one in the books. But there is a battle going on for second place right here. As we go back up to the top and start this all over again, Alex Hall representing Team Faction. They came into this part of the competition with a team place of number 2. They have now slid down the scale. They are all the way down in 6. Now, Alex Hall, he had a rough go there that first go-around. He had a 47. If he's able to clean this up, he can bring his team back up into the mix. Here we go. Second and final runs underway.
Oh, are you kidding me? Alex Hall looking clean, very tech. We'll break that down in a moment. Wow. Double swap back to nice stuff. There's a little tip touch as he comes up and over the knoll. There's the transfer, 450 out. Hall is on one right now. He is dancing on these rails. Gets the tail tap 4 out. Are you kidding me? Back forehand and squad very excited about his performance. There was so much going on in that run. That was just absolutely bonkers. Who does that?
Shake off that 47 and get that memory out of it, or get the memories from that to fade into the distance, I should say. What? That was some replays of this in slow-mo to appreciate the full beauty of what Alex Hall just did here on his last attempt.
So switch 180, hops on, and watch this. Quick back swap 270 out. Like, how do you even do that? I haven't seen dancing like that since Louis Vito's performance on Dancing with the Stars. Very sensational stuff. Nice transfer to the 450 out. Delightful. Look at this. 270 out. He whips it around, tail tap, gets the barrel, swings the 450. I mean, that was just constant. It just didn't stop. There's the transfer, and that 4 out was just nuts. I mean, there's no room for that trick. I don't know how he got it around.
Now we played in the scoring game. They were all the way down in 6th place. Look at the reaction from the teammates up top. Remember, Alex below Marchand has the highest single run score thus far with an 88. It had him in the top spot at the end of round 1. A weird to the 90s. Alex Hall with a 91.33. Faction is back in the mix, ladies and gentlemen. They now sit in the number 2 position from the basement to second. Nicely done, Alex Hall.
Yeah, that's solid right there.
It's going to be that kind of second round, Luke Van Balen.
I suppose so. Oh, man.
I'm going to have to go get another Mountain Dew if this is how we're going to play this last round.
Unbelievable. Right up into second.
And they are knocking on the door right there. Look at how close they got to the Atomic Boys right there.
Oh, wow.
Goodness. And here I was thinking that we weren't going to have that close of a grouping, but I stand corrected, sir.
Indeed, the margins are getting tighter, sir.
They are. That's our first rider in. We still have 5 skiers left to go. Hang on to your hats, ladies and gents. Here comes Colby Stevenson representing K2.
It's the 3 swap, back 270 out. Super tough trick, made to look easy by Park City's very own. Oh, not what he wanted right there, just getting the elbow rail, but not able to trick in the midst of that performance. Whoa, swings a 630 out, but not quite landable for Colby Stevenson at this juncture, so he will saunter on, having given his best.
He's going to have to stick with that 61 flat that he got in the first round that has him down there in 6th place. I believe that has the K2 team sitting in 5th overall, if I'm not mistaken. It's a tough break.
Yeah, no doubt. And I mean, Colby Stevenson is such a champion on the medal. I mean, he just couldn't quite pull it together. I mean, just have a look at that 3 swap to back 270 out and the way he lands it. That's just nothing. He skis away from that without any problems whatsoever. And here's the switch right 270 on to pretzel 630. And he just came up a tiny bit short on that spin. He really whipped that thing around. Probably the biggest single trick that we've seen in terms of spinning off the rails and coming in on a switch right side spin. I mean, that was tough stuff.
Going back to tell the story of this round, Alex Hall has jumped up to a 91.33, put his team in 2nd place, but representing the head team right here, currently sitting in 3rd, this is Jesper Jetter.
You can just call him Chad, too. Jesper Chatter goes by that. He'll answer to it. Transfers over, nice front side, 270 out, very clean. Will he do a switch backflip 180 over the knoll? He does. Unnecessary, but always fun to behold. There's the 4 on, 4 off for Jesper Chatter. Now coming down into the bottom, his final chance. There's the switch backing off. Clears his tips somehow. I think his abs are literally made of kind of the same material that you would incorporate into a rubber band for the ultimate slingshot.
All right, he's in 4th from round 1 with an 81 flat as far as the individual scores are concerned. As I said before he took this 2nd run, his team was sitting in the 3rd place position. Very similar to what we saw in that first run. Your thoughts on where this is going to put him overall score-wise?
Well, he's looking at that 81. His run was similar. Nice 270. Kind of got flung off there a little bit. I don't know that we're going to see a major improvement because some things were very similar to what we saw, but I need to talk about this a little bit. He doesn't even have a foot of air off of the knoll. His head is nearly scraping the snow, but he still gets that around. I mean, a switch backflip made famous by a gentleman named Philippe Poirier, invented by J.F. Cousin, is not a trick that people really enjoy doing too often. I mean, if somebody does it in like slush or a game of pig, usually the guys are like, oh no, I don't want to do that. But Jesper Chatter just throws it for fun in the midst of his run and then does one off a rail as well. He's one of the guys who truly loves the things that most people might find to be rather intense.
That'll bump his score up. Jesper Chatter goes up to 3rd place with an 86.67. That'll keep his team in 3rd place as of right now. So they're looking at a podium finish. Overall, as far as individual scores are concerned, Gus Kenworthy currently sits in 4th right now with an 83.67. However, his team has done the work. They sit mathematically in that top spot.
Atomic.
Gus Kenworthy bringing it back in one more time for the Atomic crew.
This might be the earliest possible victory lap imaginable right here because it remains to be seen whether anyone can even touch these guys. Swings around the back too. Unbelievable. Hand dragging the inverted 360 right there. Kenworthy coming on 450. Pretzel 270 out, an improvement right there. Whoa!
Oh, goes down after that last set.
but he sits atop that extraordinary score that he got before, the 83.67. I mean, it has been topped at this point, but
with the work that his teammates did, having the highest score, I mean, they go back to Fabian Bosch in the jump section portion of things. He had that 94 flat. Miguel Porteous was the high score coming out of the modified super pipe section. So he came out there in the round one, got that 83.67, and he did the work, and that put the Atomic guys in that top spot. And with 2 skiers left to go, they're pretty much in the driver's seat. Let's check in with Tina Dixon, who's down there right now with the Atomic crew.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Gus, what a team. What a team that you guys put together. Look at this posse behind you. What a fun day, too. It started out in that modified super pipe. Miguel did such a fantastic job, and then you guys moved over to the jumps.
Yep.
How was it, though, for you coming into this event?
It was great. I mean, honestly, I sort of felt a little bit of both sides of things. I felt a lot of pressure because my team killed it so hard. I didn't want to be the weakest link, but at the same point, we had such a strong lead that I felt like I could just put down a clean run and we'd be able to cinch it, and I think that we did that. And then I tried to just step it up a little, kind of goofing around, no pressure. Didn't land my second run, but I'm still happy with how I did and really stoked on the boys.
Yeah, and Jossie, get in here. You've competed in pipe, slope style. You've done it all. I mean, what an appropriate job for you to be the team captain, though. Overall, though, how proud are you of these guys?
Oh, I'm so hyped, so proud of the boys today. They all crushed it, all landing insane runs. We've got a big squad here showing out. Team Atomic, I'm stoked.
You know, in the industry, brands are such a part of skiing, of snowboarding. How important is it to have events like this?
I mean, this is probably one of our most favorite events all year since it started a couple of years ago. Really special time to bring out all the crew and get to ride all together and kind of like be a team. You know, this sport is a very individual sport, so it's cool when we all come together and represent one thing together. And I think you can see with the way that everyone rides that the morale is like really amazing.
Yeah, it's so much fun to watch. All right, guys, I'm going to send it back to you for now, though.
Thank you, Tina. So a very excited Atomic crew down there, and rightly so, because Miguel Porteous, you've got Fabian Bosch, and now Gus Kenworthy have all put in their work, and the work has paid off as they sit in that top spot. With 2 skiers left to go, we got Henrik Harlow and Alex Belot-Marchand. Right now, it is a battle for second place. How about the faction crew, though? And Alex Hall coming out swinging that second final run to jump back up into podium contention, but it's the Armada crew and Henrik Harlow.
What? You can hear the shouts from above. That 450 on, 450 off, switch lip, safety grab comes off forward right there. Harlow continuing his run with a very large crew behind him. Right side 450 to switch. Super clean for Harlow. Now down into the bottom. Final hit. Big switch on, 2-7 out. We thought maybe he was going to be going for the transfer down below. That's one that no one has touched, but this time around, switch on, 270 out is the verdict. Very well done. That 450 on, 450 off up top. Certainly the punctuation, the exclamation point.
And being greeted in the corral by the rest of the crew that all came hard charging down the course after him. So there you go. These guys may not be in the top spot, but it's definitely a bunch that has fun.
No question about it. Here's the 450 on, locking that in and swinging somehow a 450 out of that. Beautiful stuff right there from Henrik Harlow. Certainly no shortage of team unity, energy, and just kind of a squad of brothers out there. The Armada peeps just truly living the dream and continuing to proliferate that quality energy into the ski world as a whole. It's great to see. Switch on, left foot forward, looking for that transfer, but turns it in to a big 270 out.
So there you go. Taking one more look at it here. Look at the crew just all chasing after right there. I love that shot.
Just hooting and hollering. That is a beautiful shot right there. Solid right side 450 disaster for Henrik Harlow on that third feature. And there's the mascot for the Armada team.
You know what? Win or lose, those guys always have the biggest smiles on their face. Team Armada finishes out in 5th place with a cumulative score 229.34 right there. But what a fun bunch to hang out with. And here we go, one more skier left to go. He has the second highest individual score here in the jib section with an 88 flat that he scored at the end of round 1. He is the last skier to take us out of this team challenge competition. Team Vocal currently sits in 4th. Can he bump him up, get him back into the top 3? Out of Quebec, Canada, our final competitor, Alex below Marchand.
This is a 180 on, switch 270 to switch. Super tough trick, lining everything up even though he's coming to the second reel backwards. Switch tails 270, pretzel 2. Might be seeing an improvement here. Well, does he have the 450 on? 450 out, yes, okay. Super clean coming into this last one. Switch 2, Pretz 4. Wow. Oh my gracious, that was something that, if anything, could touch Alex Hall's 91.33. That could certainly tickle the zone, no question.
Well, again, he has the second highest individual score that we've seen thus far, that 88. It was the top honor at the end of round 1. Alex Hall, who started off round 2, came out, posted that 91.33, which put ABM down in the number 2 position on individual scores.
I mean, this is just, that's just bonkers. The 450 on, right there, sucking up that kink and swinging the 450. So well done. He's spotting the rail. So gentle as he sets his gear down onto the metal halfway through that trick. Quick speed check, switch 270, pretzel stopping his momentum and swinging out of that trick in the opposite direction, safety grabbing that pretzel 450. Beautiful run right there for ABM.
Well. You're claiming that one's going to bump up the score. The question is how much. If you're going to crack up into the top spot, you need into the 90s an 89.67. So individually, he will stay in second place. Still doing some work for his team out here. But I believe that is not going to be enough for the team effort, and the Volkel crew is going to have to finish out in 4th place. So that will do it for the jib section as well as the overall ski team challenge here for the Dew Tour 2018. 11 years out here at the gorgeous Breckenridge Resort. See everybody gathering there at the corral area at the base of the jib section. They await the award ceremony. A gorgeous day out here this afternoon. Again, this is the first out of 4 days of competitions. Taking a look at the jib final results, it's Alex Hall doing it for Team Faction. These are the individual results just for this section, by the way. 91.33 for him. It was Alex below Marchand, round number 1, that finished out in 2nd place. And it was Jesper Tjader sitting in 3rd place right there with an 86.67 for him that he netted in that second and final go-around. So Faction Volkel had your 1, 2, 3 for the jib portion. However, that was just 1/3 of the equation. When you take it all into account, we started off at modified super pipe. We moved over to slope style jumps. And then we ended it here in the jibs, total it all together, and it's the Atomic Boys in the top spot with a 260.34. How about the effort by Faction, by the way? They were in 6th, and they moved all the way up into 2nd, and they challenged for that top spot for a little while.
No way. 255.67, the most drastic jump that we saw on the day, and tip of the hat, of course, to Head. Jesper Tjader coming in with that 86.67. Of course, just huge things in general throughout the entirety of this day. It has been such a pleasure to behold and to announce with you, my friend.
And to tell the story, Faction has finished dead last in the team challenge the last 2 years, and they come out in 2nd place. And by the way, thank you very much. It has been a pleasure doing this out here with you today as well. But let's take a look back and see how it all went down for the Atomic crew to get him that win.
Miguel Porteous. Big old switch 5 into the dove cork 1260. Throughout this run, he stayed really smooth. He brought in some tricks that nobody else was really doing, and one of them is this right here. This massive switch rodeo 540, just puts it to his feet, goes bigger than virtually anyone else. Plus he had the double cork 1260 up at the top. Just a great approach right there for Porteous.
And it was the 2nd run for him that put him in that top spot. He walked out with the single highest score there in modified super pipe. Then we switched gears and sent it on over to the slope style jumps. We had a couple guys crack up into the 90s, but it was Fabian Bosch who put down a monster 94 flat in his 2nd attempt.
And the more I watch this, the more I realize how much Atomic earned this. Wait, look at that. I mean, left side double cork 1620 just blunted out, grabbing that tail and truly bringing everything home, falling throughout that trick. just into deeper and deeper corked rotations.
So those two gents who we just saw paved the way for their teammate, and Gus Kenworthy came out in the third and final section, and he did not disappoint.
Switch 270 on, back swapping out. Nice K-Fed right there. Watch as he comes up and over. Little hand drag inverted 3. Big old 450 right here. Landing backwards and wrapping things up so cleanly, so precise. That classic Gus Kenworthy style that we've all come to love. Just putting it down for the team, and from A to B to C, I think it's clear to see that these are the guys.
I see what you did there, sir. So, Team Atomic walking out of this thing with top honors. What an outing by those fellows right there. Gus Kenworthy getting it done in his first run right there, and when you do the math, it was enough for them to hang on and get the win. But again, I got to give a massive shout out to the Faction boys, finishing dead last the last 2 years in a row. Alex Hall comes out in that last round and brings them out of the basement. They were in last again, and Alex Hall said, "We're not doing this 3 years in a row, boys," and he brought them up into second place. So we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we are going to hand out our final set of awards for the day. We'll recap more of the action out here, and we'll talk about our final thoughts on this beautiful first day of 4 out here in Dew Tour Breckenridge. Stick around, we'll be right back. Well, what a great way to kick off a 4-day weekend here in Breckenridge, Colorado. We started off with women's ski slopestyle. We had adaptive snowboarding take place middle of the afternoon, and then we wrap it up with another ski team challenge, our third installment of said team challenge out here at the Dew Tour. You see everybody gathering together down there for the awards ceremony. That lovely tower structure that you see right there, that's our home to the right there in that branded scrim tower, but that is the athlete lounge and the VIP lounge up above. So what a beautiful place to hang out when you have the gorgeous resort backdrop behind you to watch some amazing competition out here today. You can saunter down the mountain, go have yourself a lunch, maybe a coffee or tea, come up here and ride around this expansive terrain that Breckenridge has to offer. Did you take some runs today?
I haven't yet, but now I'm gonna, just because of how you talk about everything.
There you go. I'm angling for a job with the tourism board out here.
I think that you might be a shoo-in.
By the way, it's almost 13,000 feet at the highest peak out here in Breckenridge. Our 11th year out here. Happy to be back. Thank you very much, Breckenridge and Dew Tour, for allowing me to come back and be a part of this party. And the excitement, the energy here, the team challenge. We did this 3 years ago for the first time. Everybody had a great time with it, and every year that energy just seems to build. We took it a step further this year with the modified super pipe, as we talked about once we started the show earlier this afternoon. And
for the rest of today's competitions, here for the first day at Dew Tour, so thanks again, everyone, for coming out and being part of all the fun times out here at Dew Tour. Before we bring out our next podium.
That is DC, Jonathan Oetken, our live event field announcer out there handling the awards here.
Did you know that he's called DC because he's from Washington, D.C.?
I did not know that.
Yeah,
I've known him for years, and I just learned something new about him.
So he moved to Breckenridge, and his roommates started calling him DC.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's also a DJ
Toyota,
up in these parts. Lives up here in
and
Breckenridge.
Paralympic.
You can find him on Instagram at DJ DC, by the way.
Wetting my whistle out here. All right, with no further ado, for the women,
Introducing our guest presenters out here today.
Adaptive event out here today. In third place, make some noise for Sandrine Hamill.
All right, the adaptive snowboard cross competition. Solid stuff.
So the adaptive event, if you didn't check it out earlier,
One more time, let's hear it for third place finisher, Sandrine Hamill.
The adaptive event taking place earlier this afternoon between the women's ski
And
slopestyle
in second
event
place,
and our team
put your hands
challenge.
together for Amy Purdy.
Had 11 women competing, 15 men out here. Had a men's and women's edition out here in
One
snowboard
more
adaptive.
time, let's hear it for Amy Purdy, second place.
Winning time was 42 seconds earlier this afternoon.
And your new champion for women's adaptive. Get loud and proud for Brenna Huckabee.
So there you go, your 3-2-1 in women's snowboard adaptive taking place earlier this afternoon.
One more time, let's hear it for your new champion for women's adaptive, Brenna Huckabee, and your podium for women's adaptive.
Brenna Huckabee taking top honors right there in women's snowboard adaptive. I'm digging the trophies this year. Did you go check one of those things out?
Yeah.
Get some mass to them right there.
I held one earlier, and I thought it was one of the cooler trophies that I've seen.
Yeah, I agree with you. I said that last night. I walked in the office. I was like, wow, this is one of the better looking trophies I remember seeing over the years. I am a fan of what they've done with the trophies this year.
Indeed, feelings mutual. So women's adaptive, very solid stuff. And of course, you know, Breckenridge, really the place to be for any kind of shredding that you could possibly do, from, you know, your border cross competition, hitting the bank turns, or getting super involved in park pipe, everything. It's just the spot to be.
Yeah, taking a look to back to what happened earlier this afternoon. Had some fast runs coming down the mountain, but also some competitors getting tangled up in the snow fence right there. It's great to see adaptive sports being included in the mix out here at the Dew Tour yet again. Again, as I mentioned, we had a men's and a women's division. We had 11 women competing. We had 15 men competing. We had quite a crowd brewing out here for this one. It was awesome to watch all the people. I was walking down from the bottom of the village, and to see the crowd base down there, everybody's having lunch, taking a break from some runs, and everybody was glued to the video wall down there and checking out the action. So now we're doing the men's awards right here as DC handles the honors. So Zach Miller in third right there. I believe Zach Miller out of Denver.
One more time, put your hands together for Mati Hamari. Holding it down, second place out here for men's adaptive. And your new champion for men's adaptive. Let's hear it for Evan Strong!
And it's Evan Strong that comes out with the best time. 39.24 seconds is what it took him to get down that course. And he will stand on the tallest spot on the podium. And
One more time, let's hear it for your new champion for men's adaptive, Evan Strong, and your podium.
Loving those trophies. I'm question, do you think that's reclaimed wood from the area?
You know, I actually think that might be beetle kill from the area. So yes, definitely.
So there you go. Inquiring minds want to know. So the adaptive event presented by Toyota. Look at this. Front flips coming right out of the start gate right there. I did get to see a little bit of this when we took a break after women's ski slopestyle. I got to check out some of the action.
Up to the screen for some
popping through the roller section right there. Oh, little mute grab. And again, the best time that we saw out here and adapted today on the men's side of things, it was 42 seconds getting down the course for the women, 39.24 seconds for the men. And just cruising. Coming into the corral there with a nice little snow wash. A great time obviously being had by all out here today on both the men's and women's side of things in snowboard adaptive.
Yeah, solid, very aggressive performance out there from some of these gentlemen, and on the ladies side as well. Amy Purdy, one of the individuals who was in second place, she also is like an announcer. She's a huge personality.
I say she's wearing many hats out here this weekend.
She's a huge innovator.
We had her in the booth 2 years ago. Todd Richards and I had her in the booth. We got to talk to her for a little bit. So she's doing a lot of things out here this weekend at the Dew Tour.
Definitely, no question about it. I mean, I want to think more about that, but I also have to consider the fact that I'm a little bit blown away still. I feel like I'm on a little bit of an excitement hangover from having just witnessed that ski team challenge.
And one more time, let's hear it from Miguel Porteous.
So as we go through the awards here,
modified pipe portion of the team challenge out here.
They get awards for individual highest scores. So each one of the courses that we competed on out here today,
and
modified pipe. That's Miguel Porteous getting the win on that one.
The jump portion of the team challenge, also for Team Atomic. Let's hear it for Fabian Bosch.
Fabian Bosch getting the top honors with a 94 flat that he netted in his second run in the jumps portion of things, so he will get a bonus check for being the standout in that portion of things.
Congrats, Fabian Bosch, with a score of 94 up there in the jumps.
Just
slaying it.
Absolutely crushed.
I mean, we had three guys in that contest get into the 90s.
Doing it on the
And he had a 94 flat.
Member of the U.S. ski team, representing Olympian, but out here representing faction. Make some noise for Alex Hall, A-Hall.
So again, talking about scores in the 90s, Alex Hall, the only guy to get that honor in the jib section of things, and he had a 47 the first go around. He was at the bottom of the pack. His team was at the bottom of the pack, which, as I've said twice already before, Team Faction finished in dead last the last two times we contested this. He bumped them all the way up into second.
Huge job. He's the MVP, I think, of the day.
Oh, for sure.
For this team, they were on the third place spot of the podium the first year, missed the podium last year, but got back up there with some amazing skiing. Let's hear it for Team Head.
So there you go, DC telling you the tale of how it's gone for Team Head over the 3-year history of the Ski Team Challenge here at the Breckenridge Dew Tour. Third place at the inaugural installment, had to settle for off the podium last year.
A. Blanc. I think that's the first time I ever called you A. Blanc. But nice work. Make some noise one more time for Team Head.
And they find themselves back on the podium here after a 1-year hiatus, back in third place in 2018.
And in second place out here for the Team Challenge. Their first year as a competing team out here at the Team Challenge. Let's hear it for Team Faction.
So again, let's tell this story. They're in dead last. They're in 6th place. Alex Hall, they come in second place into that section. Then he gets a 47. They're down at 6th. And then he comes up, gets a 91.33, gets a bonus check. Now his team's on the podium in 2nd place.
D'Lo in the house.
Man.
Let's hear it one more time.
And a huge contribution, too, from Mac Forehand out there, who just incredible performance through the jump section. I mean, he was up in those 90s and just really a tip of the hat, a salute to that young gentleman.
Here. 3rd year on the podium. They won it the first year. They got 3rd place last year and back on the top spot this year. Headed up by none other than the illustrious Jossie Wells. Let's hear it for Team Atomic.
So they came out of this thing swinging in modified super pipe.
Miguel Porteous, Gus Kenworthy, Fabian Bosch holding it down out there.
Your winners of the inaugural Team Challenge in 2016, as you heard DC say. And now here they've taken their 2nd Ski Team Challenge win.
One more time for Team Atomic and your podium out here for the Team Challenge and Dew Tour.
So there you go. It's Head Faction and Atomic right there. You're 3-2-1 here in the team challenge. By the way, that's not it for the team challenge. We still have a snowboard team challenge to go on later on this weekend. There's a lot more competitions to happen, both on the ski and snowboard side of things. So if you're watching at home right now and you want to find out more about what's going on the rest of this weekend, you can check all of that out over at dotour.com. But what a great way to kick it off out here this weekend, Luke Van Valen.
You bet. I mean, just an incredible situation. We got so much more on the way. Big tip of the hat to Kelly Sildrew, and of course Atomic here on the team side, but the fun is not over yet.
Great job, Bill.
So we get the action started early tomorrow. Congratulations to Kelly Silderoo walking out with the win there in the women's slopestyle event out there this morning. And again, a big shout out there to the Atomic team for getting the win here in the team challenge. That is a wrap on behalf of Chris Cote doing the Do Tour Live earlier out there, myself and Luke Van Valen. It is always a pleasure here. I get to go back down to the basement and do live events tomorrow. It was a pleasure to call the action with you on the webcast here today. That is a wrap. We thank you guys for watching. We'll see you early tomorrow.